Cata. Cata, por favor, ¿podría subir a la sala de control? Cata, ¿podría subir a la sala de control, por favor? Gracias por su atención. Gracias por preferir Jumbo.
Lady. Estoy en el canal de portugués y me quieres decir algo. Vi que tenía la mano levantada.
¿Tenéis el computador de soporte?
Sí, 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 sí. Sí, 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 sí. Sí, 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 sí. Valen. Creo que ese es tu equipo. Sí, sí. Sí, sí. Sí, sí. Está sonando un... Sí, sí. Era ese. Sí, sí. Ah, ok. Sí, 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 sí. Sí, sí. Sí, 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 sí. Sí, sí. Sí, 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 sí.
La calidad, la sostenibilidad de la cadena de valor del café y el turismo rural en el Cauca, 36.000 familias verán renovadas sus esperanzas. 12.000 hectáreas de café serán mejoradas y nacerá la Escuela del Café del Cauca. A 500 kilómetros en las montañas del Huila, más de 4.000 familias rurales siembran una nueva esperanza con el cacao. La iniciativa La Agroindustria del Cacao, una opción sostenible y rentable para el bienestar del Huila, renovará 1.800 hectáreas.
El corredor seco y las zonas áridas de los países del Sistema de la Integración Centroamericana SICA cubren el 34% del total de su territorio y en sus áreas rurales viven más de 21 millones de personas. Más del 20% de las personas empleadas se dedican a la agricultura y en su mayoría son pequeños productores y productoras que aportan para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de sus países. El corredor seco y las zonas áridas enfrentan una alta vulnerabilidad ante los riesgos asociados al cambio climático, que afectan a la región en épocas clave para la agricultura. Como consecuencia de estas afectaciones, los países del SICA han registrado en los últimos años un fenómeno de migración aún más intenso que se traduce en alrededor de 5 millones de migrantes procedentes de esta región solo en Estados Unidos. Ante esta realidad, los países y el sistema SICA, con apoyo técnico de la FAO, impulsan la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, construyendo resiliencia en el corredor seco y zonas áridas. La iniciativa se impulsa con la contribución financiera de la Banca Multilateral para el Desarrollo, fondos climáticos, agencias de cooperación, organismos de Naciones Unidas y recursos públicos nacionales. La iniciativa Mano de la región SICA se encuentra movilizando inversiones en 5 grandes temas. Primero, el mapeo digital de suelos, que con el financiamiento de los Estados Unidos de América, ha permitido en Honduras y Guatemala contar con mapas de fertilidad, propiedades química y física de los suelos para mejorar la producción agrícola de estos países. Y ahora, por medio del Consejo Agropecuario Centroamericano, se ampliará este mapeo para todos los países del sistema SICA. Segundo, la zonificación agrícola del riesgo climático, que con apoyo del gobierno de Brasil y Embrapa ha contribuido a identificar periodos de siembra óptimas para cultivos sensibles en el corredor seco y para la seguridad alimentaria de las familias, lo que a su vez creará las bases para la mitigación del riesgo agrícola y facilitará la ampliación del financiamiento y seguro agrícola rural. Tercero, soluciones hídricas integrales, donde se ha sistematizado y estimado los costos y adaptado varias tecnologías de soluciones hídricas que van desde la escala de consumo humano hasta cultivos comerciales, donde estas tecnologías se han vuelto prioridad para los países en sus acuerdos de cooperación de notas de inversión junto a instituciones financieras. Estos estudios también están disponibles para la plataforma de cooperación del G20 en el eje sobre la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional. Cuarto, las MIPYMES y ecosistemas digitales. Con el liderazgo del Centro MIPE-SICA y el financiamiento de la Unión Europea, se ha apoyado a más de 600 MIPYMES en el corredor seco, con el objetivo de generar empleo y reducir la migración forzada. Esta experiencia también está presente en las diversas propuestas de inversiones mano de la mano a nivel nacional junto a las instituciones financieras. Y finalmente, sobre el fortalecimiento de los institutos nacionales de investigación agropecuaria de los países SICA. Se ha identificado tecnologías para la convivencia con la sequía y zonas áridas, para el aumento de la producción en el corredor seco, habiéndose posicionado en la agenda de los países y el mundo de la cooperación. La iniciativa Mano de la Mano también está presente con notas de inversiones específicas en los países de la región. Y en el caso de la propuesta del corredor seco resiliente, se abarca a todos los países, creando las condiciones para atraer inversión público-privada hacia un territorio con prosperidad y oportunidades, por una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una mejor vida en la región del SICA.
Bolivia, a mega-diverse country where cultural, natural, and food heritage come together to create socio-economic opportunities for thousands of families living across 22 ecosystems of global importance. The Hand in Hand initiative in Bolivia seeks to share with the world this diversity of products that are harnessed in harmony with Mother Earth. In the Andes, at more than 4,900 meters above sea level, llamas and alpacas provide high-quality fiber and meat with great potential for industrialization and export. Management plans for wild camelids, such as vicuñas, make the sustainably harvest of one of the finest and most coveted fibers in the world possible, used to craft exclusive garments. Descending into the Amazon at altitudes ranging from 100 to 1,000 meters above sea level, the forests yield fruits of exceptional nutritional value. Aceci, Brazil nuts, and royal palm are gathered from wild varieties through a model of integrated and sustainable forest management. The unique flavor of Bolivia's wild cacao has earned recognition and acceptance in demanding international markets. Bolivia invites the world to invest in safeguarding this food heritage, specialty products of the highest quality, with an invaluable cultural identity.
En el corazón de Centroamérica, una tierra de volcanes, tradición y esperanza, El Salvador presenta una oportunidad estratégica, la inversión en su histórica caficultura, con la iniciativa Mano de la Mano. Más de 20.000 salvadoreñas y salvadoreños en zonas rurales serán directamente beneficiadas. Sus vidas, sus familias, sus comunidades, fortalecidas a través del café. Porque aquí la tierra es fértil, el clima tropical y la altitud perfecta. Condiciones óptimas para producir café arábica de alta calidad, desde la finca hasta tu taza. El café salvadoreño transforma, genera valor y abre las puertas a mercados internacionales de alto impacto. Y lo mejor de todo, en armonía con la naturaleza y con su gente, una inversión para las regiones cafetaleras del país. Entre aves, lagunas y montañas nace un modelo que integra conservación, energía renovable e innovación rural. Porque esta inversión no es solo agrícola, es humana, es inclusiva, es sostenible, identificada con el apoyo técnico de la FAO y su iniciativa Mano de la Mano.
Muy buenos días, colegas. Si pudieran ir tomando asiento, por favor.
Igualdad y con
Buen
visión.
buen día. Esperamos hayan disfrutado de un rico cafecito, que les haya gustado la agenda del primer día.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a nice
Para el gobierno de
early morning
Guatemala,
coffee.
identificar oportunidades de
Please take
innovación
your
e
seats.
inversión es indispensable para impulsar políticas públicas que transformen los sistemas agroalimentarios, aumenten los ingresos y refuercen la resiliencia al cambio climático, promoviendo la competitividad en los territorios rurales. A través de la iniciativa Hand in Hand, la FAO apoya al gobierno para impulsar inversiones estratégicas vinculadas a la Política Nacional de Riego 2024-2033 y al programa Rutas del Desarrollo. A través de notas de inversión y utilizando la herramienta de tipología de microrregiones integrada al Sistema Nacional de Inversión Pública, que permite identificar territorios prioritarios, visualizando su potencial económico, ambiental y social. La Política Nacional de Riego beneficiará a pequeños y medianos productores, principalmente del corredor seco ampliado y la zona norte del país. Se estima que se generarán ingresos netos anuales de entre $1.800 y $11.654 por hectárea, dependiendo el tipo de cultivo irrigado. El programa Rutas del Desarrollo busca fortalecer el progreso integral en el país a través de una infraestructura vial mejorada para facilitar la conectividad, el acceso a servicios esenciales y el desarrollo económico. Contempla la rehabilitación de 4.820 kilómetros de caminos rurales y prioriza la inversión en territorios con oportunidades de desarrollo agrícola. El primer territorio priorizado por este programa es Cobán Alta Verapaz, donde además se promueve el fortalecimiento de las cadenas de valor de café, cacao y cardamomo a través de 4 oportunidades. Infraestructura habilitante para el desarrollo, fomento agroproductivo inclusivo y resiliente, desarrollo agroindustrial y comercialización, gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales. El gobierno de Guatemala se compromete con el desarrollo sostenible, equitativo y resiliente, a través de un modelo que promueve una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición y un mejor medio ambiente para una vida mejor, mientras impulsa sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With up to 70 countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the Hand in Hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit
Estimados, vamos a dar inicio al programa del día de hoy.
Gentlemen, we will
The level
begin
of efficiency
with
in
today's
agricultural
program.
profits
We
is
hope
measured by controlling for land
that
size,
this
socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritize interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritization of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example. Hand in Hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand in Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organizations, civil society, and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding, to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand in Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand in Hand fosters coordination.
a summary of what we discussed yesterday. Good morning, colleagues, all of you. Good morning. Everybody has a coffee, a lot of caffeine in the body. Okay. I wanted to bring forward to our memories some of the categories and common analysis, the wealth of institutionality that we heard, public banks, second-tier banks, credit, small businesses, and technological innovation that come closer to the more vulnerable population, indigenous peoples, family farming. What the organizers have asked me is to systematize 5 lessons learned, find a common path, and 2 questions to connect today. So, the first topic, that's based on some of the information that was presented by Paraguay, Brazil, Ecuador, is the size of the excursion based on the financial system, bank. Where are we positioned? Particularly in Latin America and the Caribbean, that pyramid structure, it could be by soil, by rent. It's the most unequal location. Where are we located when we talk about the financial structures? It has a structure of corporate banking, and I reached 2,000 contracts and I'm stagnated. And the development bank in Costa Rica, it says 28,000 responses that represent the bid. I can't hear him very clearly. Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador represent 7%. Colombia, 10%. Is it 80, 60? Where are we? Is this moving within the economy? We know that this is informal. We know that this is linked to high interest rates. So the exclusion is a permanent struggle. How do we bring down within the pyramid the community dilemma? And we start observing what is characterized as territorial ecosystems. I need support. I need technical assistance. I need guarantees. I need other players to help me. It's too much for me to take on social issues. Yesterday there was short debate. The lower we go, the more complex and the more challenging it gets for the financial system. The third lesson learned, going from top to bottom, we're talking about collateral systems. Paraguay, Bolivia, and Colombia, this guarantee system that has more considerations. 53% are women, of course, access to the market, sales controls, and so on. This is an institution of the business. It was very, the technology and AI that could give us a little bit more information, going down this data that generates a great deal of consumption, profiles, and responds very quickly to differentiated banking systems. There is not one model. If you will see a very important need. When we analyze this in a pyramid style, the microfinancing lower in the pyramid. There are many banks in Honduras that has a big map for the discussion. There are many things that are important to exchange ideas and experiences.
La segunda é um retomo na ideia da apresentação de Costa Rica, da microfinanceira Maria Ângela, verdade? A institucionalidade, o negócio, verdade? Vocês estão
The business, you're floating, there's a great deal of issues.
Banqueiros, pero com desenvolvimento social.
We want to have social development. This engine, we can see the projects. There's a big crisis that, of course, has the topic of environmental issues, climate adaptation. There is colleagues of Costa Rica, he provides data that is very hard data. The climate of the vertical environmental aspects.
Essa batalha ambiental, esse outro motor de desenvolvimento que está presente, também que vimos já afetando, El Niño está dando volta por aí, ou a batalha climática tem problema. O que massifica
climate battle and so on. So this is a powerful information for the stability here. Once again, there is a discussion that was not tackled. Where does the money come from? There are constitutional funds, the IDB, and so on. Are these gifts? How does this work? If the fund is there is a problem with interest rates. So financial institutions, we all read a little book of the Nobel Prize of Peace 2022, who discussed that this institutions has some sort of support and rate loaded with all the risks and guarantees. The role of the government is a discussion that we need to take on. We have standards and costs of the market is part of the cost of the market. Can't hear him very well. The microphone, he has it too low. I can't hear him. Can somebody please inform him to get the microphone closer to his mouth? Please. So the power needs to be articulated better, particularly the microfinancing. Women, men, Afro-descendants, where are they? How does this touch base?
Financiamento é o que arrasta e põe dentro de uma perspectiva da economia, né? Segundo mensagem clave.
Secondly, the three key messages: the complexity. We have to see how we can support scaling, linked to the third one, and we take off by the 39th Regional Conference. How are we going to take the steps that will give us how to maintain this enthusiasm that was fantastic? Finally, the questions that we need to ask ourselves. How can we go from successful experiences to scaling? We think that this is very important. There are monetary issues.
Ok.
So scaling is a issue. We're going to continue talking with agriculture, economy, financing. We have a more strategic system. The third point is a provocation. The combination of capital, guarantees, technical assistance, risk management, and institutional alliances. We need to mobilize additional investment towards producers and organizations that today follow a financial system from the inside or from the outside. And this is what we need to find out. How are we going to deal with this? Microfinancing and banks. We have to have a manner in which we can reduce the cost, because it's going to be too expensive, like the traditional economy. It is very complex, but there is a provocation here. In this auditorium, we had a similar discussion in 2008. This pyramid was finalized. It's incredible how we progressed, how we have a structure. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Adoniran.
Thank you very much, Adoniran, for those very good reflections. The main topics of this event, we will continue. We will have a presentation by our head economist, Mr. Máximo Torero, which will tackle the investment roles in agri-food systems that are more resilient, efficient, and inclusive. Mr. Máximo, the word is yours.
Excelencias, distinguidos colegas, señoras y señores, mi nombre es Máximo Torero Cuyen, soy el economista jefe de la FAO. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad de estar con ustedes. Quisiera comenzar con una aparente paradoja. América Latina y el Caribe es una de las grandes potencias alimentarias del mundo, pero todavía no hemos logrado que todas las hasta afectar 4.8% de la población, alrededor de 32 millones de personas. Es un avance muy importante y confirma algo fundamental. Las políticas públicas y las instituciones y las inversiones correctas pueden cambiar la trayectoria del hambre. También disminuyó la inseguridad alimentaria, pero todavía 22.9% de la población regional, casi 1 en cada 4 personas, enfrenta inseguridad alimentaria moderada o grave. Y tenemos una segunda paradoja, aún más importante. Somos una región que produce y exporta alimentos al mundo, pero tenemos el costo de una dieta saludable más alto de todas las regiones del mundo. $4.91 PPA por persona por día en el 2025. Por eso, colegas, nuestro desafío ya no puede definirse únicamente como producir más alimentos. Tenemos que producir más y mejor, reducir los costos de los alimentos nutritivos, aumentar los ingresos, construir resiliencia y hacer que una dieta saludable sea económicamente accesible para todos. Y para lograrlo hay una palabra fundamental: inversión. Pero quiero ser muy preciso sobre esto. No necesitamos solamente más inversión, necesitamos mejor inversión. El SOFI 2026 nos muestra por qué. Entre el 70 y 75% del precio que paga un consumidor por sus alimentos se genera después de la finca. Y hasta 40% de los costos de la cadena puede originarse en procesamiento, logística y comercio mayorista. Esto significa que bajar el costo de una dieta saludable.
That means that the cost reduction requires to look at everything. We need to improve productivity, rural roads, storage, cold process, market information, and innovation. It means we need to reduce waste. We need to connect small producers and farmers with markets so that the private industry can also invest and grow. Because agri-food systems are not only an instrument to tackle hunger, it is an economic engine. To have this in context, Latin America and the Caribbean generate more than 100 million, 1.2 employment, but it received just 3,000, 4,000 million in financing for the agri-food development, more than 10 of the world GDP. The World Bank reaches a conclusion which is fundamental. If it represents a 7% of the GDP at the regional level from the farm to the consumer, could represent a 4% of GDP and approximately 1/3 of the employment in many countries in the region. This is why to invest in agri-food system is a social, food, employment, and growth policy. Particularly today, the IMF represents a fiscal limited area to tackle new shocks. So we cannot transform that information, but we cannot let the private sector do it. The major challenge is to create an architect, a structure. The public development banks and financial systems work jointly so that they can take on the challenges that they're capable of doing. And that's what we want to resolve. If we move from evidence to investment, I want to tell you what we're doing hand in hand, a project at FAO. It begins with a simple and powerful system. When resources are scarce, we need to know exactly where we need to invest in order to have the highest impact possible, both in income and hunger reduction and poverty. This is led by the countries, and it is based on evidence designed to take on agri-food systems, reduce hunger and poverty and inequalities. It manages geospatial, geophysical, and advanced systems to identify territories that we can resolve bottlenecks to generate better investment for farmers and the population at large. $1 per capita per day is approximately $7 per capita per day. The geospatial hand in hand has more than 2 million layers. It's not the objective is not to create maps, to make sure that these become projects, investment projects with a portfolio of projects to invest in. That's fundamental, from diagnosis of the territory to identifying where poverty is, hunger, and potential production and markets. Then we analyze what we can do with that potential. We talk to financial funds, investors around concrete opportunities. This is what we call de-risking or technical de-risking. This is the first way to reduce risk. When we know the territory better, producers, the potential and the market, climate, and the expected returns, we reduce uncertainty and we improve the quality of investment. Latin America and the Caribbean, it is already providing results. Hand in hand has been supporting 15 countries and 3 sub-regional areas. We have $2,900 million, and we have more than $29 million here. Hand in hand has become a platform to translate territorial investment for concrete events. We have to go beyond this, however. 4 pillars to mobilize this. These are fundamental to carry out this program. Reduce risk, we need better technical information, markets, evaluations, and technical access. A project that is not well designed does not become financially stable if just by throwing money at it. We need technical returns and risk clearly defined. And this is where the investment center at FAO is at the core. the investment system guarantees the quality of the project and what we mean by investment plan. The second pillar is the public system. The government has to provide clear rules, investment, sanitary systems, information, collectivity, water, and so on. The public system has to be concentrated where there is a social high return. And the third pillar is the private industry. We need companies that are capable of innovating, store, transport, and trade in this area. The private industry provides management, technical aspects, innovation, but there has to be a reasonable risk between return and investment. And this is where the financial aspects are involved. You are different types of banks that are here present today, investment banks and so on. You have to transform these productives in adequate instruments, financial instruments. And this is de-risking, financial de-risking. The concept of blended finance, it's generating risk capital to mobilize it. This is not private with public resources, but rather to use strategically concessions and public resources for the return on investment to make sure that the public capital can participate in this area, or else it would not be invested. We could have the first guarantees of portfolios, insurance for climate, agricultural and technical assistance. What we seek is to prepare ourselves to have solid and sufficient information to better have a planning finance. We have the green bonds, mechanisms, shared risks, and the IMF identifies these tools with platforms led by nations that can mobilize finance, concessions, and public investment. FAO has supported the European Commission in 200 million euros dedicated to agri-food systems. This investment center at FAO has analyzed more than 300 transactions, or we have signed for $580 million. Some of these received $107 million. This illustrates what we need to do to use each dollar, each euro that is public, not once, but to mobilize multiple investment dollars. And this climate financing must be at the core. We need climate financing for agri-food system. Agri-food systems are victims of the climate, but they're also part of the solution. But financing in this area is still not close to these needs. What we have seen at FAO, even using the most conservative, there is a gap of $102 billion to tackle these issues. The flows must be multiplied 4.5 times to reach at least that lower level. There is an additional problem. Latin America and the Caribbean represent 16% of the emissions associated to this comparison in agri-food systems, but it receives 8% of climate funds dedicated to these systems. It is approximately 4 to 5% of the total investment. Our region is particularly important. The analysis of the needs in NDCs, approximately 76% of Latin America and the Caribbean correspond to adaptation. These have enormous implications. Water management, climate, agriculture, intelligent, infrastructure, resilient information that is agri-food, and food and the cold chain represented. In addition, connected to innovation, green bonds, and where sustainability of the debt exchange for climate and concessions. FAO can play a fundamental role here. We can continue following up to ensure that goals are achieved climate-wise, nature, and agri-food systems. A nation that is highly exposed to the climate cannot decide whether to deal with resilience today or tackle the crisis that is coming tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we have evidence, we have technology, we have financial institutions, and we have capital, and we have investment opportunities. What we still have to build in a faster manner is the bridge amongst them, and that's what Hand in Hand can do. They can connect ministries of agriculture with the Ministry of Finance, national priorities with multilateral development banks, small producers like banks. We can connect the NDCs with climate investments and public capital concessions and private around common goals. I have insisted that the challenge of financing is not how much we move, but its quality, its coherence, and where we are centering it on. And that's what we're consolidating on in Hand, and that's what this conference centers itself. What we seek is combined innovation, de-risking, financial de-risking, and technical de-risking has to be centered around this area, which is part of the solution, not only tackling hunger and poverty and unemployment today, but rather also the topics that we can have in the future, because we do not have a population that is well fed, that will not have diseases, non-communicable diseases, or where we could produce more efficiently and in parallel help ourselves to have a more sustainable world. Latin America and the Caribbean have an enormous advantage. We have biodiversity, national resources, producers, knowledge, we have market, and we are a region that is essential for the world food safety. We have to invest at a scale, because each investment that is well directed in the agri-food system can do many things at the same time. It can increase productivity, it can reduce costs, it can create employment, it can increase rural income, reduce poverty, and accelerate economic growth. So the message is very simple. We cannot wait. We must accelerate investments. We have to accelerate technical and financial de-risking. We have to mobilize the private and public systems and the financial systems and give more power to hand-in-hand processes. Let's go from the investment to the scale, and to the scale to a success. Success is not going to be analyzed how much finance we'll achieve. It's going to be measured by how many people step away from hunger, poverty, how many families can finally have a healthy diet, how many employments do we reduce, and how much employment do we have, and how much unemployment we reduce. This is for all today and tomorrow. I wish you a very interesting conference, and I hope that these summary have given you some input to think about and reflect on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Máximo. This was a very powerful message, and it will be part of the conversation now.
Vamos a tener el cuarto panel temático titulado Ecosistemas financieros bancables, el papel de las iniciativas regionales, mano de la mano en América Latina y el Caribe.
We have the hand-in-hand regional initiatives in Latin America and the Caribbean. And based on this experience that our head economist spoke about, 3 cases of territorial privatization will be presented in the Caribbean, the dry corridor, Central American, corridor of the Amazon region to show the key role of strategic planning, territorial evidence, and the multi-stakeholder articulation and consolidation of investment opportunities. The session will seek to show that bankability does not solely depend on the financial instrument, but on the quality of information, the clarity of the demand, risk identification, institutional coordination, and the existence of a project portfolio that is able to reel in public, private, and climate-related funding. We will be joined by Agustín Zierman, regional representative of FAO in Colombia and regional coordinator for South America. And now I'm going to ask the following speakers to come up to the floor. Mr. Ricardo Marigal, Head of Technical Cooperation and Strategic Projects of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, BCIE. A big round of applause for him, please. Mrs. Edith Paredes, Administrative Secretary of the OTCA, the Organization of the Amazon Cooperation Treaty. Big round of applause for her. Mr. Sean Ball from CARICOM, Program Manager Agriculture of CARICOM, the Caribbean Community. Mr. Freddy Puentes, main executive of the CAF, the Bank for Development of Latin America and the Caribbean. And now I'm going to leave you with Agustín Zierman to start moderating this panel. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you to all the panel members that are here accompanying us today in this space. Let's be seated. It's a pleasure to be a moderator for this panel. And after the presentation of our head economist, our chief economist, the idea is to evidence how, from the hand-in-hand initiative and the regional experiences that have been fostered through the construction of these investment portfolios, we are going to try to respond to the core question, which is how to build on those territories that we know they have a potential. That's what the hand-in-hand initiative identifies, but that it still has gaps in terms of the food security, poverty, development, how those investment portfolios. So the idea is to connect you with financial institutions to promote investments with impact and with sustainability. The experience that we heard, the experiences we heard yesterday in some of the panels showed that the existence of productive investments is not sufficient. But what we're needing in order to enable those investments are many enabling conditions, right? Just like the chief economist just mentioned, like information, planning, partnerships, governance, all these banking ecosystems and bankable ecosystems and investment possibilities. In this context, the hand-in-hand initiatives has a quite concrete contribution. And today we'll hear from three experiences of hand-in-hand regional initiatives, one through the Amazon initiative that Edith will tell us about, the dry corridor, where Ricardo will speak about the partnership with the Central American Bank of Economic Integration and the Caribbean. Jean will tell us how they've been working hand in hand. And last but not least, we've got in CAF, we are creating partnership spaces there to attract the private sector. The idea is to show all these experiences to work for a future agenda, right? To see how we'll strongly or make this more robust, this partnership between FAO and financial institutions and regional organizations in order to promote bankable proposals for investment proposals that impact the territories identified by the hand-in-hand initiative. Now, this is what our panel will be about. We have 4 interventions, an hour and a half, so 15 minutes per intervention. And without further ado, I'd like to start with Edith Paredes, Administrative Secretary of OTCA. And if you can tell us about the Amazon regional vision and how to translate this into concrete investments with OTCA, the regional initiative for the Amazon. It's working on the chain of migrating fish and water, the water chain, and how these investment, how this starts promoting possibilities for investments for catfish, right? Along with the GEF. So in terms of funding, so the floor is yours, Edith.
Bueno, muy buenos días con todos y todas. Un gusto estar aquí. Muchísimas
gracias. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, FAO, for the invitation. And we're all the partners. We have very, very strategic partners for OTCA, right? Historically, but in the last years, we've reinforced this partnership, joint work, right? And just like I'll present now, we have very concrete results that, of course, take time with an organization like OTCA, which is, and I'll give you a quite rapid context about this. OTCA is the organization for the Amazon Corporation. It's the organization of the Amazon Corporation Treaty, right? It's the only multilateral organization in the region that's got the 8 member countries: Brazil, Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Suriname, Guyana, and Venezuela, with political mandates, i.e. with ratifications from presidents and with ministers from foreign affairs, who at the end of the day are the leaders of all the organizations and the gates to enter the countries. These countries have a programmatic agenda which has been agreed upon. We've been updating it for the next 10 years to come. And it's got 11 axes, right? And I won't go into detail on all of them, but I'll just focus on the thematic axes that link, that have to do with FAO, but the ones we're interested in for the discussions that we're having today. It's worth noting that the work that OTCA does is something that complements national agendas. Since it's a cooperation organization, it's not mandatory, but it simply respects the sovereignty of countries, right? Member states are quite sensitive with this topic, but they're sovereign decisions that countries make, and the OTCA supports for these national policies, and just like Maximo mentioned, right, all the strategies they have for adaptation, the NDCs, their national programs can be reinforced with OTCA's support. And in OTCA, we have a space for discussion, construction, to seek innovative solutions to common problems that we have at a cross-border level, right? It's very important to note, because in OTCA, we can only work on regional cooperation and topics that go beyond 1 or 2 countries.
Bueno, ahí les he puesto, ¿no? ¿Cuáles son los desafíos?
Here you can see our challenges, investment challenges, right? Renee mentioned this yesterday, and Maxima reinforced this today, and Agustin just commented about this. The Amazon has been one of these spaces where the hand-in-hand initiative, through all of its information, data tools, socioeconomic indicators, has been prioritized as a region where there are investment conditions. And based on that, we've started working with countries now. And the priorities that they define here, we have bioeconomy that was defined as a priority, food security, food sovereignty. And we've already launched, but we're now developing and strengthening our Amazon mechanism for cooperation and action, which is MACA for its acronyms in Spanish, and it's the regional financial mechanism, and we're working with CAF, which is our financial manager for this space. So what is the challenge? It is to connect all of these priorities with concrete projects that can have access to funding. So how do we turn this regional architecture into what Renee pointed out very well yesterday, which is an investment ecosystem? It's not only bankable system, right? It's not bankable projects, it's ecosystem. So prior to any type of investment that we have in ACA, we're working with countries in their agendas and their different topics and creating all the enable conditions for countries to reduce asymmetries in their countries, right? What is a regional architecture and what are the strengths we have as an institution? Like I mentioned before, we've got resolutions or declarations, which are the instruments of the highest political support. We don't have a Belém Declaration of 2023. Well, we have that gave ODCA a new spin, right? Focus on sustainable development, but we also thought about the inclusion of local communities, indigenous peoples, civil societies, etc. And based on that, those declarations, there are declarations and mandates quite concrete, and that's what we must work on. Based on this, we created special commissions where we work at a technical and political level on all the different topics. We don't have special committees or commissions for all themes or topics, but for the themes that countries have decided are the largest or the most important ones in their institutions. We have special commissions on climate change, environment, health, public safety and security, and all the environmental matters. And this is, we have an education commissions, indigenous peoples, but we also have strategies, regional strategies that also have a technical political participation, and that's where the two, bioeconomy and food sovereignty and security come in, the two strategies come in, and FAO is our support, our technical support, which is very important. The resolution with the approval of the presidents in a paragraph, it states that ARCA must work with FAO for these themes. So that is why we say that our collaborative and joint work is critical. And with this technical political architecture, we must land this, of course, on work plans that at the end of the day will turn into fundable, bankable projects with concrete activities and indicators that for private public spaces development banks, it's very important, right, to have all these specific indicators and goals. This is what gives the OTC-ECA a concrete agenda for investment and to continue with the regional cooperation agenda.
Entonces, dentro de todas estos 11 ejes temáticos que yo les comentaba,
remember I talked to you about 11 thematic axis, right? And within them we have these pieces that are not isolated, but they complement each other in the regional architecture and political mandates and in the general strategic plans that we start landing, right? We have the sustainable economies strategy, which is focused on bioeconomy, biodiversity, natural capital. Always in ACA, we're always we're strongly working on ancestral knowledge and working with local communities and traditional communities, indigenous peoples. Within the Amazon strategy, we have resilience, we have sovereignty, food security, and agri-food systems. And Agustin mentioned this, that this is where we land the project of the migratory catfish, right? That's where this work lands. And it's a project that has a wider approach, which is in fishing, regional management of sustainable fisheries. And a critical piece in this process is that ARCA has a political mandate of the mechanism that I was talking about, the financial mechanism. It's under construction, but it will be the financial sustainable arm of the institution in order to sustain this agenda and all of our work plans. Programs and projects of the institution as well. So this is the puzzle of bankability, or these bankable financial ecosystems that I mentioned. We must first have the political mandate, then the countries shall be working in a coordinated manner, and the territory is prioritized, right? We have strategies, we have work plans, we have the financial stakeholders identified within MACA. It's the first time that countries have contributed, approved, that the private sector relates or is linked to, is actually going to link to the organization. That had not happened before. And philanthropy is also important. There will be a special treatment because countries anonymously, everything is done in OTCA, so they need to approve all the different criteria to link all these financial stakeholders, which will cooperate in order to fund the cooperation agenda, the financial mechanisms, because they're not exclusive, right? We will also have cooperation projects through the regular funds information gathering, and also through the financial mechanisms that will fund structured projects that respond to institutional mandates. They're not mutually exclusive. Now, here we have the role of FAO. We call it the catalyzer for this ecosystem. And here is where we started with FAO, because the Amazon was already a territory that's prioritized, but we had to see where we were going to go. There are many needs in the beginning. We worked on 3 ideas and investment notes, and we've lately focused on this regional fisheries. We started working with countries on this. We started prioritizing. The components are defined. There's been technical support for countries already, and now the final political decision has to be made, and the resource mobilization, right? This project currently has a possible funding window through GEF, but it all started with this joint construction of hand in hand in the region, the priority, all the regional indicators that with FAO information was presented to countries. This is how our process has worked, and we're now at the end of the chain with this specific project, which is focused on security or safety and food security, sovereignty. It improves the quality of life of fishermen in this case, but of the population in general. We have the strengthening of the local economy and the value chain, and the idea is for us to have regional cooperation and regional governance with public policies that are concrete, that are improved for management, and also the improvement of national capacities for countries, right, for sustainable management.
Aquí tenemos del proyecto cómo el financiamiento es el resultado de todo este proceso.
We see that financing or funding is the result of all this process, and the project has to create the enabling conditions to obtain this funding, and then we can see the effects and concrete indicators of how these strategies are being implemented with activities that are not only on paper, a strategy on paper that's discussed with countries, but with specific and concrete activities and outcomes. And we'll tell you about MACA. MACA is the piece of a regional architecture to fund projects. Of course, it has all the strategic access that will be in MACA and its resource mobilization for projects along all these line of works that have a political mandate in the organization to be able to access the countries to be able to access, right? But with this regional approach and perspective, and for us to be able to different sources for funding that are public, private, the corporation, banks, the same contributions of the member countries. And for us to obtain the financial sustainability that we need so much in our organization, and also to support the implementation of project and sustainable development of the region through OCA. Sorry if I took someone's time, but anyway, that's it for me. Thank you. Big round of applause. Okay, thank you very much for sharing this experience. Basically, there are 3 points that are very clear here. First of all, you have the shared territorial vision, and I think that there's OCA and FAO partnership that has been fundamental. The second point, all the contribution of data and information to advance and the technical parts that Maximo was commenting, that this is one of the added values that FAO brings to these ecosystems with the hand-in-hand initiatives. And in the third place, what you've mentioned many times, that it's not only about promoting or funding projects, but about creating these enabling ecosystems to later promote these type of investments. So thank you very much for your talk, for your presentation. And
our second experience, I would like to invite Mr. Chombo to share with us the perspective from the Caribbean region, particularly, Sean, if you can tell us the policies, the financial mechanisms that you in the Caribbean are working with FAO in the context of the hand-in-hand initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. No, that's good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. Now we're sounding alive. Before I start, I want to thank the FAO for inviting us here from the Caribbean region to share what it is that we've been doing. The past day that I've been here, I've been getting a lot of ideas that I intend to incorporate in some of the work that we're doing. But I know we don't have a lot of time, so I'll go straight into it. Before I get into it, I think it's important we understand the context in which we're working from. And I think it's important to outline where we're coming from a food security point of view within the region, because the investment that we're talking about is to achieve food security. And the demographics and the characteristics of the region is important. One, I won't read word for word, but it's important that most of the countries within the CARICOM region are food dependent. We import over 70% of the food that we consume from other countries that are outside of the region. Approximately 3.7 million of the 7.1 million are classified as food insecure in the English and Dutch-speaking Caribbean. We're susceptible to rising food prices, food inflation, which continues to threaten the food security position of the region. And commercial loans and investment in the agri-food system is very low compared with other sectors. As we all know, it's easy to get a car loan and it's easy to get a production loan to do an agricultural enterprise. Having recognized this, our leaders said, what can we do? Because in particular, COVID and the crisis within the Middle East made us even more vulnerable. And we decided, the leaders, the presidents, the prime ministers decided that no more. We have to have a concentrated effort towards this. And from this we created what is called the 25 by 25, now +5 regional food security plan. And what it really is an effort to reduce the dependency on imports. I'm not sure what's happening. I probably pressed something, but I guess you guys can see. Good. It's a long-term agreement between civil society, the private sector, the political directorate, the producers, to reduce the food import bill. And I highlighted a section here because we're talking about investment. There's something that has been created to demonstrate the will of the region, the political will, which is called a Special Ministerial Task Force on Food Production and Food Security. And they're tasked with implementing the policy that I just spoke about, but in particular, their goal is to transform the agricultural or the agri-food system of the Caribbean into one that is resilient, provides attractive and sustainable wealth creation and opportunities for potential investors, and guarantees food and nutrition security for the region. From an early stage, we've recognized that it is investment in the food system that will take us to where we want to go as it relates to food security. It's not talk, it's not going to church every day only and pray, but it's the action, and the action will come from investment. So we have identified 6 priority action areas, but I'll only talk about one. They're listed there, and I'll just mention the one that is highlighted. And it's relevant to what it is that we're talking about today, which is the provision of alternate financing and insurance for the agricultural sector. And the action that we're looking here is, how do we de-risk the sector? How do we now attract investments? How do we have partnerships? How do we now have the type of growth, the type of investment in the rural areas, while at the same time looking at urban investment that promotes food security and puts us at a position that our population will be able to not only access food, but be able to afford nutritious food. And we set off to do a few things. We've taken some deliberate actions. One, we've had a comprehensive private sector engagement. A matter of fact, I'll admit something. This idea came out of the regional private sector grouping. It is the CARICOM private sector organization that came up with the 25 by 25 plan to reduce our food import bill and to make the region more secure as relates to food. Not the government only. The government took the plan and the governments ran with it. Now, engaging the private sector is one, but so what next? So we did an identification of regional investment projects within the region. And working with the private sector, we were able to identify 5 areas where possibly investment could take place to improve the food and nutrition security, improve agriculture, and all the spin-offs that came with it. From that, we hosted a regional investment forum that has been happening annually. We've been inviting private sector, investors, entities from across the world to look at projects that we have. We have an agreed approach through the Ministerial Task Force as to how we'll go about investment in the region. And again, we've taken a regional approach, but it's guided by a national contribution, because it does consider cross-border investments, it does consider commonalities which affects our region. And this is important given our economic similarities, our demographics, our geographical location, and just our history. We have advanced several PPP, public-private investment, across the region. Guyana in particular, Jamaica, St. Vincent, Barbados. We've been seeing investment happening in dairy, in soy and corn production, a whole host of areas. And importantly, what we're talking about now is the consultation and the collaboration that has been happening. And this is evident with the hand-in-hand initiative. For us, the hand-in-hand initiative has been what we call a blessing, because it has allowed us to put a systematic approach into how we put investment for the region. And when I put the next slide, you'll understand. Because there are areas that we didn't understand fully. Some competencies didn't exist that we're now able to fully put together. The players, the stakeholders, and everybody who were involved, we're now at a better place to understand how we can make them work. And it's the preparation that took place for the hand-in-hand that took us to this place. Now, we have just around 6 projects that we have identified under the hand-in-hand. Collectively, it's around 77 million, stretched across 6 member states. It covers irrigation, among other things. Now, we've been actively seeking and participating and engaging different funders as to how we can fund this initiative. We've been learning how it is that the international markets work. We've been also exchanging with them how it is that our systems work, what are the challenges, what are the complexities. It has brought us to a place that we have a better understanding. We're at places now where people have been following what we're doing and developing their own regional projects outside of the hand-in-hand, learning from what we have done to now creating, there's a playbook that has been developed by other UN agencies who are involved in food security that they have been floating around to entities to support. Now, there have been some encouraging signs that we're proud of. One is the outcome that we've had from the hand-in-hand initiative. I don't want to understate it. We've looked at sensitivity analysis, the MPVs, all the things we learned in school, putting them in practice for the agricultural sector, showing the importance of that. We've managed to put in place for the first time, and it's something we're particularly proud of, a regional agricultural insurance scheme called REAP. We're very proud of that. Added to that, we've had our regional bank, which is Republic Bank, put together a US 100 million investment facility for the region, for the food system. And 2, 3, or 4 as listed there, and this is entirely the work of the FAO and the sub-regional office. There has been what is called the Carib Grow investment facility. And this came out of a partnership in the FAO, 17 Asset Management, and the CARICOM region to see how we can attract investment into the food system. And I must tell you, at first when we started, we were a little nervous, but they have stuck with us, we have stuck with each other, and we now have this facility in place that the company is now floating, and they're receiving projects that they're looking to invest in for the region. So we're particularly proud of this, and we're trying to get it to ensure that it works. I think they have 2 projects that are ready to go. So we're particularly proud of this because this is where the partnership has taken us from talk to action to real money. And finally, as time is going down, we're seeing joint and national cross-border investment, as I spoke about, happening across the region. And we're seeing collectively, and I'll just give a quick example, collectively in Guyana, Belize, they're now growing corn and soy to supply the region. When I went to the savannas of Guyana, I thought I was in Argentina and Brazil, even though Brazil is next door. The amount of the technology that's being employed, the soya that's being produced, and it says a lot to the investment that we've been asking for and we're now seeing. Just to wrap up, there still remain challenges. As was mentioned yesterday, there still remains limited financial literacy, both for the producers and the lenders. We don't know each other as well. We don't understand the risk as much. And something I learned from Brazil yesterday with the climate forecasting, that is in place. We want to see how we can use that to reduce that. Transportation and logistics is a challenge. The risk profile of the region for us, because our climate vulnerability is high. And of course, there are fiscal challenges that exist for economies. Also, there's a need for us to have more specialized or targeted project or financing preparation facilities. And we a last challenge that we want to deal with has to do with targeted agricultural loans evaluation systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Let me quickly highlight 3 points of your presentation. First, the political will of the region that you mentioned to move on the transformation of agri-food system. This is key. The de-risking of the agriculture sector that you mentioned and the preparation of all that investment notes with several countries of the Caribbean. This is a clear area of collaboration between FAO and the region. And lastly, I think it's very important, and it was the same case for OTCA, the actions taken to attract investment, no? Especially the Carib Growth Fund investment, and this was value added that FAO and the Caribbean worked from the Hand in Hand initiative to the creation of these ecosystems of investment. Thank you very much for your presentation. Nos movemos ahora a la tercera presentación. Ricardo.
We will go to the next presentation. As head of the technical economic investments, will be talking to us about the work he does with FAO, particularly with the corridor Sequestra, which is more mature, and in the implementation. Ricardo, if you can tell us a little bit how we've progressed in this alliance, partnership, FAO, climate fund to create experiences in this dry corridor. Good morning.
Bueno, primero iniciar agradeciendo a la FAO.
Firstly, I would like to begin by thanking FAO for this invitation to present this initiative, but mainly for the support and the good relationships that we have achieved in the last 10 years. And it is 10 years ago when this program began, adaptar, which means to adapt to climate resilience. This is to have a program that would serve with a regional vision and a comprehensive vision, the concern that we had on the Central American dry corridor. After a great many headaches, we have already begun to implement the program with resources of the non-reimbursable green funds and the BCIE with the support of FAO, of course, as the executing body that set forth the program, and with the support of the Council of the Environment Development Ministers Commission and SICA. From the standpoint of the political, since we are the Secretariat, it is one of the components of this program. So the program is set forth by 7 countries: Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, El Salvador, and Panama. And why would we have a program with 7 countries with the complexities this brings? Because all countries in this nation, in this dry corridor, share the same problem. It is a region that undergoes food insecurity, it has rural poverty, it has ecosystem degradation, and it is integrated. So to have a solution in only one country, in only one region, is not going to be enough. It's going to be only seasonal, temporary. We need all countries involved have to be a part of this, and that's why we developed it in this manner. So, how have we been working with this?
No queríamos o no se buscaba un proyecto.
We were not seeking a project or program that would bring the solution from the bottom. We wanted to involve the territories, the land, the prioritization, of the needs, what were the needs they had, and what needs to be resolved. And that generates an adaptation plan of ecosystems and has an investment plan that provides a guideline for financing. So the identification of what is going to be served goes from the bottom up instead of up down. From the top to the bottom, I suppose. This is an environmental ecosystem which is productive and financial. There are various local players. There are infrastructure, regulatory framework at the local and at the national level. And this is where the program enters to support, providing technical assistance through FAO and financial resources through financial institutions that can serve the needs that are clearly identified in these programs. And the Secretariat of the Council of Ministers, which provides information of what is underway. The program, Adaptar, has various components, demonstrative investments with subsidies. We're going to be executing $30 million, which are going to prepare to later generate credits and financing and guarantees with a mix, which is another various amounts of fund with a guaranteed fund with $30 million. But if you can see, there is a cross path here, which is the support of technical assistant training and mainly with the development capacity building of the producers and populations where we are participating, because this is essential for the success of this program.
Okay. ¿Qué hemos aprendido? Yo aquí.
Okay, so what are the lessons learned? I would divide them in two main ones. Adaptation begins on the territory. If we don't really understand where is the pain, the solution is not going to be able to serve what is really needed. So it has to come from the bottom up. Secondly, technical assistance training is fundamental. It is as important as financing. They have to go hand in hand.
Me sobró un montón de tiempo. Pero
it looks like I have a lot of time left. In the introduction that was set forth, the economist, the head economist, we don't only require more investment, but better investment. And that's the issue. To have resources and to reach our nations is not so difficult. The resources are available. What's at the core here is that we need to prepare the land to absorb those resources, take advantage of them, and to ensure that those solutions are sustainable. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ricardo. Destacar nuevamente un poco lo.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. I'd like to briefly highlight what you mentioned. In Cacaya, we have an experience with more years with funding, and it's quite mature in terms of implementation. We're already progressing in the dry corridor with this binomial that you mentioned, very important binomial of technical assistance and financial products built upwards, right? And with a quite mature scheme of governance and financial resources mobilized based on the work that FAO did in the dry corridor and the initiative hand in hand. Finally, as a fourth experience, we'll go to CAF. Freddy Puentes, the main executive of CAF, will introduce or tell us about CAF's experience and how they're building the financial ecosystem with the private sector. And if you could mention the partnership or areas for collaboration you see with FAO and CAF under the hand-in-hand initiative. Sure. Okay, yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, FAO, for considering us and inviting us to this important event. We know that there are many stakeholders here in the region that work on agriculture. My name is Freddy Puentes. I'm enrolled in the vice presidency in the private sector in CAF, and my presentation will be broken down into two parts. The first one is how do we address from the department where I'm enrolled, which is the Department for Financial Development, the different credit operations. In the second part, I'll comment about some operations. And let's begin. In the vice presidency of the private sector, we group our credit operations into two large groups. We have direct loans to care for corporate clients, project finance, and also equity investment. And the other large group we have is indirect loans. In these indirect loans, we cover many companies from microfinancial, small and medium companies, and also corporate clients. The products that we use for indirect credit include lines of credit that work like a common credit card. We have an amount that's approved. You use it, you approve, you pay it, and then you have the amount available again. Then we have direct loans, which different from the credit lines are operations that have a determined term, right? A specific term, and when the operation ends, you need to request a new loan, and then a new due diligence of the client must be created. Now, we also offer partial guarantees, and we have a defined commercial strategy, which we commission through these two large credit types. We care for small and medium companies and also micro companies and corporate clients. And in terms of funding for green business, working capital, investment capital, and all these social mortgage loans that are social and sustainable. Now, our credit operations have two very important components. One is the financial component, which are the loans, and the other one is technical cooperations, which are most non-reimbursable, and they make our credit operations fully support the institutions we're caring for. We have resources in order to strengthen the institution's capacities in case they have anything to improve. For example, in the corporate government, we've got some specialists that can help us with that, and we can do targeted interventions with recommendations. And then if we want to develop something, a financial product that's specific, we have consultants for this purpose too.
Y bueno, como les comenté, voy a mencionar rápidamente un par de operaciones que
I'm going to mention some operations that we recently approved. The first one is this entity that's called LAAD. It's got more than 50 years of successful trajectory with equity support from many companies and banks that have quite an extensive experience in the agricultural sector, and that they've placed all their knowledge there in this institution for it to later be conveyed to the end customer, which is the producer. This entity is responsible for developing and financing projects that are sustainable in the world of business in Latin America and the Caribbean. They have presence in 17 countries. It makes a lot of sense to create partnership with them because through them, we're able to reach many customers that we couldn't otherwise. They promote food security, productivity, rural employment, and of course, the protection for the environment. There are many important things. And why are we, because we're creating this partnership with LAC, but what's important for us is that our operations are able to extend and they're able to reach the target population we want to fund. In order to do so, we have to reach through financial institutions. CAF has 24 countries that's geared to action. We have offices and branches in 15 different countries, but it's just 800 employees. So we don't have that much power to reach the quality of the clients we care for nowadays. So this is how important the capillarity is that we do through partnership. And lastly, I'd like to mention that the efforts of this operation are to fund small and medium companies that are led by our own, by women, which is very important for us. And also we fund projects that are agro-industrial. There's much we can do through this institution. And the idea is for everything to have a sustainable focus. It's worth noting here that all of our operations have a set of development contributing indicators, right, which have been internally defined by CAF. And it's how we measure the impact of all of our operations. That's how we measure success of how we're contributing to the development of the countries where we have our operations. For this operation, we define these 4 indicators, right? Nevertheless, we do have 6 indicators for infrastructure and energy projects, etc., health. I have 2 more operations, but I need to stay in time. But I'll mention the one on the left. It's the Pymes Verdes LAC program for SMEs. We commissioned this program with GCF. It's a program that we were able to implement in 4 different countries, Chile, Ecuador, Panama, and Peru. And we've chosen 2 to 4 financial institutions in these countries to which we will implement that program. The aim of the program is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through technologies that are energy efficient, that include renewable energy, and of course have a good land use. And this is a technical cooperation component. It's for the intermediary financial institutions and also for the end clients. And all of this is here to assist the credit officials in the identification of green business and energy efficiency operations, but there are different options, but the most common one is that they could maybe develop a green product in their operations. This is it for me, and thank you very much. Thank you very much, Freddy, for sharing these CAF, LAD, and Green SMEs programs. I think that they're platforms that are quite functional. They adjust much to what the hand-in-hand initiative was looking for, right, to create ecosystems and projects that we can fund. I think that with CAF, there's a significant area for collaboration there for the future, right? So thank you to all the panel members. And we will now have 15 minutes for Q&A. I'm going to first summarize some of the key messages that we can obtain from the presentations. The first one, it was mentioned that investment itself is not enough. We need not only more investment, but better investment, right? And I'd like to note here that this better investment must be accompanied by territorial planning, better institutional capacities, engagement of local stakeholders, the vision of shared development, both in the regional experiences we saw in the Amazon with ODCA and the Dry Corridor, which is an initiative that's quite advanced in implementation, and the perspectives presented from the Caribbean also aim for the creation of those financial ecosystems to promote the transformation of agri-food systems. Now, the second clear message here is that the Hand-in-Hand initiative has proven that it's possible to build bridges between priority development and funding instrument. We've done it with PESIA, and we're aiming to do this with the GEF Amazon in the Amazon, and with the ORCA financing mechanisms. In the Caribbean, we built the entire portfolio with many of the countries, so we're also progressing there. And the third message is the outstanding challenges. Freddie showed us a bit about how in the financial institution they're using financing strategies to bring the private sector in. And I think that FAO with an initiative can fulfill a critical role there. And looking towards the future, I think that the main topic that emerges in all these presentations is that the construction of an investment ecosystem for rural transformation requires advancing and moving from project and isolated initiatives to being a platform that's able of collecting data from territories, governments, development banks, the private sector, and international cooperation. And that's where FAO represents this hand-in-hand initiative as a service, right, to build these ecosystems. So there's a work agenda that's quite defined for us in FAO, and we need to continue advancing in building those bridges between investment opportunities in territories that have, or land that have potential, but that there are development gaps that are quite significant with financial institutions, with governments, with the private sector, and with the international cooperation. Thank you very much to the four speakers. And now I'd like to open the floor for questions, comments. We have a first intervention from Marcos Rodriguez. Let me introduce him. He's an officer from FAO Colombia, and we're working on something that can be quite adjusted to the experiences that we're presenting. So could you tell us about the experience of FAO Colombia, CITEFAM, and the construction of the access to funding for farmer organizations? And then we'll open the floor for more questions. Thank you. Well, thank you, Agustin, and congratulations to all the panel members. Yes, I want to share that we've initiated this year a law, the CIFAM, that's a global fund directed to fund the transformation of agri-food systems. And in Colombia, this strategy has focused on supporting or helping to deal with the inclusion barriers towards the financial system of small producers and other stakeholders of the agri-food chain. This is directed by the resident coordinator. It's 4 UN agencies that participate in this FAO as a leader agency, the Global Food Program, ECLAC, and FIDA. It's a facility that during 2 years of work, what it will do, what it will commission is a permanent dialogue with the financial system that's developing actions in agriculture, specifically in Colombia. We have the National Commission for Agricultural Credit, Agricultural Livestock Credit, and it's quite aligned to everything we've talked about these days, right? Helping combine financial instruments and financing strategies, which are under the umbrella of a better understanding of the needs and territories. We must exit the specific funding for stakeholders. That we have to think about common funding around the agri-food or the food systems, right? And the other hand side, we have technical support that's permanent towards stakeholders, organizations, anchor companies and territories too. And this technical financial dimension, inclusion and financial education, for there to be a better synergy between the supply and demand of their schemes. Now, to date, we have identified more than 60 stakeholders and financial mechanisms that are acting, maybe not fully articulated, but there's an opportunity there for this platform to connect guarantees, insurances, impact funds, non-reimbursable resources of governments, and we're working on assembling that ecosystem from the funding that already exists. But we must also talk about redesigns that allow those organizations that are not currently participating of the financial system, systematically in the financial system, just to see which new requirements, guarantees, or support can be proposed, right, which is quite productive for that strategy. And we're going to advance in two ecosystems. One is a common bet in a territory for productive reconversion towards sustainable livestock industry. And the idea is not to only fund producers' organizations, but to fund agri-food chains in the territory and the public territorial entities that proposes the same. And we must also have a territory that advances towards productive diversification. So the discussion with the financial system is currently to see how we can make those instruments more flexible and combine them for there to be for that to happen, right? And it's quite aligned with what we saw in the dry corridors. So that's another model of the making up of ecosystems. In this case, is led by many agencies. So yes, thank you very much, Marco, for sharing this experience with us. It's related to this mantra we have in this session with the financing ecosystems, or the project funding ecosystems, right? In this case, it's a bit more focused on cooperation between UN agencies, but anyway, it's aligned to the strategy, to the challenges that were presented in the hand-in-hand regional experiences. I've got two questions. Daniel? Thank you. Good morning. I'm Daniel from Vox Capital from Brazil. A question for Freddie, please. We're talking much about the de-risking mechanisms, investments, and you were commenting about the credit strategy, CAP's credit strategy, but I'd like to know, do you not have a strategy with the companies that are supporting? Do you have an equity strategy? Because it's also a de-risking mechanism that is quite interesting. Yes, of course. It was mentioned during the presentation. We also do equity investment companies. And of course, we do assessments before this. So yes, we have a de-risking strategy for companies and corporate clients in terms of guarantees and also direct credits. Thank you very much, Freddie and Daniel, for the question. I do have two more interventions. Andres? And here. First. Yes, thank you, Agustin. I think that I have to give three messages that are aligned with this panel, and it's a pleasure to hear from all your experiences. The first one is for the attendees, right? I'd like to tell you how we've been working regionally the last 4 or 5 years, hand in hand, in the region has been able to consolidate 85 investment cases like the ones that were presented here at a country and sub-regional level. Those cases are prioritized in value chains, specifically agricultural ones, but we've started to innovate around productive infrastructure, projects like the dry corridor about adaptation, basin management. We have agro-industrial processing centers and many mechanisms where FAO can work at a national level. We were talking with Kate from the Global Bank yesterday, and we believe that there's an important opportunity here because we're in 16 countries and 3 sub-regions, and we must match all these cases we have with regionally with what the countries have, the private sector banks, etc. We believe that all that is critical. It's a pleasure to hear the case of Edith, for example, because 2 years ago in the Guyana conference, we started dreaming about this in a conversation that you had with Maximo, Luis, Saniram, different stakeholders, and Agustin was there too. And it's a pleasure to see that, despite the fact that it takes time, the creation of cases within the framework of the initiative can bear fruits, specifically in the climate financing funds, right, for climate funding. So I'd close with one message related with the conversations we have with the banks. The hand-in-hand initiatives do help us solve some bottlenecks, and we saw in this case, right, like CARICOM, BCA, OTCA. We have a great potential as a regional organization, as the regional offices of solving bottlenecks, specifically in topics that are critical for territories that share same problem. The Amazon, it could be deforestation, and the dry corridor, we have desertification, basin management, adaptation. The Caribbean, we have problems with climate change and irrigation. And the fact that you see an FAO, a stakeholder that helps you solve these bottlenecks and that helps you create these cases, and that can help in structuring through the investment center and all the office, and the fact that you see us as a stakeholder that helps do the financial de-risking, it helps, yes, for initiatives like hand in hand. Okay, thank you very much, Andres, for sharing these ideas. Now, here, please, and then World Bank, and then we will conclude our interventions. Hi. Quite pleased with the experiences that you'll be able to share with us. I wanted to
how do you improve public and private and corporation investments in your country, and how much investment can be done percentually? I would like to know, in order to increase what Bolivia can do in order to go to the hand-in-hand way.
Let me see if I got your question correct. You wanted to know the total amount of investment that is available? All right, what we did originally, as I said in presentation, we looked at the system, the whole ecosystem, and we identified just around $1.5 billion worth of investment. And we took that from just the food import bill, where we can create new industries. We analyze from the import data, the trade data, and look what it is that we could invest in, produce, and compete with. So we identified just around 1.5 billion. But not only the end product, we looked at the support system around it. So for practical sense, let's say we want to do strawberries. I mean, growing the strawberry is one thing, but the ecosystems around it to allow you to do that, whether it's storage facility, whether it's irrigation, whether it's training opportunities, whether it's equipment that needs to be procured or invested in. So we did that with the private sector and the countries as to where the possible areas are. So we identified just around 1.5 billion US worth of investment. I can share that with you as to how we went about it. So that's available, I can share with you. So it was quite a comprehensive process, and we use actual data. So it wasn't a pie in the sky, want of a better word. We use the actual HS codes and look what was being imported, what the deficits were, and what the demand looked like. And that's how we were able to identify that.
Thank you very much for being here and share all the information.
Pasamos Katie, Banco Mundial, y luego José allí.
Okay, let's go to Kate in the World Bank, and then José, and then we'll close with the panel. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to all the panel members for sharing their experiences here in the Global Bank. We're increasingly trying to work close with the Hand-in-Hand Initiative. And my question for you is, how can we improve planning? Because, and this is especially for, I think, particularly for the FAO colleagues, but also the regional organizations and governments, because in the World Bank, we've got resources. We're always looking for programs. And in the Hand-in-Hand Initiative, it's got planning, right? And it's about how to do a better match and planning early, a bit earlier, instead of finding each other during the process. We must know that. Well, anyway, my question for you is, how do you think we can improve planning in the side of multilateral banks and governments with the Hand-in-Hand Initiative? Thank you.
¿Quién quiere responder? Yo tengo algunas cosas para
Does
decir.
anyone want to respond? I do have some things to say as FAO, but Pipe can also contribute. But in the regional organizations, does anyone want to answer this?
Gracias, Katie, por la pertinente
Thank you very much, Katie, for that relevant question. Yesterday in a meeting, we were actually talking about this with GF.
Hay un tema de, primero, sentarse
First of all, we must sit down, all the stakeholders that are working in territories, and talk, right? Because it's hard. Last year, we conducted a first exercise where FAO participated in OTCA, and everyone, the cooperative members, they looked at it great because everyone's doing their own things, and everyone does the same. So the World Bank, they tried, and during a process that's not easy, they tried to have a tool, and I think that there's quite significant connection there because FAO has data, hard data that is very important, of where territories have a significant potential for investment, but it's also important to see who is in that territory and doing what, right? Based on cooperation, I believe that it's not easy to have that tool, but there's first effort made, right? And we can cross this information in order not to have a territory where we have 50 projects about deforestation. You could have 50 projects on deforestation, but you have nothing on health, right? And in a country, you could have a country with a high investment and another country where you have, of course, the interventions in countries have to be differentiated, but they have to somehow, for example, in the OTCA's agenda, there has to be a balance in terms of themes and countries. Of course, it's not the same. Brazil's coverage or needs is not, of course, it will not be the same as Suriname, right? But they need to have this balance. They need to balance out the schemes and the themes and investments in projects. So I think that that's what we must do, right? Sit down together, discuss who is doing what they're working on, and to plan well, to have different monitoring and update tools, because the truth, the realities, they start changing. And what we did 5 years ago, so pre-pandemic, what we monitored back then is a different reality now. So one of those tools you're creating, that you've initiated that very well, and I think that we could strengthen this with all the information that Hand in Hand has raised, which is quite valuable data. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. I think that's an interesting question and comment, because one of the things that we have done in the Caribbean is every year we have what we call a partners forum. So we invite everybody who is in the space, and we share what our long-term objective and activities are, and also annual objective. And we also ask the partners, there's an electronic system that we have. It's really an Excel sheet that we ask them to input what it is that they're doing and the projects that they're doing across the region. And we share it with each other. We encourage persons to see where there are synergies to get involved. And I think you and I were talking earlier, and this is where we tried to do I know you'll talk about it, so I'll not get too much into it. Try to do a regional approach to the AgriConnect that the World Bank has. Because just to use your case, the World Bank presented the AgriConnect to the Ministers of Agriculture that I mentioned earlier. And it says, hey, this fits directly into what we're doing. Let us see how we can have that synergetic approach. So the approach is general. So if you go to Member State A, the approach will be the same as Member State B. The details might be a little bit different, but that's how we try to do it. As we start, we have that discussion. This is what we're doing annually. This is what long-term vision looks like. This is how you can play a role, or how we can play a role, vice versa. So that's something that we do annually under the program. And again, it's led by the ministers. It's not us, the technocrats, doing it only. So it's a quite involved process.
Thank you, John. Para responder, Katie, por favor, le paso la palabra a Andrés, por favor.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. And I'd like to give the floor to Andrés now. Yes, I'd like to say 2 or 3 specific ideas. The first one is that Hand in Hand is an initiative that's led by countries for regional cases. That's why we have the instances of integration, which are so important. In integration cases, we work with SICA, OTCA, and CARICOM, which mandate our work. They order it at a regional level, but in countries it's government, right? And in that triplet of FAO, banks, and governments, there's an opportunity of creating or harmonizing everything, what you're doing in Peru with bioeconomy, the agenda that you're driving with the work you do with Gerda, Erica, in Peru, in Ecuador regarding the agro-industrial policies. I also can think about the family agriculture topics in Bolivia. There are many there's much openness to do this in Colombia, and I think that it's a strong process, and I think that we must triplet to create that triplet, right? And then create a match of what we can do in hand, and the present and future operations that you can have. And there's a second step that I would like to connect with the second idea, which is to connect with the private sector and to make up a network of stakeholders that is quite strong. It's something, the work that we want to drive from here is how do we have a second step here to how do we leap, right, to see the private sector. Well, in AgroConnect, we will invite them to talk with IFC along those lines, and we have to provide those national sub-regional articulations. The office, the country offices and FAOs are pleased to share the mandate with you and create those links between the bank, the private sector, and us. That's part of the mandate that we've received in the conference, the drive that Renee is giving to this regional agenda, and just count on us. That's the last thing I want to say, because we must match everything to avoid inefficiencies and processes that you already have. And I think that that's setting the 2 agendas, right? Agro-industrial topic in Ecuador and the bioeconomy in Peru is something, there are 2 concrete examples of seizing everything, that the regional presence that you have in Latin America and the Caribbean. Okay, thank you very much, Andres. And I think that we are quite aligned here with many countries. In the case of Colombia, I'd just like to comment that with the financial institutions, CAF, IDB, and the World Bank, based on the presentation of investment notes and one that was specific on the modernization of ports in Tumaco, we've created these ecosystems and we've aligned the stakeholders of it, right? Corporations, the private sector, banks, governments. As Andres was just commenting, they're the ones that lead the Hand in Hand initiative, and there's an added value there which is quite clear. There's clear work there and efficiency and resource mobilization. And to finalize, to conclude our plan, I'd like to leave you with Jose. I want to know, and the same Q&A panel. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you very much. It's very interesting to hear from you and your experiences, but I'd like to know if in those experiences, the local NGOs have played a role, and what should be the role of the local NGOs, of accelerators and or technical and company strengthening, etc. Do you see a role there? Yes, maybe from based on our experience, it's an entire ecosystem.
NGOs have a very important presence. As Edith mentioned, they're probably already working on certain topics. It's very important to map them and include them to ensure that we do not repeat, but rather complement. Well, thank you very much to all. This was a panel that generated a great deal of interaction with the public at large here. Thank you all panelists for accepting to be here and for telling us your experiences. Thank you very much. A warm hand to everyone. Thank you. Colleagues, before you leave, please, we're going to take a photograph. I hope you liked this panel. It was very relevant to talk about hand in hand.
Algunos mensajes y algunas cosas
I
que
would like to
tendremos de
mention
manera
certain
profesional.
messages that we're going to have at the official level, but the question Kate said is very pertinent. Not only World Bank FAO, but in a clearer manner, how can we, from each one of our sectors, to start collaborating more and better? This has to do with communications. It has to do with having more intimacy to sharing, more information, to having more frequency, with the support by Mr. René, who is going to give us a speech later. How can we have systematically being sharing this information and avoiding duplications so that all the tasks that we're carrying out has more effect from the pilot to a more channel system? With that, we're going to end our third thematic topic. We will be back in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
El corredor seco y las zonas áridas de los países del Sistema de la Integración Centroamericana SICA cubren el 34% del total de su territorio y en sus áreas rurales viven más de 21 millones de personas. Más del 20% de las personas empleadas se dedican a la agricultura y en su mayoría son pequeños productores y productoras que aportan para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de sus países. El corredor seco y las zonas áridas enfrentan una alta vulnerabilidad ante los riesgos asociados al cambio climático, que afectan a la región en épocas clave para la agricultura. Como consecuencia de estas afectaciones, los países del SICA han registrado en los últimos años un fenómeno de migración aún más intenso que se traduce en alrededor de 5 millones de migrantes procedentes de esta región solo en Estados Unidos. Ante esta realidad, los países y el sistema SICA, con apoyo técnico de la FAO, impulsan la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, construyendo resiliencia en el corredor seco y zonas áridas. La iniciativa se impulsa con la contribución financiera de la Banca Multilateral para el Desarrollo, fondos climáticos, agencias de cooperación, organismos de Naciones Unidas y recursos públicos nacionales. La iniciativa Mano de la región SICA se encuentra movilizando inversiones en 5 grandes temas. Primero, el mapeo digital de suelos, que con el financiamiento de los Estados Unidos de América, ha permitido en Honduras y Guatemala contar con mapas de fertilidad, propiedades química y física de los suelos para mejorar la producción agrícola de estos países. Y ahora, por medio del Consejo Agropecuario Centroamericano, se ampliará este mapeo para todos los países del sistema SICA. Segundo, la zonificación agrícola del riesgo climático, que con apoyo del gobierno de Brasil y Embrapa ha contribuido a identificar periodos de siembra óptimas para cultivos sensibles en el corredor seco y para la seguridad alimentaria de las familias, lo que a su vez creará las bases para la mitigación del riesgo agrícola y facilitará la ampliación del financiamiento y seguro agrícola rural. Tercero, soluciones hídricas integrales, donde se ha sistematizado y estimado los costos y adaptado varias tecnologías de soluciones hídricas que van desde la escala de consumo humano hasta cultivos comerciales, donde estas tecnologías se han vuelto prioridad para los países en sus acuerdos de cooperación de notas de inversión junto a instituciones financieras. Estos estudios también están disponibles para la plataforma de cooperación del G20 en el eje sobre la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional. Cuarto, las MIPYMES y ecosistemas digitales. Con el liderazgo del SEMPRO-MIPE-SICA y el financiamiento de la Unión Europea, se ha apoyado a más de 600 MIPYMES en el corredor seco, con el objetivo de generar empleo y reducir la migración forzada. Esta experiencia también está presente en las diversas propuestas de inversiones mano de la mano a nivel nacional junto a las instituciones financieras. Y finalmente, sobre el fortalecimiento de los institutos nacionales de investigación agropecuaria de los países SICA. se ha identificado tecnologías para la convivencia con la sequía y zonas áridas, para el aumento de la producción en el corredor seco, habiéndose posicionado en la agenda de los países y el mundo de la cooperación. La iniciativa Mano de la Mano también está presente con notas de inversiones específicas en los países de la región. Y en el caso de la propuesta del corredor seco resiliente, se abarca a todos los países, creando las condiciones para atraer inversión público-privada hacia un territorio con prosperidad y oportunidades, por una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una mejor vida en la región del SICA.
Hola, buen día. Mariana, ¿nos escucha? Sí. Perfecto. Hola Mariana, un gusto. Pablo Morales por acá, el equipo técnico. Solo para hacer rápido, ¿me escucho bien? ¿La vemos bien?
¿Será que ensayo o proyectar yo la presentación?
Sí, justamente eso le iba a pedir. Si puede compartir su presentación.
Porque yo no soy las things of share.
Share, y hay una parte que dice como las ventanas abajo, no el entero screen, sino abajo como la aplicación, y ahí busca la
Application Windows.
Ajá, y busca la aplicación. Exacto.
Entonces debería empezar así.
Perfecto, está cargando. Eso, vamos a...
Estoy sin más.
Ajá, denme un segundito para probar acá algo. Perfecto. Ahí estamos. Sí, ahí estamos.
Listo, pero necesito poner stop. Después hago lo mismo, ¿cierto?
Y después stop sharing, exactamente.
Exacto, para cuando me den la palabra, pues lo hago.
Exactamente. Estamos.
Y si yo proyecto, lo voy a volver a hacer porque si yo proyecto también me sale content only or as a background o side by side, o sea que me vea yo. Me da esas opciones acá al lado.
Sí.
¿Así?
A ver.
Así. Está muy bueno.
Dele presentar. Porque ahora no está presentando. Dele otra vez.
Es que yo no lo había visto.
Bolivia,
Así.
a mega-diverse
Hay
country
otro que
where
yo estoy
cultural,
al lado.
natural, and food heritage come together to create socioeconomic opportunities
No,
for thousands of families
no es necesario
living
porque
across
acá la vamos a
22
pasar en grande
ecosystems
en una
of
pantalla
global importance.
y en otra la
The Hand-in-Hand initiative in Bolivia seeks to
Está muy
share
buena esa
with the
función.
world this diversity of
Conocía.
products that are harnessed in
Listo,
harmony
muchas
with Mother
gracias.
Gracias a usted.
In the Andes, at more than 4,900 meters above sea level, llamas and alpacas provide high-quality fiber and meat with great potential for industrialization and export. Management plans for wild camelids, such as vicuñas, make the sustainably harvest of one of the finest and most coveted fibers in the world possible, used to craft exclusive garments.
Sí, está conectado.
Buenos días.
Descending into the Amazon at altitudes ranging from 100 to 1,000 meters above sea level,
Listo.
the
¿Quiere probar su
forests yield
presentación?
fruits of exceptional nutritional value. Asas,
Perfecto. Si podemos
Brazil
probar
nuts,
rápidamente.
and royal palm are gathered from wild varieties through a model of integrated
El
and
share
sustainable
y
forest management.
en vez del enter
The
screen,
unique flavor
como
of
en
Bolivia's
las
wild cacao
aplicaciones
has
Windows,
earned recognition and acceptance
es-
in demanding international
Ajá, modo
markets.
PPT, modo presentación.
Bolivia invites the world to invest in safeguarding
Ok,
this food
ajá, denme un
heritage,
segundito para pasarlo acá en
specialty
grande para
products of the highest
probar
quality,
algo.
with an invaluable cultural identity.
Perfecto, ahí estamos, ok.
Ok.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias.
Gracias. Hasta luego.
Hasta luego.
corazón de Centroamérica. Una tierra de volcanes, tradición y esperanza. El Salvador presenta una oportunidad estratégica, la inversión en su histórica caficultura, con la iniciativa Mano de la Mano. Más de 20.000 salvadoreñas y salvadoreños en zonas rurales serán directamente beneficiadas. Sus vidas, sus familias, sus comunidades, fortalecidas a través del café. Porque aquí la tierra es fértil, el clima tropical y la altitud perfecta. Condiciones óptimas para producir café arábica de alta calidad, desde la finca hasta tu taza. El café salvadoreño transforma, genera valor y abre las puertas a mercados internacionales de alto impacto. Y lo mejor de todo, en armonía con la naturaleza y con su gente, una inversión para las regiones cafetaleras del país. Entre aves, lagunas y montañas nace un modelo que integra conservación, energía renovable e innovación rural. Porque esta inversión no es solo agrícola, es humana, es inclusiva, es sostenible, identificada con el apoyo técnico de la FAO y su iniciativa Mano de la Mano, como parte de una estrategia nacional para crecer con igualdad y con visión de futuro.
Para el gobierno de Guatemala, identificar oportunidades de innovación e inversión es indispensable para impulsar políticas públicas que transformen los sistemas agroalimentarios, aumenten los ingresos y refuercen la resiliencia al cambio climático, promoviendo la competitividad en los territorios rurales. A través de la iniciativa Hand in Hand, la FAO apoya al gobierno para impulsar inversiones estratégicas vinculadas a la Política Nacional de Riego 2024-2033 y al programa Rutas del Desarrollo, a través de notas de inversión y utilizando la herramienta de tipología de microrregiones integrada al Sistema Nacional de Inversión Pública, que permite identificar territorios prioritarios, visualizando su potencial económico, ambiental y social. La Política Nacional de Riego beneficiará a pequeños y medianos productores, principalmente del corredor seco ampliado y la zona norte del país. Se estima que se generarán ingresos netos anuales de entre $1.800 y $11.654 por hectárea, dependiendo el tipo de cultivo irrigado. El programa Rutas del Desarrollo busca fortalecer el progreso integral en el país a través de una infraestructura vial mejorada para facilitar la conectividad, el acceso a servicios esenciales y el desarrollo económico. Contempla la rehabilitación de 4.820 kilómetros de caminos rurales y prioriza la inversión en territorios con oportunidades de desarrollo agrícola. El primer territorio priorizado por este programa es Cobán Alta Verapaz, donde además se promueve el fortalecimiento de las cadenas de valor de café, cacao y cardamomo a través de 4 oportunidades. Infraestructura habilitante para el desarrollo, fomento agroproductivo inclusivo y resiliente, desarrollo agroindustrial y comercialización, gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales. El gobierno de Guatemala se compromete con el desarrollo sostenible, equitativo y resiliente, a través de un modelo que promueve una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición y un mejor medio ambiente para una vida mejor, mientras impulsa sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With up to 70 countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously, By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the Hand in Hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritize interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritization of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example. Hand in Hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand in Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organizations, civil society, and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding, to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand in Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand in Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh, the Hand in Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access Hand in Hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policy making, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand in Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind.
Mexico ranks among the 15 largest economies in the world, a dynamic country driving strategic sectors from food production to the aerospace industry, a megadiverse nation, home to 12% of the planet's species and 9 of the 11 terrestrial ecosystems. This abundance is reflected in the wide variety of crops and production systems developed across its territories and communities, which sustain its agri-food strength and position it as the 11th global producer and 7th exporter, with a strong presence in national and international markets through an extensive network of trade agreements. Warehouses, wholesale distribution centers, highways, and ports are part of a robust infrastructure enabled by the human capital that ensures its operation and effectiveness. Today, Mexico offers strategic investment opportunities, identified using the hand-in-hand initiative's innovative tools and analysis, and in line with government priorities in agri-food investments. Advancing firmly toward food sovereignty, policies have been implemented to guarantee equitable access to food, contributing to poverty reduction. Climate change and the need for equitable access to food represent growing challenges, requiring the strengthening of agri-food systems and the harnessing of potential in key regions, such as the center and the south-southeast of the country. To achieve this, Mexico promotes investor participation in projects linked to the National Food Sovereignty Strategy, offering opportunities across 4 strategic value chains: maize, beans, rice, and milk, while also driving infrastructure, plant nutrition, and high-quality seeds adapted to each region. With the support of the FAO and the Hand-in-Hand initiative, efforts are complemented to strengthen these investments and generate a positive socioeconomic impact. Join this new stage, and together let us drive the agri-food transformation of Mexico and the opening of new opportunities for sustainable investment.
The small island developing states, STIDs, of the Caribbean have immense opportunities for achieving sustainable development that will enable them to advance in eradicating hunger and poverty in rural areas. The islands and coastal regions not only attract thousands of tourists with their unmatched beaches, natural wealth, gastronomy, and cultural heritage, but they are also surrounded by tropical forests and coastal ecosystems that host endemic flora and fauna. However, the effects of climate change, particularly drought and water scarcity, are significantly impacting this natural environment, especially the quality of crops and the income generation of producers. In Barbados, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, farmers are increasingly concerned about changes in precipitation patterns, watershed degradation, and declining food production. It is crucial to find solutions that promote sustainable production. This is why the FAO and the Caribbean Community CARICOM are working to launch a regional initiative that, in its first phase, aims to increase income and job generation and contribute to reducing inequalities in these 3 countries, where agriculture represents approximately 15% of employment and contributes nearly 6% to the total gross domestic product. Through the use of geospatial, biophysical, and socioeconomic data, along with advanced analysis provided by the FAO's Global Hand-in-Hand initiative, investment opportunities have been identified to promote the implementation of digital irrigation systems that improve efficiency, sustainability, and productivity in areas with high agricultural potential. To implement these proposals, FAO and CARICOM will collaborate with all stakeholders interested in supporting the development of small producers in the Caribbean. Together, it is possible to advance towards a region with more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, providing better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all, leaving no one behind.
Colombia huele a frutas, a mar, a montañas, a café recién hecho y a cacao. Es el segundo país más biodiverso del planeta. Guarda una enorme riqueza natural y cultural. Con más de 40 millones de hectáreas cultivables y múltiples pisos térmicos, Colombia es tierra fértil para el desarrollo y es aquí donde florecen 2 proyectos que están transformando las vidas y contribuyen a la paz territorial. Uno alrededor del café en el departamento del Cauca y otro con el cacao en el departamento del Huila. El Cauca, territorio de montañas, valles y pueblos diversos, es el 4º productor de café del país. Allí, el café es legado y motor de paz. Con el proyecto Fortalecimiento de la Calidad, la sostenibilidad de la cadena de valor del café y el turismo rural en el Cauca, 36.000 familias verán renovadas sus esperanzas. 12.000 hectáreas de café serán mejoradas y nacerá la Escuela del Café del Cauca. A 500 kilómetros en las montañas del Huila, más de 4.000 familias líderes rurales siembran una nueva esperanza con el cacao. La iniciativa La Agroindustria del Cacao, una opción sostenible y rentable para el bienestar del Huila, renovará 1.800 hectáreas y sembrará 500 nuevas, duplicando la productividad del departamento. Con el apoyo de la FAO y aliados estratégicos, se construirá un modelo agroindustrial que apuesta por la innovación, la economía circular, la baja huella de carbono y la inclusión social. En 2024, Colombia exportó más de $265 millones en cacao y sigue ampliando su mercado en Europa y Asia. Además, con certificaciones internacionales y el impulso al turismo científico, las rutas del cacao reconectan con las raíces y dignifican la labor del productor. Todo esto es posible gracias a la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, que promueve la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios, la reducción de la pobreza y el cierre de brechas. Desde el Cauca y el Huila, Colombia exporta futuro.
El Perú es un territorio de oportunidades, donde tradición y futuro se unen en cadenas de valor únicas. Desde los Andes hasta la Amazonía, nuestros productores cultivan y transforman lo mejor de nuestra agrobiodiversidad.
No solo produzco la fibra de alpaca, también produzco la carne de alpaca más sano, con 0 colesterol para los mercados. Y así mismo tengo economía para mi sustento de mi familia y para la comunidad.
En los Andes, granos como la quinoa, kiwicha o cañigua son superalimentos que nutren al mundo y conservan nuestra biodiversidad.
No solo es que vemos una semilla, un producto, sino es una manera de conservar nuestra vida. Una vida propia que caracteriza de muchos lugares diferentes culturas, y quienes actualmente la están manteniendo son en los pequeños rincones de nuestro país.
En la Amazonía, frutos como el copoazú, la castaña y el acaí impulsan la bioeconomía, restaurando suelos y generando ingresos sostenibles.
Nosotros como agricultores nos sentimos orgullosos. ¿Por qué? Porque acá en la selva hay mucha riqueza, ¿no? Tenemos muchos productos que sembrar, ¿no? Naturales también dentro de la comunidad, dentro de nuestra tierra, ¿no?
Gracias a las metodologías y herramientas geoespaciales avanzadas de la iniciativa Hand in Hand, el Perú ha identificado oportunidades de inversión estratégicas con impacto social, económico y ambiental en estas 3 cadenas de valor.
Ponle punche y ganamos todos, Perú.
Gobierno del Perú.
Olá a todos e todas. Mi nombre es Luis Bedunski, soy el oficial principal de políticas en desarrollo rural en la Oficina Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe. Y hoy les voy a hablar sobre la iniciativa Mano de la Mano. Nuestro equipo trabaja para promover una vida mejor para todos y todas y se articula en torno a 3 prioridades estratégicas. 1. Impulsar el desarrollo económico y combatir las desigualdades de las poblaciones en situaciones de vulnerabilidad. 2. Fortalecer la resiliencia en los territorios rurales y en los sistemas agroalimentarios, con énfasis en la acción anticipatoria y en los mecanismos de gestión de riesgo de desastres. 3. Acelerar la inversión y la cooperación a través de mecanismos innovadores que promuevan el desarrollo territorial sostenible. Mano de la Mano es una iniciativa global de la FAO que comenzó en 2019 para impulsar essa 3ª prioridade que les mencionava. Su objetivo es muy claro: identificar las áreas donde las políticas y las inversiones en el sector agroalimentario puedan generar mayor impacto económico y social para las poblaciones con altos niveles de pobreza que dependen de esas actividades. Para eso, la planificación estratégica de inversiones es clave. Detectar oportunidades, movilizar recursos e assegurar que as inversões produzcam benefícios tangíveis e sosteníveis em las comunidades. Para hacerlo, usamos informação geoespacial, biofísica e socioeconômica que nos ajudam a localizar territórios com maior potencial em agricultura e também em outras atividades como ganaderia, aquicultura, pesca ou turismo. Elaboramos, junto a los países, estratégias de inversión a la medida, Cada território é único. Com um enfoque territorial, promovemos soluções adaptadas a los cuellos de botella que impidem materializar seu potencial, desde sistemas de riego em zonas áridas hasta melhor acesso a mercados para a agricultura familiar. Ponemos el acento em que esse processo é liderado por los países e apoiado por la FAO. Probablemente, mais de uno se pregunte, bueno, pero si los países lideran esse processo, ¿qué hace FAO? Nuestro rol es aportar con experiencia y conocimiento en temas de inteligencia territorial y prioridades basadas en datos, alineación con políticas nacionales y prioridades regionales, articulación público-privada para impulsar la inversión habilitante, capacidad técnica y asistencia para la movilización de recursos. Impulsamos fóruns de inversión para facilitar la interacción entre gobiernos, donantes e sócios estratégicos para convertir oportunidades em inversões concretas. Involucramos ao setor privado, organismos internacionais de financiamento, a banca multilateral, assim como a inversão pública e os donantes tradicionais. Todo este trabalho ha generado importantes resultados. A nível regional, a participação na iniciativa Mano de la Mano ha crescido significativamente. Temos hoje 15 países trabalhando em seus planos de inversão e 3 iniciativas subregionais que abarcam territórios do Corredor Seco e zonas áridas de Centroamérica, da Amazônia e de los pequenos estados insulares em desenvolvimento do Caribe. Solo entre os anos 2022 e 2024, hemos logrado mobilizar cerca de 1.750 milhões de dólares na região. Bueno, e agora? Hacia onde vamos? Bueno, queremos que essa cifra de inversión siga crescendo. Seguimos comprometidos com apoiar os países para avançar em la transformação de los sistemas agroalimentarios e estamos convencidos que a iniciativa Mano de la Mano representa uma grande oportunidade para lográ-lo. Mano de la Mano está evolucionando. Hoje incorpora com maior força o uso sustentável de los recursos naturais, o financiamento climático e ações de mitigação e adaptação ao câmbio climático. Su foco é habilitar bienes públicos que potenciem a inversão privada. Queremos ter uma estratégia mais integral que incluya o uso de tecnologias, gestão florestal, produção de bioenergia, gestão pesqueira eficaz, sistemas de informação, entre muitos outros. Estamos convencidos de que este é o caminho para avançar hacia uma transformação rural inclusiva e para ter melhores sistemas agroalimentários, que nos assegurem uma melhor produção, uma melhor nutrição, melhor meio ambiente e uma vida melhor, sem deixar a nadie atrás.
Home to more than 50 million people, including 400 indigenous peoples, the Amazon is a complex system of interconnected species, ecosystems, and cultures that contribute to global well-being. Covering more than 6.9 million square kilometers, the Amazon rainforest is home to more than 10% of terrestrial biodiversity and contains 20% of the world's fresh water. However, the traditional model of economic development in the Amazon region could push one of the planet's richest ecosystems to the brink of environmental collapse. The business opportunity for the circular bioeconomy is estimated at an astounding $7.7 trillion by 2030. However, the Amazon's current share of this market is only 0.17%, although it accounts for 54% of the world's tropical forests. To unlock this market potential, the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, ACTA, and FAO have joined forces to develop a program based on the hand-in-hand methodology. This effort is in line with the signing of the 2023 Belém Declaration, endorsed by the 8 heads of state of the Amazon region. The program aims to identify responsible and sustainable investment opportunities by promoting public-private partnerships on specific lines of investment. Strengthening digital ecosystems in the Amazon to improve rural livelihoods and boost traceability of selected bioproducts. Improvement of Amazon fisheries management based on the existing data from migratory catfish. And it's rooted in 4 guiding principles, reducing the high levels of food insecurity, poverty, social and gender-related inequalities. Respecting the rights, territories, traditional ways of life, and knowledge systems of indigenous peoples and other traditional communities. Avoiding the Amazon rainforest tipping point. Ensuring sustainable agriculture practices.
El corredor seco y las zonas áridas de los países del Sistema de la Integración Centroamericana SICA cubren el 34% del total de su territorio y en sus áreas rurales viven más de 21 millones de personas. Más del 20% de las personas empleadas se dedican a la agricultura y en su mayoría son pequeños productores y productoras que aportan para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de sus países. El corredor seco y las zonas áridas enfrentan una alta vulnerabilidad ante los riesgos asociados al cambio climático, que afectan a la región en épocas clave para la agricultura. Como consecuencia de estas afectaciones, los países del SICA han registrado en los últimos años un fenómeno de migración aún más intenso que se traduce en alrededor de 5 millones de migrantes procedentes de esta región solo en Estados Unidos. Ante esta realidad, los países y el sistema SICA, con apoyo técnico de la FAO, impulsan la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, construyendo resiliencia en el corredor seco y zonas áridas. La iniciativa se impulsa con la contribución financiera de la Banca Multilateral para el Desarrollo, fondos climáticos, agencias de cooperación, organismos de Naciones Unidas y recursos públicos nacionales. La iniciativa Mano de la región SICA se encuentra movilizando inversiones en 5 grandes temas. Primero, el mapeo digital de suelos, que con el financiamiento de los Estados Unidos de América, ha permitido en Honduras y Guatemala contar con mapas de fertilidad, propiedades química y física de los suelos para mejorar la producción agrícola de estos países. Y ahora, por medio del Consejo Agropecuario Centroamericano, se ampliará este mapeo para todos los países del sistema SICA. Segundo, la zonificación agrícola del riesgo climático, que con apoyo del gobierno de Brasil y Embrapa ha contribuido a identificar periodos de siembra óptimas para cultivos sensibles en el corredor seco y para la seguridad alimentaria de las familias, lo que a su vez creará las bases para la mitigación del riesgo agrícola y facilitará la ampliación del financiamiento y seguro agrícola rural. Tercero, soluciones hídricas integrales, donde se ha sistematizado y estimado los costos y adaptado varias tecnologías de soluciones hídricas que van desde la escala de consumo humano hasta cultivos comerciales, donde estas tecnologías se han vuelto prioridad para los países en sus acuerdos de cooperación de notas de inversión junto a instituciones financieras. Estos estudios también están disponibles para la plataforma de
Aló. Colegas, vamos a arrancar en unos minutos, por favor, si pueden ir tomando sus asientos.
Con el Sempromipesica y el financiamiento de la Unión Europea, se ha apoyado a más de 600 MIPYMES en el corredor seco, con el objetivo de generar empleo y reducir la migración forzada. Esta experiencia también está presente en las diversas
Tienes 2 metros, úsalos, agarra la bandera y dale una vuelta.
Y finalmente,
perfecto,
sobre el fortalecimiento de los institutos nacionales de
y hay alguien de cumpleaños el día de hoy, ¿no? Tengo entendido que tenemos una colega de Paraguay que
y zonas áridas para el aumento de la producción en el corredor seco, habiéndose posicionado en la agenda de los países del mundo de la cooperación. La iniciativa Mano de la Mano también está presente en otras específicas en los países de la región. Y en el caso de la propuesta del corredor seco resiliente, se abarca todos los países, creando las condiciones para atraer
por ahí me contaron
privada hacia un territorio con prosperidad y oportunidades, por una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una mejor vida en la región del SICA.
I hope you enjoyed nice coffee. And to continue, we have a very full agenda, and we have important authorities that are going to be coming here for the
Ahora vamos a hablar de un nuevo panel. Este panel es un panel temático titulado El papel fundamental del sector privado, la banca comercial y los fondos de impacto en el fortalecimiento de la resiliencia de los sistemas agroalimentarios. Muchos de ustedes han estado preguntando, bueno, ¿dónde está el papel del sector privado? ¿Dónde está la banca comercial? ¿Cómo se integra? Este es el momento, en esa ruta que estamos haciendo en los ecosistemas, donde vamos a hablar de estos procesos que están un poquito más maduros. Así que este panel abordará cómo el sector privado puede contribuir a cerrar brechas de financiamiento mediante instrumentos como financiamiento de cadenas de valor, créditos verdes, inversión de impacto, seguros, garantías, capital paciente. También nos permitirá discutir cuáles son las condiciones necesarias para que estos actores aumenten su participación en los sistemas agroalimentarios rurales, incluyendo información confiable, mitigación de riesgos, agregación de demanda, estándares de sostenibilidad, trazabilidad y alianzas con actores públicos y multilaterales. Y para realizar la moderación técnica del panel, contaremos con el apoyo de nuestro querido colega Andrés Felipe Reño Lopera, especialista en desarrollo territorial de la Oficina Regional de la FAO y uno de los arquitectos de este evento. Un aplauso, por favor. A su vez, contaremos con la participación
we will have the participation of the following panelists, which I ask, please take a seat on Mr. Anas Kuloki, who is the officer of agribusiness financing, Mariana Escobar Uribe, in charge of climatic finances, who's going to be online, Leonardo Cubillos, he's senior manager for the agri sector in BBVA, Colombia, Daniel Brandão, who's a director and partner and solutions in Vox Capital from Brazil, Pilar Jiménez,
la señora Juliana Vileña, gerente de impacto y estrategias de Fundo Vale Brasil,
senior manager for the initiatives of sustainability and from Colombia, and one more person from Brazil. I'm sorry, I did not get the last name.
Y querido Pipe, te cedo la moderación.
Pipe, you are the moderator.
Muchas gracias, Mauricio.
Thank you, Mauricio.
Buenos días a todas y todos.
Good morning to each one of you. I would like to introduce myself. You realize that I am the hand-in-hand focal person. I said many things about what we're doing between the initiatives. And thank you, Agustin, for your moderation. It's been delightful to be in this event in the last 2 months with the support of Luis and René. Very positive group, and I'm very delighted to be here. I would also like to thank the panelists, and I'm delighted to be able to moderate this panel because it connects very well with what we've been discussing these days, the role of what we did in hand, and also to understand how we configure a group of measures with the private sector. We talked about the private sector as if it was the only player, and I think it's very important to understand that there's a feature to what we are doing, that there are different types of capital that can be activated at different times, and they're going to go over this information of this hour and a half long panel that I hope you enjoy. I would like to start with the Seville event. When we talked about financing there were two very clear messages. The origin and structure of financing is very important in development. But the second topic is that private capital is fundamental It does not substitute the public fund. It is fundamental for sustainable development. We want to see how, as FAO, we can work closer. We understand the process very well. To have a panel here was to respond to that, how to be better understand this process. We have taken a very important path with these 4 panels. The event, we're going from financial inclusion. Jose mentioned a lot about cooperatives, the strengthening of ecosystems. We believe that is fundamental. We also talked with Mariana about the role of the development banks and how to have banking processes so we can take important opportunities of a very good portfolios for this. That's the next question. I would like to begin with Mariana Escobar from FAO. She is from the International Fund, and she's here virtually from Mexico. Can you tell us a little bit about sustainable finances? Can you tell us a little bit more about how risk reduction and what is the role of this configuration of the environment? What is the role we can play in those configurations? Because there are very many opportunities. Of course, there are risks, but there are opportunities where we can capitalize. Hand in hand with all of you and this ecosystem that we're creating here, we can work together to generate opportunities. Mariana, you have 12 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Buenos días a todos. Primero,
Good morning.
agradecimiento
I would like to thank FAO for the participation.
Comparto mi presentación. ¿Están viendo la presentación, Felipe?
Sí, Mariana, se ve, gracias. Adelante.
Perfecto, entonces, bueno, muy buenos días para todos. Como mencionó Felipe, la idea de mi intervención hoy es contarles un poquito la perspectiva de la EFC sobre lo que es el financiamiento climático y cómo se conecta con la discusión que tenemos acá, particularmente con los sistemas agroalimentarios de la región, y cómo este concepto de finanzas sostenibles puede ser un instrumento para esa movilización y ese capital necesario para promover esas prácticas y acompañar al sistema financiero, al sector real del sector en modificación de sus prácticas para ser más resilientes y asegurar la seguridad.
Señora Andrea, dígame.
Entonces, mi punto de partida, yo considero que es lo que para muchos es uno de los grandes retos de esta década y de la humanidad actualmente, y es el cambio climático. El aumento de la temperatura promedio frente a los
I'm sorry, we had some sound problems. So one of the most important challenges for humanity is economic and social and environmental. The implicancies with all the different spheres represent, if you will, a crisis that connects different areas. The climate crisis, it is not a threat that works independently. It has different sustainable systems. The climate change and the average increase in prices threatens biodiversity. Climate crisis, as the temperature rises, we can see that this is a challenge, and a loss of nature and that capital makes the climate crisis even worse. It can promote and accelerate the change in temperature. And at the end of the day, the loss of nature and the change in temperature have implications in social development. As we look at a structural inequality for people, the to have the capacity to have and maintain their livelihood, they are faced with having to depend on nature and somehow overcome this unsustainable available. They lose security in health and in their capacity, in their economic capacities, and of course, in general, their long-term livelihoods. Climate change is a starting point, and it has a connection to the agri-food systems in the region. It is very specific because in Latin America and the Caribbean, these are the main issues. These are the sources of great significance. These are the main exposures and victims, if you will, of the impact of climate change and the loss of biodiversity. We depend on nature. Climate change attacks nature, but the use that is not sustainable has implications, if you will. This is a constant circle that is not virtuous in any sense, where we are threatened security, well-being, and the development of the region. To change this impact that this is having, as I mentioned, and to adapt it, we need a great deal of capital. As Felipe just said in the introduction, it's not necessary to have public resources. We need to mobilize private capital, and observing several sources, and I'm going only to climate capital. As you can see in these graphs, the red graph, the little amount of monies are received by soil management. These are all the areas: livestock, agriculture, fishing, forestry, and the area that receives the lowest amount of resources to change their soy plantations and so on, to make it more sustainable, has the lowest amount of investment. So you can see, particularly for Latin America, the agriculture, which is what we call a follow, is the one that needs the most capital investment. We are in a situation we are at a point now to mobilize the private industry. And for that, we need climate financing before a sustainable finance is what I meant. In the last years, there's been a paradigm change. Threats such as inequality, loss of nature, and climate change are also financial risks. It means that not only the regulator, but the financial organization has to respond. And how do they respond? And they do it as you finance practices that have a social environmental impact that is positive, and it is reducing risk. And in that way, you become a very resilient financial institution. As I mentioned, sustainable finances are a good tool to focalize those efforts and re-gear, because with Felipe, this is a very public talk, if you will, slang. It's important to understand what this impact is that we are mobilizing. In the years that I've been working in the international corporation, but also in the private sector, in the banking system, these are mobilizing capital. They were finances, technical and innovative systems that were responsible for the nature. But now we have a classification which makes it more strategic and vision-based to understand what sustainable finances are. They have a social and environmental positive impact. Amongst the sustainable finances, we have the green ones and the social ones. The greens, you're going to see a climate, adaptation, nature. You're also going to find a green economy, which in the Caribbean has a great relevance, which has to do with ocean-based products. And you have a series of financing with specific objectives for environmental sustainability. On the social side, you have to do with services, health, and the financial inclusion. So the combination of two is what we call sustainable finances. Private industry are professionalizing, and they're looking more and more granulation, let's say. We find investors that are looking and seeking to go beyond, specifically based on nature, resilience, mitigation, and so on. To clarify and create that transparency in the market, the IFC is one of them. We have been designing and organizing these definitions. It says what kind of activity, what kind of measure, what asset can contribute substantially to those social environmental aspects. And also, it identifies a threshold under what environmental effect can this be classified as climate financing or specific to nature and so on. In this image, I show you some example because I believe from my experience is that we are mobilizing the highest amount of capital in agri-food systems in the region. Basically, the agro industry, in nature and adaptation, we also see a great amount of assets that can be implemented by the sector, and it can create a more sustainable and resilient climate change, temperature rises that can implement practices that are not threatening natural capital, and that we can continue having them in the future. Once we have these definitions, we say, okay, what are the instruments? What are the tools that we implement? Given the time I have allotted is the debt, particularly bonds. These are instruments that mobilize this capital. They have the resource bonds, green, social, and sustainable bonds. But there's another one that's more innovative, which is performance-based bonds. Those that are captured by the bonds are predefined and reference this dictionary that I mentioned about all the definitions, and you can only use it for that. There are principles defined by the market, how you structure a bond, how do you access those resources, and what is the impact of those resources. On the other hand, these are bonds based on performance. Those that issue the financial conditions can change in accordance to the compliance with certain objectives or goals, which are issued by the same company or institution that issues these bonds. For example, a reduction of greenhouse gases, sustainable support or percentage of portfolio of a bank, for example, that is financing sustainable agri-food systems. Therefore, this is an instrument, a debt instrument that have been mobilized, and they are extremely important. There are other types of instruments like the variable equity that are geared towards particularly to companies like the Green Bond that are constructing innovation and that capture social aspects which help you reduce risk, guarantees, climate insurance, and all of that. What as a development bank is more important, which are combined finances that help to better innovate, but also to scale those innovations. Finally, from the IFC, to understand these markets and issue bonds, the structure of green credits, understand these solutions, not only countries, but industries also. We have various areas. We have been working not only with financial institutions, but also with the market, because everything has to be online. We work with green taxonomies, which are dictionaries with these thresholds in line with local context. The definitions are international. We contextualize on what is available in the country and what is the availability of data that we have locally. We have worked with players in capital markets to develop activities. We've created regulations and bonds linked to the environmental performance. Also, with the work with the World Bank, we have worked with the regulations of environmental risks to ensure that we have substantial information about the risks that are linked to that. And then the work that we have done with bank associations, and we move the market there as a whole. We have mobilized the market. We work on a one-by-one basis and linking programs so that they can enter the business of sustainable development to finance projects with positive impact. And to conclude, one of the things that I was most interested is to find a location where there is a convergence between the interconnections between the environment and the people at large. It looks like something very sophisticated for markets that don't have social problems, but I believe that the agri-food system is, of course, very relevant, where everything has to go in hand. We have to improve practices and what kind of impacts we are generating, because we will have not only food safety, but the quality of life of those that live in rural areas and their livelihood. With that, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much, Felipe. I hope I did not overextend myself.
Ya, gracias Mariana por la presentación. Yo me quedo con tres
Gracias,
mensajes.
Mariana. I have three messages.
Yo creo que es entender que se financia, que no, donde hay una brecha importante alrededor de los
What
temas
is
de
funded,
financiamiento.
what is
Creo que hay unas
not, where there's a
oportunidades
gap in terms of
a través de la
financing, and
naturaleza y la adaptación
I think
son
that
una
opportunities
realidad.
around
Ahorita
nature
con
and
Daniel vamos
adaptation
a
are
explorar un
reality.
poquito
And
alrededor
now
de
with
eso.
Daniel, we'll
Me gustó mucho
explore
el
a bit
concepto que usó
about that.
sobre
I love the
adicionalidad,
concept
la
used
granularidad
about
y cómo las finanzas
additionality,
sostenibles son
granularity,
un
and
camino
how
y una
sustainable
respuesta
finances are a path and
poder lograr
a
ese ejercicio, y
response
luego como el detalle sobre
to
los
achieve that
instrumentos
exercise, and then a bit of detail about the
que presentó.
instruments
Yo ahí, pues aparte nuevamente
that they
agradecerle,
presented
quizás
now.
como
I'd like to
entender
thank them again, and I must understand how the financial system is understanding risk. And those instruments and taxonomies provide us a framework in this type of space, and this is quite similar to what you're doing with AgriConnect and World Bank and the FO and the FAO. We have a place where we can work on this, right? So thank you very much for this framework, because conceptually it clarifies much. And it allows us to understand how, from IFC and the private arms of the World Bank, they're looking at these opportunities and where we have the funding gaps. Now I'd like to give the floor to another type of capital or equity. I would like to go and talk about philanthropy now. That's another topic. And with that, we can start combining the nature of the space. It's a national, it's a regional space because we'll have English, Portuguese, and Spanish. So I'd like to give the floor to Juliana from Fondo Vale Fund, and for her to tell us about the entity she's part of, and for her to tell us what Fondo Vale is, right, this fund. But I'm interested in knowing how the philanthropic equity or capital plays this role to activate other types of investments, what the type of approaches they have, and how they can open roads about topics that are quite relevant, specifically in matters like restoration, conservation. They have great work they do around the Amazon and specific ecosystems. So the floor is yours, Juliana. You have between 12 to 15 minutes for your intervention, so go ahead. Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the FAO for the invitation. And we're here to share the bioeconomy agenda of financial instruments for sustainable agriculture.
Bem, o Fundo Vale é uma organização brasileira sem fins lucrativos, mantido pela Vale.
This Vale Fund is a Brazilian activity that is non-profit. Vale acts in philanthropy and also generates and allows creating a catalytic fund to create solutions that have a social and positive environmental impact in the Amazon in Brazil, but it has a strong presence in the Amazon, a legal presence. In that presence, we understood the importance of supporting businesses that have financial sustainability and a clear intention to create that social and environmental impact based on a bioeconomy, preserving forests, looking for a productive plan. We understand that the Capital Valley Fund could allow for other philanthropic capitals from other private investors. In 2019, Vale assumed they wanted to restore more than restore and protect more than 500,000 hectares of habitat outside of Vale's operating sites by 2030. In addition, we had an agenda that was operating in many biomes that were degraded areas in Brazil, and we protected more than 400,000 areas of forest, right? The Value Fund is therefore an investment element that has an impact. Working with the Vale Natural Reserves, we're developing investigation to fulfill the goals by 2030. In order to reach this objective, we have a thesis. We have the operating strategies. The first one is to look for businesses. We have the impact investment thesis anchored in 3 strategic pillars, right? Mapping, selecting, and supporting impact businesses and to have a positive impact. There are many programs in the last 5 years to be able to map all these businesses and productive chains We have different productive, we were able to see what the main production models were, the forestry models that we've invested in. These are restoration models to reach a scale that's greater than the one that we currently have in Brazil. This is an important strategy to connect with the investors and to coordinate with them, to understand how the Value Fund could leverage other investments to enable blended finance, right? Reducing investment and risk by combining philanthropy with impact investing. And currently in Brazil, we're mixing BNDES. We have many private investors for this agenda, so it's important to understand the relationship we have with the stakeholders. Productions that's scattered between small producers and what they produced. We must also support the businesses for them to have future contracts, which is a strategic, an important strategy to facilitate access to traditional credit. These are some results shown here, right? In addition to strengthening businesses, we've been able to facilitate a credit attention to facilitate new businesses. The fund has supported more than 600 projects with positive impacts and businesses with the capacity to recover and scale up, reaching businesses with 7,000 hectares and their land, and others that have smaller portfolios. We have different programs to strengthen and train these businesses for them to reach another level of maturity. In addition, we've invested much in technology for knowledge production, innovation, and for publishing this for it to be available. We have 30 existing publications that are available in the Fondo Valley website, Valley Fund, to offer scientific and technical knowledge in a language that's simpler for the producers. All this is guided. It's for them, right? For them to understand productivity and cash flow and the step-by-step to start regularizing everything in Brazil, which is quite important for small producers. All that is available, and the idea is to know how to monitor this financial capital, seeing for each real that we spend, we can have different actions, and businesses can create strategies for communities, can also take access to credit to rural landowners and technical assistance. So here we have a set of actions that we developed throughout the years. We have impacts monitored and measured by a robust MRV process. We have 25,000 hectares that are restored. We have out of these businesses, we've been supporting them. We've created jobs. We've had impact in many families, and we mobilize many resources. We also have resources that come directly from businesses, but the philanthropy logic, in that there's a resource that's called non-financial support for the own structure of businesses. Makes them be more mature. You have more resources from the private sector because they first emerge with a forestry goal, and then after 5 years, they can start capturing resources from investors, from BNDES and the Climate Fund. We've got presence in 4 biomes in Brazil and the Amazons. Here we have some businesses that we've supported with non-reimbursable resources. We've strengthened this ecosystem and training to train technicians, Flora, impact on human rights, and also producers, cocoa producers. That's what it's mainly focused on, right? There are many actions to strengthen the ecosystem, the Cocoa 2030 project, but businesses receive that support of the catalytic support through blend refiners, where capital fund was one guarantee, also acting. Each one of them has a specificity regarding the articulation of the capital, but I'm following the same logic and structuring these businesses for them to care and comply with all the different requirements. In other moments, they might not have been governed, might not have had governance to capture this, and after 4 or 5 years, we conducted this process, and they're much more trained in agricultural and forestry processes with integration of agriculture and forestry and the forest. We have this catalytic capital. Here we have support. It's a cash collateral at the end of the day to ensure resources, either private or concession, but it's very important to structure businesses for them to be ready for investment. We already went along that path in the acceleration program, working from the capital market, contracts with technicians, improving in animal production, mixing positive social environmental impacts, audits, environmental protections with MRV systems and on-site visits to improve management and the conditions. We have a monitoring report and verification system, technical monitoring of the implementation and support, operational and financial support. So we have a series of actions to reach better maturity, to have more organized governance, to have more opportunities. We have here 292 million reals that are focused on equity capital, 38 million reals for non-financial support, 18 million to offer and scale up everything in the ecosystem. This joint capital is very important. When we look at the portfolio here, we must test concepts, test solutions, test with cooperatives, understand that agri-forestry systems are needing a level of organization, of business organization. We must understand how we can work with cooperatives and programs. And that is how we'll start monitoring the social environmental impacts, carbon. We will understand what type of de-risking leverage we can implement to capture more resources. Thank you very much. That's it.
Juliana, muchísimas gracias por esa presentación. Qué maravilla.
Thank you very much, Juliana, for that presentation. It was wonderful to see and identify many concepts here: catalytic capital, or equity, the first laws, and the role that philanthropy plays to launch businesses like this with agroforestry and restoration in key ecosystems with the Amazon. Where you have a very important action. It's wonderful to have your support here. I'll try to go a bit faster for us to go to lunch. It's almost 1 p.m., but I'm going to go a bit faster. Let's go with the private sector with Leonardo. We were talking a couple of days ago. We met each other due to a bridge activity that we did with FAO Colombia. And I think that Leonardo will tell us a very important experience that was awarded in Spain. It's been replicated in some other countries in the region, but it shows us how the commercial bank, specifically BBVA, has started working around the chain, an approach and work from different perspectives, looking at the chain, the producer at the core, and what they call the triple impact mechanisms or partnerships. So Leonardo, you have about 12 minutes. The floor is yours.
Bueno, Andrés, muchas gracias a todos. Buenos días.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Andrés. Thank you, FAO, for the invitation. I believe that this is a space that will allow to interconnect relationships that are very interesting, quite important in agriculture and everything related with Latin America.
Listo. Nosotros, voy a dar un contexto rápidamente
Okay, we'll give you a bit of context of where the triple impact partnerships concepts emerges from. In BBVA, well, it became part of the Paris Agreement in 2019, which means that sustainability will turn into a global KPI. Now, since it is the latter, a social vertical and a climate change vertical or axis, and within the social axis, with the presence that we have in 7 countries in Latin America, we saw that the social axis was very important. Colombia currently has 2.5 million small producers, out of which only 300,000 have access to credit. And that leaves a gap, right, where private financial entities have to create or have a role, because sustainability at the end of the day is not only being part of an agreement, but also acting. And this challenged us to create an agro plan in Colombia. We have a legacy in Colombia, which is the livestock. Banco Ganadero, when BBA entered, it procured Banco Ganadero, and there was 110 extensionists of the bank on site that provided technical assistance with the credit. And that started reducing in such a way. At the end of the day, what we want to do is to go back with that to that experience that the bank had. We found that we cannot do this in an isolated manner. We must do this with strategic alliances, partnerships. That's why it's important. That's why companies like Yara are important in the role they play. And today, I'm going to talk about this partnership due to its importance for producers. Nevertheless, well, at the end, we'll talk about other partnerships. Yara is a multinational company based in Norway, maybe the largest importer and exporter of fertilizers globally.
Dentro de esa cadena de producción,
inside that production chain, the small producer has many problems related with fertilization, which makes us not only have access to credit, but whoever has access has many problems. Number one, there are no products designed for the production cycle. Colombia has more than 800 primary products, raw material, and there's no financial product that adapted to the production cycles of the different harvests or crops, right? For example, you cannot fund a rice crop with monthly payment because you truly need the entire capital for sowing, and at the end of the day, you'll get the crop in 4 or 5 months, but the payment, they'll obtain it in 7 months, right? So this led us to adapting the credit to the needs and cycles. We also have late yield crops like the African palm that in the 2 or 3 first years it doesn't have produce anything, so we have to have some grace periods, and putting the producer at the core of funding was key to understand its needs. And fertilizer turns into the most important input. Colombia, if I withdraw labor from the production costs in coffee, fertilizer costs would be between 50 and 60%. And palm would be 40%, and rice 30%. So it's a very important input, an input which for me makes the producer not be profitable. First of all, because the credit, when we get the farms or the fields, they tell us that we get there with a credit when they're harvesting. And at the end of the day, when you have a paper in the banks, normally the credit doesn't arrive on time. The small producers does not have availability for that credit, right, to apply the fertilizer. And since that happens, they're competitively outside the market, because the physiology of the plant means that the fertilizer must be applied at some point, and it has to be at that point where they'll truly take up the nutrients, right? So they're outside when they apply it outside that window, which is more expensive, the application, right? And there's a waste of product. In general, in most crops, we lose 75% of the fertilizer application that the producer is paying. So we have a problem there where the production costs are higher, but it will be less productive and less profitable. So they'll be outside the market, and it all starts from when we start funding, which is not that the funding is not reaching on time. So the opportunity here with Yara was to see what was the need of each producer and under which technical assistance, which translated at the end of the day into the product being profitable, which is what we're all interested in. And the solution was in funding that value chain, right? And we did not have a product that allowed the producer to provide a credit and for them to use it for procurement of the fertilizer. So there are many cases. Now that we were talking about the World Cup, if I gave a producer credits and Colombia won, the last thing they were going to buy was fertilizer. So I was creating an additional problem to the producers now that they now have a debt and they didn't use it for the productions system. But that allowed us to create a line that's called the triangle line. It's called factoring line, which basically I give credit to this producer for them to buy the fertilizer from this company, which is Yara, and there's a direct payment of invoices through a platform we have. So what the producer is receiving is a fertilizer and the technical assistance to apply it. Inside this financing system, we can bargain or negotiate at a large scale. The producer will have to buy 2 or 3 bulks, but at the end of the day, they'll procure 1 or 2 trucks, which makes the product be much cheaper. And the only issue is that globally companies are not developed, or they're not made to fund their clients, right? Normally in Colombia and in the entire world, they always want their clients to pay in just one installment, and the vendors just to pay in 180 days that they have for payment, the vendors. And now there's only between 30 and 60 months, and that leaves many producers outside the funding needs, right? So this credit line allows us to extend that deadline to productive sectors to more productive sectors. And it has a particularity, since me as a bank, I'm paying cash really to the fertilizer. There's a financial discount that I translate into days, more days for the producer, right? Maybe it could be without cost.
We decided to scale this by phases. We realized that financial products do not work when, as I said yesterday, when we have to take them out of their production system and make them sit down in an office for 3 or 4 hours to see what kind of documents they have to include or eradicate to ensure that they present all the documentation, and then they are told that they did not receive the credit. Sometimes they do. I'm talking about small scale producers and association and cooperatives, and you would expect them to manage the financial aspect. They don't do it well. So we avoid this issue. This is where data plays a fundamental role. At Yara, it has more than 1,000 customers. We decided with very clear customers that have been purchasing from a long time. And that data was the financial indicator that we needed to use to prove a person. If a coffee producers of a department would buy, say, $100 $100,000 or $50,000, and that is the amount that we approved without even seeing a financial document from that company. That's the first thing we did. And then within that listing, we had 675 customers, 180. We had financial data for them, and we created a pre-approved credit. This person has to share their financial background, and 485 prospects where we have what Yara produces, they have to provide us some financial documentation also. This is very quick. This credit was not sold by BBVA, but rather by Yara. You would go to the producers, I can give you 60 days. You have a pre-approved amount with the bank, and we would make it operational. Right now, we have $200 million at this stage in Colombia with our customers, and we have about $30 million that we have invested for the last month and a half. It depends on the crop, of course. We try to reach those $200 million. Within these alliances, it is very important to keep in mind that we need to have a financial inclusion component, economic, that generates value and creates income or returns. In a few years, we can tell you again that we work with 8,000 producers. Many of them are small. They're no longer small, I would say. This is where change comes in. The information that the company shares with us, it allows us to minimize risk. Fertilizers is a risk. I am guaranteeing that that producer is going to really be a producer, a productive producer. There is a very important aspect here from the environmental standpoint. Colombia, and this morning we saw it, we are different to Spain. We generate them in Spain, and the production of GHG is related to energy. In Colombia, it is linked to the production. They're right there. If I take away the livestock and rice, which have methane production, all of the crops, their emissions are linked to fertilizers that have nitrogen. They create nitrose. They create volatility that becomes nitrate that goes into the environment higher than the CO2. It can also be through leaching. They contaminate underground waters, where nitrogen becomes algae food. It eats up the oxygen and so on. It is very high when it comes to protecting natural capital and the reduction of climate change. And this ends up being very important because this is where you have the anchor companies, and this is where it starts having a great deal of important anchor companies that have primary information would have to find the reduction of capital in order to create regenerative agriculture that we have already financed. And I think, and this is where we believe progress is towards 2030. And to finalize, the most important 4 points to scale these alliances, Yara begins to develop in Argentina, Mexico, Uruguay, and Peru. The associations becomes a financial infrastructure because I'm going to need associations or partnerships. Without partnerships, it is very difficult, and the generation of a credit is very complex. And the idea is that the rate is not very high for the producer, that there is no 30 to 40% rate. So microfinances do not work very well when it comes to agriculture. Two, they have to have reliable data, that the information needs to be shared. Three, that they must have mitigators, both in matters of adaptation to El Niño and La Niña phenomena, and also physical risks. We just went through a terrible earthquake in Colombia, and you cannot imagine the impact is going to have where there's a highway that will not be able to connect producers. So we have to have mitigators and capacities. This is where I thank FAO, because this is where we can really connect technical assistance to the producers so that we can provide them with resources and provide them with the credits that they need. But we do have the capacities to create partnerships and alliances to guarantee that producers can be profitable. Thank you very much.
Leonardo, qué maravilla experiencia. Muchísimas
Leonardo,
gracias.
what a really interesting experience. Thank you for sharing BBUVA. The last message you sent, the capacities as an organization such as FAO, how we can articulate efforts, support processes of technical support, the data and traceability are financial mitigators that help a producer to have this kind of service on time. And you start seeing the configuration of ideas of ecosystems that are financial in nature so that we can discuss in these panels of information. Thank you very much for sharing your experience. Daniel, I think the experience Box Capital enters very clearly. To learn a little bit more about what you're doing and the relationship between risk, return, and how, through the creation of funds, what are you doing in this initial idea of what Mariana said, based on nature, ideas to have a dimension of understanding what does splendor look. Let's see, Vox Capital is going to be very important for us. The floor is yours. You have 12 minutes. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Andres, for the invitation. Good morning to all of you. When we talk about investment, it's very important to talk about risk. So I would like you to share at least two risks with me this morning. The first risk is to understand my Spanish and Portuguese. I am not lucky in Brazil to speak both languages. The responsibility of speaking Portuñol in Chile is much stronger because Chile is the only country in Latin America that has two Nobel Prize winners in literature, Gabriela Mistral and Pablo Neruda. Beyond that, it is the only country in Latin America. It is the first country in Latin America that won a Nobel Prize with Gabriela Mistral. And it is the only one that has a woman as a Nobel Prize, which is Gabriela Mistral. So speak Portuñol in the Chilean country is a challenge. But I risk myself because I am asking you for some tolerance. The second risk, I've been hearing people learn and realize that the slides, overheads that I prepared for today's presentation are not very appropriate, I believe, because I'm bringing a concept of a farm, but we are reaching a discussion of conversation, but rather the mechanics that are behind how the fund operates. It is a image for you to invite them to invite you to my house, but not let you stay in the room, but rather in the living room, but rather come to the kitchen. Come to the kitchen. This is where we discuss. This is where you eat. You discuss the agri-food systems. It is very coherent to this this summit or meeting that we're having today. And this is what I want to begin to thank Luis, Andres, and FAO for this invitation. This is very important. This is a fund that we've been working for 2 years. It's operational. I will tell you, it is totally, and it becomes to the capturing of fundraising in the United States, Europe, and we launched the fund in the COP30 in Brazil last year. And I was launching this fund, and I had 2 slides that said this is a fund from the global south and for the global south. Long live Latin America, it said. But after 2 years, this is the first time that I have the opportunity to introduce this for Latin America, not for Europe, not for the United States. And so it's very close to my heart. So I'm wasting my time here with this long introduction. Okay, in a general Stanford is going to have capital for operations in Amazonia and the Brazilian Cerrado, soybean, cattle, and agroforestry. Basically, these are lower prices when compared to capital markets with longer periods. So we're going to we're seeking $200 million, but we have about 60 million. We are operational, and we're beginning the investments. This is what the logic. This slide is very important. The fund will not make investments directly to the farm. It operates like a fund of funds. So I'm going to make an investment in an instrument, in a financial vehicle in the market of Brazilian. We have various. This financial instrument is going to work like an asset manager, a securitizer. This instrument is going to be able to generate income and reach farmers. We don't have the capacity to reach the producers, but those that are in the middle, the red dots, they are in the middle. So how do we do this? Here there's an explanation of the logic behind this. What do I mean by being a concessionary? There's a proposal that has a sustainable development for Brazilian CCAT, which is the name of this fund. Sorry, it's in English, because I am going to carry out an investment, but in the subordinate, either in junior or in the mezzanine. So I have the debt risk. I have lower prices and longer periods to pay it back. So I unlock this de-risking process. Adequate system so that the commercial capital will come above me and purchase the senior process. I am able to process this. For every dollar that I am going to obtain, I am going to try to leverage this. I have $200 million. My ambition is to have $1 billion for the sustainable development agenda, which will bring in 15 different instruments. One of my theses is zero deforestation. And there's an important aspect here. The management and impact of the CCAT fund That's the name of the fund. It's done by the Nature Conservative, which is a very well-known environmental conservation organizations. So what I do is I leverage this, I bring more commercial capital with better conditions. The structure that is at the center, they send funds in better conditions. And what I need, I don't want better payments. I'm doing the de-risking of the operation. I want environmental impact. I want the commitment from the producers that they will be more sustainable, soybean, forestry. And so we have a protocol of practices that we ask them to commit to. So this is what I'm going to be providing with this fund. But if you look at one of these that you have at the left side, so where is the kitchen of CCAT? I have $60 million. But how's it structured? I have two different trenches. We have trench, which is junior, and one that has $20 million. And I will have one in CCAT that has $40 million. I did not begin this design. As I mentioned, I've been here for 2 years now. The design of CCAT was in 2024, a closed meeting that we did during the World Climate Week. We had a philanthropist, and we did the presentation first of CCAT. And the design was completely different. There was one trench, and there was something called the open-ended fund, which means there's no way of closing it. It's open for 12 years for now. And the investors, in a very educated and very objective, we love the thesis. This financial design, we will never invest in it. So I carried out the design and reforms. I created a reform. This is the model I have today. It's the fourth model we have. And I cannot say today that this is the last model. We have the advice of development bank, a challenge. These will have players in a structure such as this. These are specific. So people want other conditions to enter into the structure. So it's in principle here, even if you have a structure, you have to keep it open so that you can have other investors and so that you can have asset management, and it is larger than what you have today. I still am missing $140 million that I need to invest in. I will not talk about this in this conference now. I will comment on who the hedge funders are. This captures dollars, but it carries out unreal messages. If I do reg, I lose the possibilities of this fund because it's too expensive. How is it possible to capture in dollars? If you don't do it, you're not going to have capital volume. Latin America does not have the capacity to invest with this kind of investors. I mostly have philanthropy and the Norway International Climate Initiative. I have the Moore Foundation. I have not in cargo philanthropist and a development fund. And I have one Brazilian investor, which is providing $500,000. It's just symbolic. It's important, but I bring foreign investment. We have to work on the hedge. So how is that done? It's a technical discussion that I would like to set forth here. I don't have enough time, but I can tell you the conditions are different. For the senior amount, we do 6.1% per year for more foundation, for MACB, and for Norway, who's in the main level after 8 years. So it's another kind of investor, but we need to talk about this kind of investors because we are at a moment in which the risk is staying. Talking about the concessions, it's like the Holy Grail that is going to solve everything. But where is it? Which is the capturing system for them? Because it sounds very romantic, just talking about something that is very far away. And that's my conclusion. Thank you.
Daniel, pues qué gusto escuchar esta experiencia. Yo creo
Pleasure to hear from your experience, Daniel. These type of arrangements are quite complex, right? And it's a complexity that we must have to start delving into as an organization. We need to see what our roles could be on this. And I think that CCAT lets us see that how that quite much clarity how the catalytic capital can modify the de-risking structures that you do, right, around all this structure, which is quite a challenge. I'd like to thank you once again for being here, for letting us enter the kitchen. And because I believe that in many conversations we've had with Luis, with you, also, we've seen a great opportunity, and we've seen how we can work closer to that objective you have, which is about sustainable agriculture. And I believe it's the goal behind everything beyond the complexity and the architecture we have. And it's everything about sustainable finances and transform the way that we're producing food, which is what we also talked about this morning, the implications that Mariana mentioned in her intervention and what we're all searching for, because I think that the commitments on the Paris agreements and the sustainability agenda is a reality and an objective that we are pursuing as an organization. I'd like to give the floor to Nas. Nas Kaluki is our agribusiness officer in the investment center, and I believe you heard the intervention from Maximo. We have a very strong team, the headquarters in many regions across the globe that help with the structuring processes. If we look at that as a process, you can say that hand in hand. To add to the prior panel, it helps originate cases. The investment center helps with robust structuring in terms of pre-feasibility. And Catarina Quiros, that's accompanying us in person, is the officer for Latin America and the Caribbean. And the next panel, I have the opportunity to talk about the experience of Mrs. Catarina Quiros in the investment center, and we'll be able to talk with Anas too about how all these experiences, and specifically an experience with FAO and the European Union, how they're doing blended finance processes there, and all the significant work done in this sector she leads. So without further ado, Anas, you have 12 minutes, and this presentation will be in English.
Andrés, buenos días a todos desde Roma, Italia.
Good morning, everyone from Rome, Italy. Now, presentation will be in English because I'm learning. And I get confused in Italian and two languages, so I'm not going to introduce myself like ask my colleague Daniel.
I work for FAO in Investment Center, so it's a division within FAO. We are called Investment Center, but we don't invest our own funds. We are still part of for FAO, part of FAO, the UN agency. So our mandate is to help investors, member countries, and donors to structure the agri-food strategies and the projects in the agri-food sector. So our footprint is global, and we have a very large team that is covering Latin America and the Caribbean, and that is led by my colleague Katia, who is present in the room. So today I will just briefly present 3 blended finance initiatives with different partners. And the objective of these initiatives is really to help local commercial banks and impact funds finance more and hopefully better the agri-food sector. So when it comes to access to finance for private agri-food companies, I think we are all aligned with the problem statements. The funding needs are huge in the hundreds of billions of dollars. So it's been estimated that between 300 and 350 billion is needed just to transform the agri-food sector, the agri-food systems into more sustainable systems. On top of that, SMEs farmers have capex and working capital needs. And it's been also estimated that 3 in 4 agri-food SMEs globally are lacking sufficient access to finance. So on the supply side, the public sector alone cannot address all these needs. We've seen that public aid, ODA, has been going down. Depending on countries, we've seen some mixed track record when it comes to public development banks financing private agri-food companies. It is also worth mentioning that DFIs are doing a lot in terms of investing directly in agri-food companies, but because of high transaction costs, it's not enough. So we did a study. We assessed. We looked at the agri-food portfolio of the 10 largest DFIs when it comes to agri-food financing, and we estimated that their cumulative agri-food portfolio is around between 13 and 15 billion US dollars, which is a lot, but is a very small number compared to the annual needs. We also looked at the agri-food portfolios of some of the impact funds. We looked at 81 impact funds, and we will be publishing a study on that soon, looking at the track record of these impact funds on how they've been financing the agri-food sector, to which instruments, and how has the performance of the portfolio been evolving. So when it comes to this 81 impact funds, the outstanding exposure in the agri-food sector is $6 billion US dollars. Again, big number, but combined with the DFIs, it's very, very small compared with when you put them in front of the needs. Now the challenge is of course to help private investors, so commercial banks, but also impact funds to increase their agri-food portfolio. The agri-food sector, as we all know, is perceived as risky, but we strongly believe that when we put the right approach, and my colleague from BBVA mentioned the value chain approach, when it's done well, actually it's not riskier than other sectors. I was a few months ago sitting in a panel with the head of corporate investments of one of the largest banks in Africa, and I asked him, you look after several sectors. What is the most performing sector that you are overlooking? And he said large agri-businesses. And then I asked him, okay, so what's the second best performing sectors in terms of asset quality? He said mid-cap agri-businesses. And then I asked about the third, and they said, okay, look, we're in South Africa, so the third is mining, and then we do a lot of real estate. But they really have a very strong approach when it comes to structuring agri-food investments, making sure that the agri-businesses that they finance have sufficient access to raw materials, also financing smallholder farmers through a different entity. So when it's when it's done well, there is room to mitigate the risks that are inherent to the agri-food sector. So as I mentioned, over the past few years, we've been increasingly supporting partners, so development financial institutions, but also donors such as the European Commission to channel blended funds to agri-food companies through impact funds and local financial institutions. I just wanted to zoom on 3 projects. The first involves impact funds, blended impact funds with structures that are very similar to what Daniel has presented for Vox. So basically, the EU has invested first loss capital in 4 impact funds. The impact funds use this first loss capital to raise funding from private sources, and they're in the process of deploying the funds either directly in agri-food companies or indirectly through rural financial institutions, microfinance institutions, and banks. And they have mandated the FAO Investment Center to review all the transactions. So we sit at the investment committees of these funds and review these transactions and challenge them from a financial, development, and agronomic perspective. The 2 other projects involved structuring DFI structuring credit lines with the funds to be on lent to specific value chains. So the first project is Agrintel. So it's a partnership, as I mentioned, between the Investment Center and the European Commission. The European Commission is injecting concessional capital in funds with the objective to de-risk these funds. And the funds use this concessional capital to raise private sources from financing from private sources, from institutional investors, from commercial banks and others, with the objective to allocate more capital to the agri-food sector. So in a nutshell, since 2018 to 2019, the EU has invested around 200 million in these 4 impact funds in the form of first loss capital. These funds have managed to invest in more than 130 agri-food projects, so either directly or indirectly, with a cumulative signed project amount of around €500 million. So out of these transactions, 30 transactions were signed in the region, Latin America and the Caribbean, with a total value of around €100 million. So when it comes to the instruments, these funds are quite flexible. So they provide everything from senior debt to mezzanine, subordinated debt. Sometimes they also take equity investments. And as I mentioned, they either invest directly in agri-food companies or indirectly through microfinance institutions, putting the condition that the funds received from this impact blended facilities should be exclusively directed to the agri-food sector. So ticket sizes ranged from 1 to 5 million, which we still find is in the high side. So we're trying to push them to finance, to provide financing at lower sizes, but they are all based in Brussels, in Madrid, which means that they also have high transaction costs. So the 4 impact funds are ATIF, Agrify, Uruma, and the ABC fund. I think the most relevant one for the region is the Uruma fund. I'm sure many of the room would have heard about it. So it's a typical blended finance structure. So basically, the EU invested 10 million euros in terms of first loss capital. With this 10 million euros, the fund managers managed to raise more than 90 million of euros from private sources. So mostly from institutional investors and some commercial banks. And this includes 20 million also from a DFI, from the Spanish DFI, from Cofides. And it is supported by a technical assistance facility of 7.7 million euros. So they mostly invested in microfinance institutions and banks financing the agri-food sector in the LATAM and the Caribbean region, mostly provided senior debt to these financial institutions. So all these funds have the same mandate, all those, which is to finance the agri-food sector, although some eligibility criteria might a bit differ. So this 107 million represents that was invested in the region represents around 25% of all the investments of these four funds. So the investments were equally distributed between financial intermediaries and SMEs, mostly, as I mentioned, debt investments with few equity participations. And ticket sized, this is a global figures range between 250,000 up to 25 million for some of the large banks. It's worth mentioning that more than 2/3 of the investments were smaller than 3 million, so it's still much higher than what commercial banks can do. But on the other hand, they're also additional to local banks in the sense that they provide longer term capital, longer term financing that comes with the technical assistance. Sometimes they provide also the financing in hard currency, which is not without taking any collateral, which actually is different from the banking practices of some banks in the region. So we've been increasingly supporting also banks engaged with the development financial institutions, so to raise funding in terms of long-term credit lines, but also to raise portfolio de-risking instruments such as portfolio guarantees or technical assistance to help them finance more and better the agri-food sector. I'm not going to go through each bullet point, but yeah, we understand some markets, banks are quite liquid, but when you look at the maturity structure of the balance sheets, they are mostly financed through short-term deposits, which means that there is a gap in terms of maturity between the assets and liabilities, and raising long-term funding from DFIs actually helps them improve this, address this gap and improve the structure of their balance sheet. They can also raise FX funding to finance export-oriented companies from development financial institutions, de-risking instruments to cover some of the credit risks for some of the value chains, and also technical assistance, as I mentioned. I will pass quickly just to zoom on the example of one project in Africa, in Ethiopia, but that can also be replicated in the region. So last year, EIB, which is a partner, approached us with one question, which is the one on the slide. Is Zemen Bank, which is one of the top 5 banks in Ethiopia, well positioned to channel EIB funds to agri-food SMEs in Ethiopia, in line with the EIB's financial and sustainability eligibility criteria. So we had to conduct due diligence on the bank, looking at their track record in agri-food financing, digging into their agri-food portfolio, strategy, lending practices, risk policies, and also helping them provide information that has been required by EIB. As we know, sometimes there is a gap between the information that is required by investors, by DFIs, and the capacity of local companies or local banks to produce granular information. EIB had also some concerns about some of the value chains that were financed by the banks. For example, cotton when it comes to child labor, or coffee when it comes to deforestation. So we also did some due diligence and some sustainability studies on these value chains, provided some safeguards, and adjusted the eligibility criteria of EIB. A recent initiative we have is also with the CDP, which is the Italian Development Bank. Actually, it's a tripartite agreement between CDP, the European Commission, and us. The structure is very simple. So CDP takes a first loss, a portfolio guarantee, from the European Commission to be incentivized to provide financing to agri-food companies in Africa through local financial institutions. So they basically provide credit lines, portfolio guarantees to banks, and we complement by technical assistance.
Anas, 1 minute more, please.
Yes,
okay. Thank you.
I'm finished. This is just like an idea about the scope of the TA that we will be providing, that we have already started with one bank in Kenya. So both helping the bank improve their agri-food function, their agri-food lending practices, but also helping the borrowers of the banks to become more bankable to this financing. Thank you. Back to you, Andres.
Muchas gracias, Anas. Yo me quedo con 3 mensajes, quedaré muy rápido acá. Yo creo que siguiendo con
Okay,
la
thank you very much, sir. I have 3 takeaway messages. I believe that blended finance is not to put everything into the same pot, right? I think that there's a very clear example of risk allocation, and it's very important. And the tickets, technically the tickets that we're talking about, we're not talking about large quantities, we're talking about projects of $1 or $2 million. It's in the batch between microfinances and what you can do in a development bank, the placements, right? And it's an important size for SMEs, for small producers, for family agriculture, that maybe it's worth analyzing. And the last thing that I thought was interesting is technical assistance as a facility. It's part of the it's part of the architecture of the financial instruments, and I think that it can help us with projects from FAO. We do have one more panel, and I think the Q&A will have to leave it for lunch. The idea is to analyze all this, but I'd like to conclude by thanking Nas again for his work, the conversation that we started a couple of months ago with IDH. Well, Pilar will tell us about what this is about, right? And now, but it might be a final part of the setup of an instrument that has caught our attention. It's a value chain like coffee, that area, the coffee area, an instrument that is under design, a strategy that seeks to connect small coffee producers with the industry, and how in the creation of an instrument, we can align expectation or specific instruments from results payment or a facility, a technical assistance facility. The floor is yours, Pilar. Go ahead. You have 12 minutes.
Sonido. Eso. Bueno,
Thank you very much for the invitation. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm delighted to be here. I know we're all very hungry and that you want to leave as soon as possible, but I will tell you very interesting things. So hold on. I would like to present 2 initiatives in IDH. This is an initiative that has already been implemented. There's a great deal of results that are already available, which has to do with the preparation of organizations for investment. It's called Revive, another initiative which is blended finance. It seeks to provide commercial resources to small scale producers. Who is IDH? IDH is an international organization, an NGO, nonprofit organization. We have our headquarters in Holland, and we have operations in various countries Our mission is that which relates to agricultural markets to be more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive. The manner in which we carry this out to different locations is through a process that's called Productivity Protection Inclusion Pact. So what we seek to do is do it it's in 10 locations in the world. In Latin America, we are mostly operating in Colombia and in Brazil. In Brazil, we have 2 packs around sustainable cotton and textiles, and another one linked to livestock and zero deforestation. And in Colombia, we have production packs for protection and inclusion in coffee. I wanted to explain to you what a pact is and our role. It gathers players around a value chain. Stakeholders, so I'm going to talk to you about coffee in this case. Basically, for this value chain, we have the different stakeholders where all the efforts are required for this value chain in this territory in particular. We're working with El Huila. We have production, protection, and inclusion. Production seeks to discuss with the different players in public, private, international corporations, other NGOs, academic scholars, how to get better quality and better production. All that which relates to production is how to conserve and protect natural resources based on that production. Inclusion, obviously, is to generate support for producers. IDH is very well understood, and it has dignified salaries. If you don't know us, you will see an inclusion to understand which are the gaps for people to have a sustainable income, and how to articulate efforts to close these gaps. When we see the value chain in Colombia, one of the aspects we work in is how to create capital mobility towards the areas that we're following up on. We do this through an IDH called IDH Invest, and we have 2 operation areas. One of them is development management. We have $100 million, which was organized this year for small size equity, and we have one in Africa, Agrifood, and particularly in small businesses. If you see on the right side of the screen, I work in the technical assistance and development and investment structures, which is managed by Saline Investments. It places commodities and avoids deforestation, and another one which provides portfolio guarantees. And my project, which is within this area, is called Revive. It's a technical assistance that has the funds from GIF, and it starts from all the intelligence, everything we worked on with the PPI intelligence. We arrived with the concessions, we strengthened the organization, we articulated with international organizations, but then when we needed to mobilize capital, investors were looking for very different things. They're looking for ensure safeguards, they're seeking market strategy, governance, and so through Revive, what we did Sorry.
Perfecto.
Through
Resulta
Revive,
que pasamos una propuesta al GEF
we presented this to the GEF to create a preparation for Colombia investment. What it seeks is to manage donation funds that we can apply at discretion to the agro industry that have sustainable practices.
Brevemente, nosotros trabajamos en dos frentes.
We work in two areas. On one side, we identify the projects that are aligned with our KPIs, which are associated to better practices in the agricultural area and restoration of soil restoration to avoid degradation. We identify projects. This was like a lab. We worked with cooperatives, associations, partners, small scales, microfinances, and projects. And in parallel, we identify a series of investors that wanted to enter Colombia as a debt or as equity. We mapped their investment criteria to create a matchmaking between those investors and projects. We delivered a technical assistance that was personalized. So the company, according to the diagnosis that we created, we offer the instruments that are available, and by reducing this gap or discuss with GEF to work in more specialized level and requires very rigorous environmental, scientific, sophisticated. I'm in the world of finances. I am not a specialist in biocarbon, and we use those grants to support the entrepreneurs. If you scan the image, you will see all the organizations we've worked with, the QR code, and you will see the investments so that they are bankable.
Desde el 2024 hemos
in 2024, since 2024, we carried out an analysis of 120 companies, all with sustainable businesses. We have created 40 roadmaps to reduce investment gaps, and we have implemented this with 23 organizations.
En Revive, perdón.
En Revive,
perdón, se me fue esto para dónde va a ver.
Sorry, I'm going in the wrong directions, looks like. In Revive, we have been able to impact 8,000 hectares and about 5,000 beneficiaries, 37% are women. And we are channeling about $30 million in investment because it's beyond the due diligence. We have 30 investors, and we are available to whoever would like to know more about this. This is a project that has already concluded. I want to show you a little bit about what Daniel was referring to. We have, it's called Latte, Latin American. What it does is to gather small producers in coffee production. Given the informality of the coffee environment, lack of guarantee, certainly all the characteristics that were mentioned yesterday are clearly part of the system in Colombia. And he says, sometimes you find somebody that says, I want to give 20 million to coffee producers, but if you give 10 million or 20 million, it's not so easy to divide it. And the intelligence of our PPIs told us that in order to face inclusion, formality, lack of guarantees, we needed to design a structure that would allow producers to go from the conventional system to a regenerative agriculture and to understand the adaptation that was required. Right now, we're mobilizing resources towards LATTE, has various compartments. One that has to do with senior investment, blended funds, the junior one, which allows for technical assistance and junior funds. We had all the different levels, the climate agendas, and where they want to go with their value chains. We've also mapped the offer of the financial industry, the different challenges that they face to be able to take products, funds to these producers. We imagined that we're going to have to certainly mobilize these resources, and we're going to have to offer junior capital and guarantees that allow us for transaction de-risking, which will go to the financial system for those green products and a technical assistance that will go directly to the coffee producers. We're asking them to change their practices that they've done all their lives, and now they're going to have to implement something new. Technical assistance will go accompany the producer. I try to be very brief. I know I am here very much willing to respond to any of your questions.
No, Pilar, muchísimas gracias. Yo creo que esto.
Thank you very much. This simply closes the loop in a panel of sustainability, the transformation of practices in agri-food systems. It is an opportunity that all players that have been here are supporting us with these mechanisms, the safeguards, working with indigenous people, working with salaries, employment, are fundamental, and we are very willing to become ant-sized architects to be here on how to articulate in a more efficient manner. Because the architectures that you are presenting show us flows of resources. It's something that was said more than a year ago. These instruments exist, and we need to work in a more coordinated manner. Please keep FAO in mind for this purpose, and we want to keep that conversation open with you because you're key players to improve the kind of work that we want to do for FAO in 2028 in El Salvador and show some concrete results around this. Thank you very much. The floor is in the hands of Mauricio. Take a picture so that we can close this panel. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, colegas.
Thank you very much, colleagues. While they're taking the picture, two announcements. In this regional office, we have a dedicated team based on social environmental safeguards. We have specialists in gender, indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, youth. These are specialists, focal points that are available to you when you're thinking about reducing risks. Secondly, lunch is here. Let's carry out a pact. We're a little delayed in our program. We can go to lunch and come back at 2:30. Is that all right? Okay. Once again, you can leave everything here. There will be people supervising everything. So you will use your tickets. Lunch is in the exact same place it was yesterday. Thank you.
El sistema de la integración centroamericana SICA cubren el 34% del total de su territorio y en sus áreas rurales viven más de 21 millones de personas. Más del 20% de las personas empleadas se dedican a la agricultura y en su mayoría son pequeños productores y productoras que aportan para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de sus países. El corredor seco y las zonas áridas enfrentan una alta vulnerabilidad ante los riesgos asociados al cambio climático, que afectan a la región en épocas clave para la agricultura. Como consecuencia de estas afectaciones, los países del SICA han registrado en los últimos años un fenómeno de migración aún más intenso que se traduce en alrededor de 5 millones de migrantes procedentes de esta región solo en Estados Unidos. Ante esta realidad, los países y el sistema SICA, con apoyo técnico de la FAO, impulsan la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, construyendo resiliencia en el corredor seco y zonas áridas. La iniciativa se impulsa con la contribución financiera de la Banca Multilateral para el Desarrollo, fondos climáticos, agencias de cooperación, organismos de Naciones Unidas y recursos públicos nacionales. La iniciativa Mano de la región SICA se encuentra movilizando inversiones en 5 grandes temas. Primero, el mapeo digital de suelos, que con el financiamiento de los Estados Unidos de América, ha permitido en Honduras y Guatemala contar con mapas de fertilidad, propiedades química y física de los suelos para mejorar la producción agrícola de estos países. Y ahora, por medio del Consejo Agropecuario Centroamericano, se ampliará este mapeo para todos los países del sistema SICA. Segundo, la zonificación agrícola del riesgo climático, que con apoyo del gobierno de Brasil y Embrapa ha contribuido a identificar periodos de siembra óptimas para cultivos sensibles en el corredor seco y para la seguridad alimentaria de las familias, lo que a su vez creará las bases para la mitigación del riesgo agrícola y facilitará la ampliación del financiamiento y seguro agrícola rural. Tercero, soluciones hídricas integrales, donde se ha sistematizado y estimado los costos y adaptado varias tecnologías de soluciones hídricas que van desde la escala de consumo humano hasta cultivos comerciales, donde estas tecnologías se han vuelto prioridad para los países en sus acuerdos de cooperación de notas de inversión junto a instituciones financieras. Estos estudios también están disponibles para la plataforma de cooperación del G20 en el eje sobre la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional. Cuarto, las MIPYMES y ecosistemas digitales. Con el liderazgo del Centro MIPE-SICA y el financiamiento de la Unión Europea, se ha apoyado a más de 600 MIPYMES en el corredor seco, con el objetivo de generar empleo y reducir la migración forzada. Esta experiencia también está presente en las diversas propuestas de inversiones mano de la mano a nivel nacional junto a las instituciones financieras. Y finalmente, sobre el fortalecimiento de los institutos nacionales de investigación agropecuaria de los países SICA. Se ha identificado tecnologías para la convivencia con la sequía y zonas áridas, para el aumento de la producción en el corredor seco, habiéndose posicionado en la agenda de los países y el mundo de la cooperación. La iniciativa Mano de la Mano también está presente con notas de inversiones específicas en los países de la región. Y en el caso de la propuesta del corredor seco resiliente, se abarca a todos los países, creando las condiciones para atraer inversión público-privada hacia un territorio con prosperidad y oportunidades, por una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una mejor vida en la región del SICA.
Bolivia, a mega-diverse country where cultural, natural, and food heritage come together to create socio-economic opportunities for thousands of families living across 22 ecosystems of global importance. The Hand-in-Hand initiative in Bolivia seeks to share with the world this diversity of products that are harnessed in harmony with Mother Earth. In the Andes, at more than 4,900 meters above sea level, llamas and alpacas provide high-quality fiber and meat with great potential for industrialization and export. Management plans for wild camelids, such as vicuñas, make the sustainably harvest of one of the finest and most coveted fibers in the world possible, used to craft exclusive garments. Descending into the Amazon at altitudes ranging from 100 to 1,000 meters above sea level, the forests yield fruits of exceptional nutritional value. Aceci, Brazil nuts, and royal palm are gathered from wild varieties through a model of integrated and sustainable forest management. The unique flavor of Bolivia's wild cacao has earned recognition and acceptance in demanding international markets. Bolivia invites the world to invest in safeguarding this food heritage, specialty products of the highest quality, with an invaluable cultural identity.
En el corazón de Centroamérica, una tierra de volcanes, tradición y esperanza, El Salvador presenta una oportunidad estratégica, la inversión en su histórica caficultura, con la iniciativa Mano de la Mano. Más de 20.000 salvadoreñas y salvadoreños en zonas rurales serán directamente beneficiadas. Sus vidas, sus familias, sus comunidades, fortalecidas a través del café. Porque aquí la tierra es fértil, el clima tropical y la altitud perfecta. Condiciones óptimas para producir café arábica de alta calidad, desde la finca hasta tu taza. El café salvadoreño transforma, genera valor y abre las puertas a mercados internacionales de alto impacto. Y lo mejor de todo, en armonía con la naturaleza y con su gente, una inversión para las regiones cafetaleras del país. Entre aves, lagunas y montañas nace un modelo que integra conservación, energía renovable e innovación rural. Porque esta inversión no es solo agrícola, es humana, es inclusiva, es sostenible, identificada con el apoyo técnico de la FAO y su iniciativa Mano de la Mano, como parte de una estrategia nacional para crecer con igualdad y con visión de futuro.
Para el gobierno de Guatemala, identificar oportunidades de innovación e inversión es indispensable para impulsar políticas públicas que transformen los sistemas agroalimentarios, aumenten los ingresos y refuercen la resiliencia al cambio climático, promoviendo la competitividad en los territorios rurales. A través de la iniciativa Hand in Hand, la FAO apoya al gobierno para impulsar inversiones estratégicas vinculadas a la Política Nacional de Riego 2024-2033 y al programa Rutas del Desarrollo, a través de notas de inversión y utilizando la herramienta de tipología de microrregiones integrada al Sistema Nacional de Inversión Pública, que permite identificar territorios prioritarios, visualizando su potencial económico, ambiental y social. La Política Nacional de Riego beneficiará a pequeños y medianos productores, principalmente del corredor seco ampliado y la zona norte del país. Se estima que se generarán ingresos netos anuales de entre $1.800 y $11.654 por hectárea, dependiendo del tipo de cultivo irrigado. El programa Rutas del Desarrollo busca fortalecer el progreso integral en el país a través de una infraestructura vial mejorada para facilitar la conectividad, el acceso a servicios esenciales y el desarrollo económico. Contempla la rehabilitación de 4.820 kilómetros de caminos rurales y prioriza la inversión en territorios con oportunidades de desarrollo agrícola. El primer territorio priorizado por este programa es Cobán Alta Verapaz, donde además se promueve el fortalecimiento de las cadenas de valor de café, cacao y cardamomo a través de 4 oportunidades. Infraestructura habilitante para el desarrollo, fomento agroproductivo inclusivo y resiliente, desarrollo agroindustrial y comercialización, gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales. El gobierno de Guatemala se compromete con el desarrollo sostenible, equitativo y resiliente, a través de un modelo que promueve una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición y un mejor medio ambiente para una vida mejor, mientras impulsa sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With up to 70 countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the Hand in Hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritize interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritization of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example. Hand in Hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand in Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organizations, civil society, and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand in Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand in Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola
to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh. The Hand in Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access Hand in Hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policy making, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand in Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind.
Mexico ranks among the 15 largest economies in the world, a dynamic country driving strategic sectors from food production to the aerospace industry, a megadiverse nation, home to 12% of the planet's species and 9 of the 11 terrestrial ecosystems. This abundance is reflected in the wide variety of crops and production systems developed across its territories and communities, which sustain its agri-food strength and position it as the 11th global producer and 7th exporter, with a strong presence in national and international markets through an extensive network of trade agreements. Warehouses, wholesale distribution centers, highways, and ports are part of a robust infrastructure enabled by the human capital that ensures its operation and effectiveness. Today, Mexico offers strategic investment opportunities, identified using the Hand in Hand initiative's innovative tools and analysis, and in line with government priorities in agri-food investments. Advancing firmly toward food sovereignty, policies have been implemented to guarantee equitable access to food, contributing to poverty reduction. Climate change and the need for equitable access to food represent growing challenges, requiring the strengthening of agri-food systems and the harnessing of potential in key regions, such as the center and the south-southeast of the country. To achieve this, Mexico promotes investor participation in projects linked to the National Food Sovereignty Strategy, offering opportunities across 4 strategic value chains: maize, beans, rice, and milk, while also driving infrastructure, plant nutrition, and high-quality seeds adapted to each region. With the support of the FAO and the Hand in Hand initiative, efforts are complemented to strengthen these investments and generate a positive socioeconomic impact. Join this new stage, and together let us drive the agri-food transformation of Mexico and the opening of new opportunities for sustainable investment.
The small island developing states, STIDs, of the Caribbean have immense opportunities for achieving sustainable development that will enable them to advance in eradicating hunger and poverty in rural areas. The islands and coastal regions not only attract thousands of tourists with their unmatched beaches, natural wealth, gastronomy, and cultural heritage, but they are also surrounded by tropical forests and coastal ecosystems that host endemic flora and fauna. However, the effects of climate change, particularly drought and water scarcity, are significantly impacting this natural environment, especially the quality of crops and the income generation of producers. In Barbados, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, farmers are increasingly concerned about changes in precipitation patterns, watershed degradation, and declining food production. It is crucial to find solutions that promote sustainable production. This is why the FAO and the Caribbean Community CARICOM are working to launch a regional initiative that, in its first phase, aims to increase income and job generation and contribute to reducing inequalities in these 3 countries, where agriculture represents approximately 15% of employment and contributes nearly 6% to the total gross domestic product. Through the use of geospatial, biophysical, and socioeconomic data, along with advanced analysis provided by the FAO's Global Hand in Hand initiative, investment opportunities have been identified to promote the implementation of digital irrigation systems that improve efficiency, sustainability, and productivity in areas with high agricultural potential. To implement these proposals, FAO and CARICOM will collaborate with all stakeholders interested in supporting the development of small producers in the Caribbean. Together, it is possible to advance towards a region with more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, providing better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all, leaving no one behind.
Colombia huele a frutas, a mar, a montañas, a café recién hecho y a cacao. Es el segundo país más biodiverso del planeta. Guarda una enorme riqueza natural y cultural. Con más de 40 millones de hectáreas cultivables y múltiples pisos térmicos, Colombia es tierra fértil para el desarrollo y es aquí donde florecen dos proyectos que están transformando las vidas y contribuyen a la paz territorial. Uno alrededor del café en el departamento del Cauca y otro con el cacao en el departamento del Huila. El Cauca, territorio de montañas, valles y pueblos diversos, es el cuarto productor de café del país. Allí, el café es legado y motor de paz. Con el proyecto Fortalecimiento de la Calidad, la sostenibilidad de la cadena de valor del café y el turismo rural en el Cauca, 36.000 familias verán renovadas sus esperanzas. 12.000 hectáreas de café serán mejoradas y nacerá la Escuela del Café del Cauca. A 500 kilómetros en las montañas del Huila, más de 4.000 familias rurales siembran una nueva esperanza con el cacao. La iniciativa La Agroindustria del Cacao, una opción sostenible y rentable para el bienestar del Huila, renovará 1.800 hectáreas y sembrará 500 nuevas, duplicando la productividad del departamento. Con el apoyo de la FAO y aliados estratégicos, se construirá un modelo agroindustrial que apuesta por la innovación, la economía circular, la baja huella de carbono y la inclusión social. En 2024, Colombia exportó más de 265 millones de dólares en cacao y sigue ampliando su mercado en Europa y Asia. Además, con certificaciones internacionales y el impulso al turismo científico, las rutas del cacao reconectan con las raíces y dignifican la labor del productor. Todo esto es posible gracias a la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, que promueve la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios, la reducción de la pobreza y el cierre de brechas. Desde el Cauca y el Huila, Colombia exporta futuro.
El Perú es un territorio de oportunidades, donde tradición y futuro se unen en cadenas de valor únicas. Desde los Andes hasta la Amazonía, nuestros productores cultivan y transforman lo mejor de nuestra agrobiodiversidad.
No solo produzco la fibra de alpaca, también produzco la carne de alpaca más sano, con cero colesterol para los mercados. Y así mismo tengo economía para mi sustento de mi familia y para la comunidad.
En los Andes, granos como la quinoa, kiwicha o cañigua son superalimentos que nutren al mundo y conservan nuestra biodiversidad.
No solo es que vemos una semilla, un producto, sino es una manera de conservar nuestra vida. Una vida propia que caracteriza de muchos lugares diferentes culturas y quienes actualmente la están manteniendo son en los pequeños rincones de nuestro país.
En la Amazonía, frutos como el copoazú, la castaña y el acaí impulsan la bioeconomía, restaurando suelos y generando ingresos sostenibles.
Nosotros como agricultores nos sentimos orgullosos. ¿Por qué? Porque acá en la selva hay mucha riqueza, ¿no? Tenemos muchos productos que sembrar, ¿no? Naturales también dentro de la comunidad, dentro de nuestra tierra, ¿no?
Gracias a las metodologías y herramientas geoespaciales avanzadas de la iniciativa Hand in Hand, el Perú ha identificado oportunidades de inversión estratégicas con impacto social, económico y ambiental en estas tres cadenas de valor.
Ponle punche y ganamos todos, Perú.
Gobierno del Perú.
Olá a todos e todas. Mi nombre es Luis Bedunski, soy el oficial principal de políticas en desarrollo rural en la Oficina Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe. Y hoy les voy a hablar sobre la iniciativa Mano de la Mano. Nuestro equipo trabaja para promover una vida mejor para todos y todas. y se articula en torno a 3 prioridades estratégicas. 1. Impulsar el desarrollo económico y combatir las desigualdades de las poblaciones en situaciones de vulnerabilidad. 2. Fortalecer la resiliencia en los territorios rurales y en los sistemas agroalimentarios, con énfasis en la acción anticipatoria y en los mecanismos de gestión de riesgo de desastres. Y tercero, acelerar la inversión y la cooperación a través de mecanismos innovadores que promuevan el desarrollo territorial sostenible. Mano de la Mano es una iniciativa global de la FAO que comenzó en 2019 para impulsar esa tercera prioridad que les mencionaba. Su objetivo es muy claro: identificar las áreas donde las políticas y las inversiones en el sector agroalimentario puedan generar mayor impacto económico y social para las poblaciones con altos niveles de pobreza que dependen de esas actividades. Para eso, la planificación estratégica de inversiones es clave. Detectar oportunidades, movilizar recursos y asegurar que las inversiones produzcan beneficios tangibles y sostenibles en las comunidades. Para hacerlo, usamos información geoespacial, biofísica y socioeconómica que nos ayudan a localizar territorios com maior potencial em agricultura e também em outras atividades, como ganaderia, aquicultura, pesca ou turismo. Elaboramos, junto aos países, estratégias de inversión a la medida. Cada território é único. Com um enfoque territorial, promovemos soluções adaptadas a los cuellos de botella que impidem materializar seu potencial, desde sistemas de riego em zonas áridas hasta mejor acesso a mercados para a agricultura familiar. Ponemos el acento em que esse processo é liderado por los países e apoiado por la FAO. Provavelmente, mais de uno se pregunte, bueno, pero si los países lideran esse processo, ¿qué hace FAO? Nuestro rol es aportar con experiencia y conocimiento en temas de inteligencia territorial y prioridades basadas en datos, alineación con políticas nacionales y prioridades regionales, articulación público-privada para impulsar la inversión habilitante, capacidad técnica y asistencia para la movilización de recursos. Impulsamos foros de inversión para facilitar la interacción entre gobiernos, donantes e sócios estratégicos para convertir oportunidades em inversões concretas. Involucramos ao setor privado, organismos internacionais de financiamento, a banca multilateral, assim como a inversão pública e os donantes tradicionais. Todo esse trabalho ha generado importantes resultados. A nível regional, a participação na iniciativa Mano de la Mano ha crescido significativamente. Temos hoje 15 países trabalhando em seus planos de inversión e 3 iniciativas subregionais que abarcam territórios do Corredor Seco e zonas áridas de Centroamérica, da Amazônia e de los pequenos estados insulares em desenvolvimento do Caribe. Solo entre os anos 2022 e 2024, hemos logrado movilizar cerca de 1.750 milhões de dólares na região. Bueno, e agora? Hacia onde vamos? Bueno, queremos que essa cifra de inversión siga crescendo. Seguimos comprometidos com apoiar os países para avançar em la transformação de los sistemas agroalimentários e estamos convencidos que a iniciativa Mano de la Mano representa uma grande oportunidade para lográ-lo. Mano de la Mano está evolucionando. Hoje incorpora com maior força o uso sostenível de los recursos naturais, o financiamento climático e ações de mitigação e adaptação ao cambio climático. Su foco é habilitar bienes públicos que potenciem a inversión privada. Queremos ter uma estratégia mais integral que incluya o uso de tecnologias, gestão florestal, produção de bioenergia, gestão pesqueira eficaz, sistemas de informação, entre muitos outros. Estamos convencidos de que este é o caminho para avançar hacia uma transformação rural inclusiva e para ter melhores sistemas agroalimentários, que nos assegurem uma melhor produção, uma melhor nutrição, melhor meio ambiente e uma vida melhor, sem deixar a nadie atrás.
Home to more than 50 million people, including 400 indigenous peoples, the Amazon is a complex system of interconnected species, ecosystems, and cultures that contribute to global well-being. Covering more than 6.9 million square kilometers, the Amazon rainforest is home to more than 10% of terrestrial biodiversity and contains 20% of the world's fresh water. However, the traditional model of economic development in the Amazon region could push one of the planet's richest ecosystems to the brink of environmental collapse. The business opportunity for the circular bioeconomy is estimated at an astounding $7.7 trillion by 2030. However, the Amazon's current share of this market is only 0.17%, although it accounts for 54% of the world's tropical forests. To unlock this market potential, the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, ACTA, and FAO have joined forces to develop a program based on the hand-in-hand methodology. This effort is in line with the signing of the 2023 Belém Declaration, endorsed by the 8 heads of state of the Amazon region. The program aims to identify responsible and sustainable investment opportunities by promoting public-private partnerships on specific lines of investment. Strengthening digital ecosystems in the Amazon to improve rural livelihoods and boost traceability of selected bioproducts. Improvement of Amazon fisheries management based on the existing data from migratory catfish. And it's rooted in 4 guiding principles, reducing the high levels of food insecurity, poverty, social and gender-related inequalities. Respecting the rights, territories, traditional ways of life and knowledge systems of indigenous peoples and other traditional communities. Avoiding the Amazon rainforest tipping point. Ensuring sustainable agriculture practices.
El corredor seco y las zonas áridas de los países del Sistema de la Integración Centroamericana SICA cubren el 34% del total de su territorio y en sus áreas rurales viven más de 21 millones de personas. Más del 20% de las personas empleadas se dedican a la agricultura y en su mayoría son pequeños productores y productoras que aportan para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de sus países. El corredor seco y las zonas áridas enfrentan una alta vulnerabilidad ante los riesgos asociados al cambio climático, que afectan a la región en épocas clave para la agricultura. Como consecuencia de estas afectaciones, los países del SICA han registrado en los últimos años un fenómeno de migración aún más intenso que se traduce en alrededor de 5 millones de migrantes procedentes de esta región solo en Estados Unidos. Ante esta realidad, los países y el sistema SICA, con apoyo técnico de la FAO, impulsan la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, construyendo resiliencia en el corredor seco y zonas áridas. La iniciativa se impulsa con la contribución financiera de la Banca Multilateral para el Desarrollo, fondos climáticos, agencias de cooperación, organismos de Naciones Unidas y recursos públicos nacionales. La iniciativa Mano de la región SICA se encuentra movilizando inversiones en 5 grandes temas. Primero, el mapeo digital de suelos, que con el financiamiento de los Estados Unidos de América, ha permitido en Honduras y Guatemala contar con mapas de fertilidad, propiedades química y física de los suelos para mejorar la producción agrícola de estos países. Y ahora, por medio del Consejo Agropecuario Centroamericano, se ampliará este mapeo para todos los países del sistema SICA. Segundo, la zonificación agrícola del riesgo climático, que con apoyo del gobierno de Brasil y Embrapa ha contribuido a identificar periodos de siembra óptimas para cultivos sensibles en el corredor seco y para la seguridad alimentaria de las familias, lo que a su vez creará las bases para la mitigación del riesgo agrícola y facilitará la ampliación del financiamiento y seguro agrícola rural. Tercero, soluciones hídricas integrales, donde se ha sistematizado y estimado los costos y adaptado varias tecnologías de soluciones hídricas que van desde la escala de consumo humano hasta cultivos comerciales, donde estas tecnologías se han vuelto prioridad para los países en sus acuerdos de cooperación de notas de inversión junto a instituciones financieras. Estos estudios también están disponibles para la plataforma de cooperación del G20 en el eje sobre la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional. Cuarto, las MIPYMES y ecosistemas digitales. Con el liderazgo del Sempromipesica y el financiamiento de la Unión Europea, se ha apoyado a más de 600 MIPYMES en el corredor seco, con el objetivo de generar empleo y reducir la migración forzada. Esta experiencia también está presente en las diversas propuestas de inversiones mano de la mano a nivel nacional junto a las instituciones financieras. Y finalmente, sobre el fortalecimiento de los institutos nacionales de investigación agropecuaria de los países SICA. Se ha identificado tecnologías para la convivencia con la sequía y zonas áridas, para el aumento de la producción en el corredor seco, habiéndose posicionado en la agenda de los países y el mundo de la cooperación. La iniciativa Mano de la Mano también está presente con notas de inversiones específicas en los países de la región. Y en el caso de la propuesta del corredor seco resiliente, se abarca a todos los países, creando las condiciones para atraer inversión público-privada hacia un territorio con prosperidad y oportunidades, por una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una mejor vida en la región del SICA.
Bolivia, a mega-diverse country where cultural, natural, and food heritage come together to create socio-economic opportunities for thousands of families living across 22 ecosystems of global importance. The Hand in Hand initiative in Bolivia seeks to share with the world this diversity of products that are harnessed in harmony with Mother Earth. In the Andes, at more than 4,900 meters above sea level, llamas and alpacas provide high-quality fiber and meat with great potential for industrialization and export. Management plans for wild camelids, such as vicuñas, make the sustainably harvest of one of the finest and most coveted fibers in the world possible, used to craft exclusive garments. Descending into the Amazon at altitudes ranging from 100 to 1,000 meters above sea level, the forests yield fruits of exceptional nutritional value. Aceci, Brazil nuts, and royal palm are gathered from wild varieties through a model of integrated and sustainable forest management. The unique flavor of Bolivia's wild cacao has earned recognition and acceptance in demanding international markets. Bolivia invites the world to invest in safeguarding this food heritage, specialty products of the highest quality, with an invaluable cultural identity.
En el corazón de Centroamérica, una tierra de volcanes, tradición y esperanza, El Salvador presenta una oportunidad estratégica, la inversión en su histórica caficultura, con la iniciativa Mano de la Mano. Más de 20.000 salvadoreñas y salvadoreños en zonas rurales serán directamente beneficiadas. Sus vidas, sus familias, sus comunidades, fortalecidas a través del café. Porque aquí la tierra es fértil, el clima tropical y la altitud perfecta. Condiciones óptimas para producir café arábica de alta calidad, desde la finca hasta tu taza. El café salvadoreño transforma, genera valor y abre las puertas a mercados internacionales de alto impacto. Y lo mejor de todo, en armonía con la naturaleza y con su gente, una inversión para las regiones cafetaleras del país. Entre aves, lagunas y montañas nace un modelo que integra conservación, energía renovable e innovación rural. Porque esta inversión no es solo agrícola, es humana, es inclusiva, es sostenible, identificada con el apoyo técnico de la FAO y su iniciativa Mano de la Mano, como parte de una estrategia nacional para crecer con igualdad y con visión de futuro.
Para el gobierno de Guatemala, identificar oportunidades de innovación e inversión es indispensable para impulsar políticas públicas que transformen los sistemas agroalimentarios, aumenten los ingresos y refuercen la resiliencia al cambio climático, promoviendo la competitividad en los territorios rurales. A través de la iniciativa Hand in Hand, la FAO apoya al gobierno para impulsar inversiones estratégicas vinculadas a la Política Nacional de Riego 2024-2033 y al programa Rutas del Desarrollo, a través de notas de inversión y utilizando la herramienta de tipología de microrregiones integrada al Sistema Nacional de Inversión Pública, que permite identificar territorios prioritarios, visualizando su potencial económico, ambiental y social. La Política Nacional de Riego beneficiará a pequeños y medianos productores, principalmente del corredor seco ampliado y la zona norte del país. Se estima que se generarán ingresos netos anuales de entre $1.800 y $11.654 por hectárea, dependiendo el tipo de cultivo irrigado. El programa Rutas del Desarrollo busca fortalecer el progreso integral en el país a través de una infraestructura vial mejorada para facilitar la conectividad, el acceso a servicios esenciales y el desarrollo económico. Contempla la rehabilitación de 4.820 kilómetros de caminos rurales y prioriza la inversión en territorios con oportunidades de desarrollo agrícola. El primer territorio priorizado por este programa es Cobán Alta Verapaz, donde además se promueve el fortalecimiento de las cadenas de valor de café, cacao y cardamomo a través de 4 oportunidades. Infraestructura habilitante para el desarrollo, fomento agroproductivo inclusivo y resiliente, desarrollo agroindustrial y comercialización, gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales. El gobierno de Guatemala se compromete con el desarrollo sostenible, equitativo y resiliente, a través de un modelo que promueve una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición y un mejor medio ambiente para una vida mejor, mientras impulsa sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With up to 70 countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic, sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the Hand in Hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritize interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritization of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example. Hand in Hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand in Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organizations, civil society, and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding, to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand in Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand in Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh, the Hand in Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access Hand in Hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policymaking, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand in Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind.
Mexico ranks among the 15 largest economies in the world, a dynamic country driving strategic sectors from food production to the aerospace industry, a megadiverse nation, home to 12% of the planet's species and 9 of the 11 terrestrial ecosystems. This abundance is reflected in the wide variety of crops and production systems developed across its territories and communities, which sustain its agri-food strength and position it as the 11th global producer and 7th exporter, with a strong presence in national and international markets through an extensive network of trade agreements. Warehouses, wholesale distribution centers, highways, and ports are part of a robust infrastructure enabled by the human capital that ensures its operation and effectiveness. Today, Mexico offers strategic investment opportunities, identified using the Hand-in-Hand initiative's innovative tools and analysis, and in line with government priorities in agri-food investments. Advancing firmly toward food sovereignty, policies have been implemented to guarantee equitable access to food, contributing to poverty reduction. Climate change and the need for equitable access to food represent growing challenges, requiring the strengthening of agri-food systems and the harnessing of potential in key regions, such as the center and the south-southeast of the country. To achieve this, Mexico promotes investor participation in projects linked to the National Food Sovereignty Strategy, offering opportunities across 4 strategic value chains: maize, beans, rice, and milk, while also driving infrastructure, plant nutrition, and high-quality seeds adapted to each region. With the support of the FAO and the Hand-in-Hand initiative, efforts are complemented to strengthen these investments and generate a positive socioeconomic impact. Join this new stage, and together let us drive the agri-food transformation of Mexico and the opening of new opportunities for sustainable investment.
The small island developing states, STIDs, of the Caribbean have immense opportunities for achieving sustainable development that will enable them to advance in eradicating hunger and poverty in rural areas. The islands and coastal regions not only attract thousands of tourists with their unmatched beaches, natural wealth, gastronomy, and cultural heritage, but they are also surrounded by tropical forests and coastal ecosystems that host endemic flora and fauna. However, the effects of climate change, particularly drought and water scarcity, are significantly impacting this natural environment, especially the quality of crops and the income generation of producers. In Barbados, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, farmers are increasingly concerned about changes in precipitation patterns, watershed degradation, and declining food production. It is crucial to find solutions that promote sustainable production. This is why the FAO and the Caribbean Community CARICOM are working to launch a regional initiative that, in its first phase, aims to increase income and job generation and contribute to reducing inequalities in these 3 countries, where agriculture represents approximately 15% of employment and contributes nearly 6% to the total gross domestic product. Through the use of geospatial, biophysical, and socioeconomic data, along with advanced analysis provided by the FAO's Global Hand-in-Hand initiative, investment opportunities have been identified to promote the implementation of digital irrigation systems that improve efficiency, sustainability, and productivity in areas with high agricultural potential. To implement these proposals, FAO and CARICOM will collaborate with all stakeholders interested in supporting the development of small producers in the Caribbean. Together, it is possible to advance towards a region with more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, providing better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all, leaving no one behind.
Colombia huele a frutas, a mar, a montañas, a café recién hecho y a cacao. Es el segundo país más biodiverso del planeta. Guarda una enorme riqueza natural y cultural. Con más de 40 millones de hectáreas cultivables y múltiples pisos térmicos, Colombia es tierra fértil para el desarrollo y es aquí donde florecen 2 proyectos que están transformando las vidas y contribuyen a la paz territorial. Uno alrededor del café en el departamento del Cauca y otro con el cacao en el departamento departamento del Huila. El Cauca, territorio de montañas, valles y pueblos diversos, es el cuarto productor de café del país. Allí, el café es legado y motor de paz. Con el proyecto Fortalecimiento de la Calidad, la sostenibilidad de la cadena de valor del café y el turismo rural en el Cauca, 36.000 familias verán renovadas sus esperanzas. 12.000 hectáreas de café serán mejoradas y nacerá la Escuela del Café del Cauca. A 500 kilómetros en las montañas del Huila, más de 4.000 familias rurales siembran una nueva esperanza con el cacao. La iniciativa La Agroindustria del Cacao, una opción sostenible y rentable para el bienestar del Huila, renovará 1.800 hectáreas y sembrará 500 nuevas, duplicando la productividad del departamento. Con el apoyo de la FAO y aliados estratégicos, se construirá un modelo agroindustrial que apuesta por la innovación, la economía circular, la baja huella de carbono y la inclusión social. En 2024, Colombia exportó más de 265 millones de dólares en cacao y sigue ampliando su mercado en Europa y Asia. Además, con certificaciones internacionales y el impulso al turismo científico, las rutas del cacao reconectan con las raíces y dignifican la labor del productor. Todo esto es posible gracias a la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, que promueve la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios, la reducción de la pobreza y el cierre de brechas. Desde el Cauca y el Huila, Colombia exporta futuro.
El Perú es un territorio de oportunidades, donde tradición y futuro se unen en cadenas de valor únicas. Desde los Andes hasta la Amazonía, nuestros productores cultivan y transforman lo mejor de nuestra agrobiodiversidad.
No solo produzco la fibra de alpaca, también produzco la carne de alpaca más sano, con 0 colesterol para los mercados. Y así mismo tengo economía para mi sustento de mi familia y para la comunidad.
En los Andes, granos como la quinoa, kiwicha o cañigua son superalimentos que nutren al mundo y conservan nuestra biodiversidad.
No solo es que vemos una semilla, un producto, sino es una manera de conservar nuestra vida. Una vida propia que caracteriza de muchos lugares diferentes culturas, y quienes actualmente la están manteniendo son en los pequeños rincones de nuestro país.
En la Amazonía, frutos como el copoazú, la castaña y el acaí impulsan la bioeconomía, restaurando suelos y generando ingresos sostenibles.
Nosotros como agricultores nos sentimos orgullosos. ¿Por qué? Porque acá en la selva hay mucha riqueza, ¿no? Tenemos muchos productos que sembrar, ¿no? Naturales también dentro de la comunidad, dentro de nuestra tierra, ¿no?
Gracias a las metodologías y herramientas geoespaciales avanzadas de la iniciativa Hand in Hand, el Perú ha identificado oportunidades de inversión estratégicas con impacto social, económico y ambiental en estas 3 cadenas de valor.
Ponle punche y ganamos todos, Perú. Gobierno del Perú.
Olá a todos e todas. Mi nombre es Luis Bedunski, soy el oficial principal de Políticas en Desarrollo Rural en la Oficina Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe. Y hoy les voy a hablar sobre la iniciativa Mano de la Mano. Nuestro equipo trabaja para promover una vida mejor para todos y todas y se articula en torno a 3 prioridades estratégicas. 1. Impulsar el desarrollo económico y combatir las desigualdades de las poblaciones en situaciones de vulnerabilidad. 2. Fortalecer la resiliencia en los territorios rurales y en los sistemas agroalimentarios, con énfasis en la acción anticipatoria y en los mecanismos de gestión de riesgo de desastres. Y tercero, acelerar la inversión y la cooperación a través de mecanismos inovadores que promuevan el desarrollo territorial sostenible. Mano de la Mano es una iniciativa global de la FAO que comenzó en 2019 para impulsar essa terceira prioridade que les mencionava. Su objetivo es muy claro: identificar las áreas donde las políticas y las inversiones en el sector agroalimentario puedan generar mayor impacto económico y social para las poblaciones con altos niveles de pobreza que dependen de essas actividades. Para eso, la planificación estratégica de inversiones es clave. detectar oportunidades, movilizar recursos e assegurar que as inversões produzcam benefícios tangíveis e sosteníveis em las comunidades. Para hacerlo, usamos informação geoespacial, biofísica e socioeconômica que nos ajudam a localizar territórios com maior potencial em agricultura e também em outras atividades, como ganaderia, aquicultura, pesca ou turismo. Elaboramos, junto aos países, estratégias de inversão à la medida. Cada território é único. Com um enfoque territorial, promovemos soluções adaptadas a los cuellos de botella que impedem materializar seu potencial, desde sistemas de riego em zonas áridas hasta melhor acesso a mercados para a agricultura familiar. Ponemos el acento em que esse processo é liderado por los países e apoiado por la FAO. Provavelmente, mais de uno se pergunte, bueno, pero si los países lideran esse processo, ¿qué hace FAO? Nuestro rol é aportar com experiência e conhecimento em temas de inteligência territorial e prioridades basadas em dados, alinhação com políticas nacionais e prioridades regionais, articulação público-privada para impulsar a inversão habilitante, capacidade técnica e assistência para a mobilização de recursos. Impulsamos fóruns de inversão para facilitar a interação entre governos, donantes e sócios estratégicos para convertir oportunidades em inversões concretas. Involucramos ao setor privado, organismos internacionais de financiamento, a banca multilateral, assim como a inversão pública e os donantes tradicionais. Todo este trabalho ha generado importantes resultados. A nível regional, a participação na iniciativa Mano de la Mano ha crescido significativamente. Temos hoje 15 países trabalhando em seus planos de inversão e 3 iniciativas subregionais que abarcam territórios do Corredor Seco e zonas áridas de Centroamérica, da Amazônia e de los pequenos estados insulares em desenvolvimento do Caribe. Solo entre os anos 2022 e 2024, hemos logrado movilizar cerca de 1.750 milhões de dólares na região. Bueno, e agora? Hacia onde vamos? Bueno, queremos que essa cifra de inversão siga crescendo. Seguimos comprometidos com apoiar os países para avançar na transformação dos sistemas agroalimentários e estamos convencidos que a iniciativa Mano de la Mano representa uma grande oportunidade para lográ-lo. Mano de la Mano está evolucionando. Hoje incorpora com maior força o uso sustentável dos recursos naturais, o financiamento climático e ações de mitigação e adaptação ao câmbio climático. Seu foco é habilitar bens públicos que potenciem a inversão privada. Queremos ter uma estratégia mais integral que incluya o uso de tecnologias, gestão florestal, produção de bioenergia, gestão pesqueira eficaz, sistemas de informação, entre muitos outros. Estamos convencidos de que este é o caminho para avançar hacia uma transformação rural inclusiva e para ter melhores sistemas agroalimentários, que nos assegurem uma melhor produção, uma melhor nutrição, melhor meio ambiente e uma vida melhor, sem deixar a nadie atrás.
Home to more than 50 million people, including 400 indigenous peoples, the Amazon is a complex system of interconnected species, ecosystems, and cultures that contribute to global well-being. Covering more than 6.9 million square kilometers, the Amazon rainforest is home to more than 10% of terrestrial biodiversity and contains 20% of the world's fresh water. However, the traditional model of economic development in the Amazon region could push one of the planet's richest ecosystems to the brink of environmental collapse. The business opportunity for the circular bioeconomy is estimated at an astounding $7.7 trillion by 2030. However, the Amazon's current share of this market is only 0.17%, although it accounts for 54% of the world's tropical forests. To unlock this market potential, the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, ACTA, and FAO have joined forces to develop a program based on the hand-in-hand methodology. This effort is in line with the signing of the 2023 Belém Declaration, endorsed by the 8 heads of state of the Amazon region. The program aims to identify responsible and sustainable investment opportunities by promoting public-private partnerships on specific lines of investment. Strengthening digital ecosystems in the Amazon to improve rural livelihoods and boost traceability of selected bioproducts. Improvement of Amazon fisheries management based on the existing data from migratory catfish. And it's rooted in 4 guiding principles, reducing the high levels of food insecurity, poverty, social and gender-related inequalities. Respecting the rights, territories, traditional ways of life, and knowledge systems of indigenous peoples and other traditional communities. Avoiding the Amazon rainforest tipping point. Ensuring sustainable agriculture practices.
El corredor seco y las zonas áridas de los países del Sistema de la Integración Centroamericana SICA cubren el 34% del total de su territorio y en sus áreas rurales viven más de 21 millones de personas. Más del 20% de las personas empleadas se dedican a la agricultura y en su mayoría son pequeños productores y productoras que aportan para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de sus países. El corredor seco y las zonas áridas enfrentan una alta vulnerabilidad ante los riesgos asociados al cambio climático, que afectan a la región en épocas clave para la agricultura. Como consecuencia de estas afectaciones, los países del SICA han registrado en los últimos años un fenómeno de migración aún más intenso que se traduce en alrededor de 5 millones de migrantes procedentes de esta región solo en Estados Unidos. Ante esta realidad, los países y el sistema SICA, con apoyo técnico de la FAO, impulsan la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, construyendo resiliencia en el corredor seco y zonas áridas. La iniciativa se impulsa con la contribución financiera de la Banca Multilateral para el Desarrollo, fondos climáticos, agencias de cooperación, organismos de Naciones Unidas y recursos públicos nacionales. La iniciativa Mano de la región SICA se encuentra movilizando inversiones en 5 grandes temas. Primero, el mapeo digital de suelos, que con el financiamiento de los Estados Unidos de América, ha permitido en Honduras y Guatemala contar con mapas de fertilidad, propiedades química y física de los suelos para mejorar la producción agrícola de estos países. Y ahora, por medio del Consejo Agropecuario Centroamericano, se ampliará este mapeo para todos los países del sistema SICA. Segundo, la zonificación agrícola del riesgo climático, que con apoyo del gobierno de Brasil y Embrapa ha contribuido a identificar periodos de siembra óptimas para cultivos sensibles en el corredor seco y para la seguridad alimentaria de las familias, lo que a su vez creará las bases para la mitigación del riesgo agrícola y facilitará la ampliación del financiamiento y seguro agrícola rural. Tercero, soluciones hídricas integrales, donde se ha sistematizado y estimado los costos y adaptado varias tecnologías de soluciones hídricas que van desde la escala de consumo humano hasta cultivos comerciales, donde estas tecnologías se han vuelto prioridad para los países en sus acuerdos de cooperación de notas de inversión junto a instituciones financieras. Estos estudios también están disponibles para la plataforma de cooperación del G20 en el eje sobre la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional. Cuarto, las MIPYMES y ecosistemas digitales. Con el liderazgo del Centro MIPE-SICA y el financiamiento de la Unión Europea, se ha apoyado a más de 600 MIPYMES en el corredor seco, con el objetivo de generar empleo y reducir la migración forzada. Esta experiencia también está presente en las diversas propuestas de inversiones mano de la mano a nivel nacional junto a las instituciones financieras. Y finalmente, sobre el fortalecimiento de los institutos nacionales de investigación agropecuaria de los países SICA. Se ha identificado tecnologías para la convivencia con la sequía y zonas áridas, para el aumento de la producción en el corredor seco, habiéndose posicionado en la agenda de los países y el mundo de la cooperación. La iniciativa Mano de la Mano también está presente con notas de inversiones específicas en los países de la región.
1, 2, 3.
Y en el caso de la propuesta del corredor seco resiliente, se abarca todos los países, creando las condiciones para atraer inversión público-privada hacia un territorio con prosperidad y oportunidades. Por una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una mejor vida en la región del SICA.
Bolivia, a mega-diverse country where cultural, natural, and food heritage come together to create socioeconomic opportunities for thousands of families living across 22 ecosystems of global importance. The Hand in Hand initiative in Bolivia seeks to share with the world this diversity of products that are harnessed in harmony with Mother Earth. In the Andes, at more than 4,900 meters above sea level, llamas and alpacas provide high-quality fiber and meat with great potential for industrialization and export. Management plans for wild camelids, such as vicuñas, make the sustainably harvest of one of the finest and most coveted fibers in the world possible.
Colegas, si pueden ir pasando a la sala, por favor. Vamos a iniciar en breve.
Descending into the Amazon at altitudes ranging from 100 to 1,000 meters above sea level, the forests yield fruits of exceptional nutritional value.
Hola, colegas, si pueden ir pasando a la sala, por favor, vamos a comenzar en breve.
Gathered from wild varieties through a model of integrated and sustainable forest management. The unique flavor of Bolivia's wild cacao has earned recognition and acceptance in demanding international markets. Bolivia invites the world to invest in safeguarding this food heritage, specialty products of the highest quality,
Colegas, si pueden ir
with
pasando,
an invaluable
por favor.
cultural identity.
En el corazón de Centroamérica, una tierra de volcanes, tradición y esperanza, El Salvador presenta una oportunidad estratégica, la inversión en su histórica caficultura.
Ok, muchísimas gracias, colegas. Vamos a ir arrancando. Yo sé que de a poquito van a estar llegando ahí el resto de los colegas con su cafecito. A continuación, daremos inicio al sexto panel temático titulado Mecanismos combinados para el escalamiento de inversiones en los sistemas agroalimentarios. Para la facilitación
investments in agri-food systems. In this important segment, we will be with my colleague Matias Riv, regional expert on FAO's mobilization and resources. He'll be moderating this panel. We'll have the stellar participation of the next panel members who would like to request to please be seated and take your seats. Please, big round of applause for Matias. Matias, welcome, sir.
Contaremos con el señor Peter.
We will be here with Mr. Peter Umunay, leader of Agri-Food Systems and Land Use of the Global Environmental Facility, who will be with us online. Mrs. Ekaterina Crimona's head of service for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Investment Center of the FAO. Kathy Kennedy Freeman, main chief economist from agriculture in the World Bank based in Peru. Welcome. Mrs. Ana Lucia Murillo from the FIAS Environmental Sustainable Fund of Investment Fund from Ecuador. And Mr. Enrique Eduardo Maldonado, Undersecretary of Investment for the Development from the Secretary of Planning and Programming from Guatemala, SECLAN, various acronyms in Spanish. Mrs. Karina Fonseca, official of the resident coordinator of the UN system from Colombia, and Mr. Lautario Vizca, Technical Secretary of the Specialized Meeting on Family Agriculture in Mercosur. Please come to the floor. A big round of applause for them, please.
Y Matías, te cedo la moderación.
And Matías, the floor is yours.
Sí, ahí va. Gracias. Perdón. ¿Se escucha? Ahí sí. Bueno.
Yes, okay. All right, colleagues, I would like to begin talking about a concept they conveyed yesterday from Jepitazo. That's a concept from Paraguay. Correct me if I interpreted this correctly or not. Drive, force, energy, it's got many energies, many concepts behind, right, to continue forward. I think that we all need a jepitazón in this moment post-lunch, right? This drive, this energy, post 2 days of work. Correct me if I'm saying this terribly, but hopefully you understand the spirit and the idea behind all this. It's always hard to speak after lunch, but I'd like to thank you very much for your energy, your generosity, the generosity of our panel members. And since we have the challenge of hearing from multiple colleagues today, we'll try to we divided this into 2 parts. The first part, each one of the speakers will have 10 minutes to share their points of view and the large framework we have of combined mechanisms, and then we'll have an interaction. And I'd like to invite everyone, because this is a round table, right? And let's consider it as such. Part of the panel members are here. Peter is online. He's connected from GEF. And part of the panel members are also here sitting with the attendees. So the idea is to imagine this roundtable for discussion. I'll speak briefly now, just to explain the methodology, and then I will try to be silent because I want us to prioritize exchange, a discussion. The main focus of our conversation, and here I'd like to highlight a main idea, because yesterday we started talking about human scale financing, right? And we've gone through programs, we've covered instruments, but there's a quite rich diversity, and all of us are there's a diversity here in all the people that are participating these 2 days, and this is almost the closing panel. But what I'd like to invite you, I'd like to invite you to hear, to listen and observe, to identify opportunities. And in this roundtable, the idea is for us to observe and listen to what each one of the speakers are saying, but link it to each one of the roles we're fulfilling. So how, based on presentations and based on the questions that may emerge between, and this is the dynamic that we've asked you to have, but we invite you to see how in these combined mechanisms, we from organizations in our roles can have a role, and how we need each other, which is also part of the invitation for this event. Without further ado, Carolina, well, thank you. We'll start with you. Thank you very much for your time. You have the presentation, and we'll advance towards knowing the blended finance experience in Colombia.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes para todos. Yo soy
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Carolina Fonseca, and I work in the office, the Department of the Resident Coordinator from the UN Resident Coordinator in Colombia. And in 10 minutes, I'll talk to you about Colombia blended finance. We know this already. Colombia has a need of funding, of development funding or financing for here to 2030, which account for 19% of GDP. It's approximately $101 billion, an enormous, gigantic number, and clearly we need cooperation and public resources. They will not be enough to bridge that gap. I believe, and we believe, that the question is not anymore if the private sector has to exist or not. It's about how we incorporate it in a more effective and fast manner. In the coordination office, we're not an agency. We don't have resources. We don't execute, but we try to coordinate, to have conduct a coordination exercise for the 26 agencies in Colombia to work in a more articulated manner. And in the coordination office, we have an agenda to support the entire funding ecosystem, funding for development. And one of the subtopics in that work group were FAO, in which FAO takes part in other system agencies, but also the government, the private sector, the development banks. One of the topics that we see are relevant is blended finance and how we support the blended finance agenda for this group.
Contarles que como parte de esta agenda de trabajo de Blended Finance hicimos un mapeo.
As part of this work agenda, we started mapping to see what has worked, what hasn't worked in blended finance in Colombia, and based on that, we can start creating a methodological note of the mapping. We use the blended finance convergence definition from convergence. It's got 4 archetypes: the concessional equity, concessional debt, the second archetype of guarantees and insurance, third one of technical assistance, and the fourth archetype is grants for readiness and project readiness and design. Blended finance has to have 3 conditions. The first one is to have a clear impact matrix. Additionality, that's number 2, that fresh resources are unlocked and that they are profitable. And a third condition of being profitable, profitability in the market or a bit below, but yes, this is a must. Now, the invitation extended is, well, you'll now see the QR, the mapping is ready, you can probably read that, and I dare to see many of the findings of this mapping serve and help for Colombia, but they also shine a light on recommendations for the rest of Latin America. I'll present 3 cases. The first case, well, 14 cases came out of the mapping. We did 17 semi-structured interviews, out of which 14 or 17, 14 blended finance cases came out using the methodological framework that I just told you about. And of those 14 cases, 9 are in sustainable agriculture. Most are in agriculture. So the first case is a first loss case, $300,000 invested by the Multi-Donor Fund for Peace, which was created in 2016 to support the peace agreement in Colombia. The fund invested $300,000 in an Acumen fund. And then this Acumen fund invested equity in these two companies you see here. Cocovida and well, one is coconut and the other one is a rice company with a leverage rate 1:6 with 440 families that were impacted, and those companies where they invested equity are still alive. In this case, it's 3 out of 9, right? Please try to read the mapping. But anyway, here we have case 2. This UN multi-donor fund for peace invests $300,000 to cover the cost of the exchange risk coverage, right? And it has $5,000, right? And Contactar, they invested there, and it's a microfinancing company, and in turn, it's resources for small producers. Here, the leverage was 1:6, and it was 5,000 credits through a $5 million credit line that were invested in. A third case, this combines architects of technical assistance and guarantee. Here, we had approximately $7 million, $5 million to establish a guarantee fund, and $2 million for technical assistance, both for the financial institution and for borrowers. And in the mapping, this is the one that had more leverage. Leverage was 1:20. We were able to unlock $100 million in placement credits equivalent to 24,000 credits. And what I think is more beautiful here is that 70% of the credits placed went to women and then the youth. So it's quite interesting. Now, this is a QR code for those of you that want to read the mapping. It's or the publication. It's available there. And these cases, we have some findings of blended finance archetypes. So, and due to enabling environments, one of the first findings we thought was quite interesting is that investing concessional equity or capital at a fund level truly does attract private investment. It sounds obvious, but it's not that obvious. We have the evidence here. We have the second finding at an archetype level right here, which is that guarantees have higher leveraging in the mapping, and the QR that you can access in the mapping, it was less used, right? And it didn't contemplate the two guarantee mechanisms we have in Colombia, which are the FAG and the National Guarantee Fund. This went on a case-by-case basis, but not at a government level, which is another methodology in another case that would have surely pointed out different results. And what's interesting here is that this guarantee worked at a portfolio level, not at an individual transaction level. And it had a very interesting topic, partial stop loss and a silent topic. And the concessionality was not given at a guarantee level, but the concessionality was for covering the operation and management costs of the fund, which was quite effective. Now, one of the most, we have a finding here, and then we can see that technical assistance is much more effective when it's guided towards financial and commercial feasibility, and it exceeds the impact when the technical assistance is purely technical and productive. It sounds obvious, but when you hear when you combine financial, technical assistance, the investment plan, the cash flow, the budget, along with the productive the technical parts, it's much more effective, right? And leadership is quite important, as Jose mentioned. Now, blended finance corrects many market failures. We have Misimiro in Colombia. The Misimiro, it's mapped between 50K and 800K USD, right? And it allows arriving with those smaller tickets and correcting the information asymmetry faults, and these stakeholders lack collaterals and the loan history or background. And at the end of the day, that blended finance is going to correct those market failures, and it comes in to do so. Now, two things came out in terms of enabling environments and this mapping. Almost all the people interviewed said, okay, I do blended finance, but I don't see how I can scale this up. It's expensive, it's a long process, but we probably need a national program, something government-based, right? A blended finance program that really enables resources for the public. And before we go into recommendations, blended finance is not the panacea, it's not expensive, or it is expensive. So we truly need the minimum enabling conditions for blended finance to actually work, and that's what we're seeing in Colombia. We're working on seeing what those enabling conditions are, but within the many recommendations that came out of the mapping publication, because we have recommendations for the government of how to support the blended finance system in the sector, but there are recommendations also for the private sector, both actual and financial, and UN recommendations and international commemorations also come out, right, on how to align our technical assistance, our concessional resources with the blended finance ecosystem. But one of the recommendations that I'd like to highlight, because there are many of them, is the National Program of Blended Finance. In Colombia, as you know, we had elections, right? In the next 3-4 months, we are going to create our national development plan, and we want to take advantage of this window to make sure that the blended finance part is within our national development plan, which will enable spaces and resources to continue working on this. And the national blended finance program that we recommended based on this thorough mapping, we did, of course, have to have a regulatory framework that is clear governance, the operational flow within the government to know how that will work, how you'll enable resources, public resources, for not to be the $500,000 of the multi-donor fund, and then that levering with the 300 from Contactar. At the end of the day, this if we want to close the funding gap that what I showed in the beginning, the $101 billion USD, right? We won't be able to arrive with that. So we need to unlock the resources from the public sector at a scale. Of course, as you have to move the needle, and of course, having this blended finance in Cali, Medellin, of course, the main city is not. It's different to do that in Choco. And anyway, we have to have an additionality matrix and an impact matrix. How do we measure the blended finances in the public sector, right? And we're supporting in the UN to really be able to move the needle and in this blended finance plan. So fantastic. Thank you very much. Yes, we're taking advantage of all the time we get. So I see the mapping. In the case of Colombia, I linked it to what Marco just commented, the project with that SDG blended finance. And let's now go to the people who raise resources. We also know the experience about the environmental investment, the Sustainable Environmental Investment Plan from Ecuador. Ana, go ahead. Hi, I'm Ana Lucia Murillo. I'm the Manager of Programs and Projects of the Sustainable Environmental Investment Fund, FIES for its acronyms in Spanish.
Listo. Primero sí quería iniciar con una
let's begin. I wanted to start with giving you a framework, give you a concept. What's an environmental fund? Maybe we might not know all this. Well, anyway, the concept is an environmental fund is a financial mechanism which captures, manages, and allocates resources for the protection of environment and the preservation of biodiversity. This is a general concept because there are many environmental funds in the region and in the globe, and in the case of Ecuador, we have many now. The fundamental roles of environmental funds in the world: to mobilize resources at a medium and long term, focus on conservation, to have a long-term investment through different funds, to cover interventions in terms of conservation, preservation, and operational costs, and to specialize on administration and distribution, allocation of resources for public interventions. In the region, we have 32 environmental funds in Latin America and the Caribbean, and we're all part of the network of environmental funds of Latin America, REDLAC. And each country has their own characteristics. In these cases, the funds have differences in their governance models and their lines of action. and their creation, objects of creation. In the case of FIAT, we are an environmental private fund that receives, manages, and mobilizes public and private funds to fund projects in preservation, environmental management, and climate change. Adhere to what the public policies enact, right? And planning instruments are very important to the national plan for development and the national strategies.
Nosotros somos un brazo ejecutor en la búsqueda de
We
soluciones
are an executive arm in the search for financial solutions for environmental problems. How can we find these funds? How do we manage these funds? Well, first of all, we have a debt cash-in. It's the first nature cash-in with Ecuador. This was signed with Germany from 1996 to 2001. At the end of the day, we created a fund of protected areas which seeks to cover the basic expenses of protected areas. We start with 10, and now we have 47 protected areas that have a coverage of their basic needs on a yearly basis. We have the outcome payment or result payments-based modality, right? We have 2 projects that are under this method, right, at a local and national level. This is done through Red Plus. What we want is projects that strengthen management of forests and communities that live in the forest. We have administration of heritage funds and different funds that are extinguishable. We use their yields year after year. We don't touch the equity per se, and that gives it financial sustainability throughout time.
We are part of the Conservation Alliance, which provide the baselines of the process, and we are in the process of being formalized with ACM. REDLAC somehow realces the results in the regions. We have different environmental funds. I know there is a fund in the case of Panam, there's FANAM in Colombia, there's Fondo Acción, I think, and Chile's Fondo Naturaleza, which is one of the new ones, enormous input and a great deal of energy to generate these initiatives. In Costa Rica, you have Costa Rica por Siempre, and so on. So how much have we mobilized in general? $1,580 million. These are extinguishable funds. 300 million hectares are under conservation, which means that 910 protected areas. This means we have an enormously important job in our region.
Como FIAS, estamos súper alineados
también. FIAS, we are highly aligned with the SDGs. Our portfolio is very important to let you know that in the last 5 years, we have had a very interesting impact. We are managing 120 to 150 million dollars. The processes are extinguishable. They have a beginning and an end. Some have been opened in the trust fund. We have that facility. We also have our own bank account, and we have 3 patrimonial heritage-based environmental funds, and 70% of our portfolio has a very important donor, which is the German environmental funds. The most important part is the German portion, which is GIZ, a part of our areas, the environment. We work in the identification initiatives, funds of projects and project. We go to donors. We define if the initiative is viable or not. And then we show our portfolio, we do due diligence, we manage these accounts. Sometimes we implement and sometimes we manage. It is important to state that we have various financial instruments. We are a financial mechanism that has its own instruments. We have exchange for debt, nature-based debt, incentives for conservation, collaborations for environment, payments that come from Red Plus, and funds that are is one of the most important initiatives, which are participatory initiatives. Here's just an image or screenshot of the projects we have in place today. Some are managed by us, some are implemented by us, and we don't only do it with the Ministry of the Environment. We have our own system. We do it with Red Luck, and we do it with new protected areas at the national level. We generate a very interesting stakeholders, NGOs, governments, who are all very interesting. They are involved in legacy projects, Galapagos in particular. We have a heritage process there. As I was saying before, we have 4 million hectares under conservation. In continental Ecuador, it's very important to say 453,000 hectares of marine conservation, 1.2 million hectares that are currently being conserved, which is called consaves, which are protected areas, and 876 species that have been protected and managed. Our projects have different areas in social and economic value chains. We have 9,800 families that are benefited. We have 8,000 or 10 bio-entrepreneurship, community entrepreneurships. We support with the Ministry of the Environment in the policy of bioeconomy. One of the important results that we have achieved, and this is brand new, because of an alliance we have with FAO in Ecuador. We have the national forestry strategy. It is very difficult. Erika is there. She has been our focal point there. And we can say that we can have these synergies with fundamental players at UN, which provides us with a very solid document that allows us to plan and care for its forests. Finally, FIAS is an environmental fund. It is clear to understand that there are models in the region. These are models that have governances, public and private. Some are only private, but we're always aligned with the government's priorities. We are flexible instruments. If you can have an extinguishable heritage-based or trust-based funds, we have these interesting advantages. We have multi-stakeholder transparency. We're linked to the indigenous people, to the NGOs. It's important to have this very important cooperation level. We have sustained our performance. Our reinvestment goes between 7 and 10%. In addition, we have this concept of additionality as the capacity, approved capacity to complete investments in new. And that's what I wanted to give you as feedback. Ana, thank you very much. It's interesting what you say, that you share Red Luck, the Chile Nature Fund. amongst others. These are public and private initiatives where each country, we can involve them in these conversations, but also the networks of global steering groups where they are located and are housed in different places in the world. And this is very interesting to identify them in the region. We have the financial aspect. We have talked about everything that allows us to occur. We will hear Mr. Maldonado. I've been hearing at different moments. In the case of Guatemala, why don't you tell us what your experience has been? Thank you, Matias. Good afternoon to all of you.
Enrique Maldonado de la Subsecretaría de Planificación y un
I am from the Secretariat of this topic. I'm delighted to be here. As you have seen, we have been analyzing successful cases of different countries in the region in financing agri-food systems. And paying great attention to all of you, I reflected when I heard our colleague from Costa Rica when she talked about watermelon exports and how fast she reaches the port to the borders, with what level of quality those products reach the borders. And the vision that I bring is the vision from the public viewpoint, from the public investment. In Guatemala, I don't know if you've read it, we had Maya Cachiquel, and he wrote a poem which is called Far Away. It says, in this little country, everything is far. The school is far, health is far, food is far, markets. And the effect, everything is far in a small country. And why is that? Because we do not have enabling infrastructure, enabling public infrastructure. You can look at it at the world level of ranking. 2 million homes without access to safe water, electrification, and so on. So if we want all the success stories that you have shared will be multiplied in our nation, the first thing we need is this enabling environment of private investment, because the government can assume higher risks than a company can. An entrepreneur may. The function of the government is to develop markets, to bet on innovation, and therefore facilitate growth. But it is even more important through a shared prosperity, so you can close the development structural gaps that exist in our dear Latin America. And this is what I want to share with you today. This is the case of Alta Verapaz in the north of the country. This is a region that produces cardamomo. We are the main exporter of cardamomo. It is one of the best coffees in the world also. Sorry to our Colombian friends. We can debate that, right?
Fíjense ustedes cómo a través de las encuestas de hogares,
but as you know, the rate of poverty increased by 12%. So we haven't done much. And this is a department with a high indigenous population. The most general policy of the government is by President Arevalo how to deal with the structural deficiencies that exist in Guatemala. So the public investments that are being carried out through these Huehuetenango, San Marcos, La Paz, and the south of Petén are to be able to create these enabling factors of the public investment. Quetal, which is one of the most touristic areas of Mesoamerica, does not receive the amount of income that Cancun receives, for example, and we're only the power plants are very bad. You cannot have hotels in that area. And we're only 400 kilometers from Cancun, for example. That's the example he was giving. So we have power and investments, which is about $5 billion, transmission for the departments that historically have been isolated from development in the nation. So I would like to center myself on this overhead with the first mention. The public industry must generate enabling environments for food consumption and to help and reduce structural gaps. Some of the data that we're providing between 2024 and 2026, 513 kilometers of third areas or tertiary roads, non-registered roads. In 4 years, the previous government generated 795 projects, and a total of 553 projects were approved. And the previous one by the Alta Verapaz was 378 million in 2 years. We have 502 million. So how and where are we mobilizing these resources from? Guatemala is one of the national sport is not to pay taxes. We have the smallest tax load in the world, but we have the lowest amount of debt, a very sustained and cared for public debt. And we have approved about $2 billion in loans. But what is most important, without weakening the public investment system, every 2 days at the Secretariat, there is a new project for rural power. And we were able to reduce from 18 to 2 days infrastructure issues or implementation. So as you can see, in Alta Verapaz, in the first 2 years of government are about transportation. Transportation connections. There's an area of Curuwitz, which produces the highest amount of cardamom. They were able to transfer to the beginning of Verapaz. It takes 6, 7 to 8 hours in summer. I cannot tell you how much it is in winter. The products arrive extremely damaged. It increases the cost, it reduces the income of producers, and so on. So, as I mentioned, we want to continue with this hypothesis, which is to develop markets in the country.
En el caso de la electrificación,
in the case of power connections and electrification, we approved 19 projects, and in 2025, in 1 year, we had 85. So you can see that some of the municipalities in the north have already changed their reddish color to green. There are various areas, fundamental areas that we need to cover still, but these are the small steps that are being taken to tackle these structural gaps. And this will also attract private investment. Just to conclude, we would like to share some messages. The expansion of public investment is a response to an inherited gap and opens a transformation opportunity, and the results are still to be measured. This amount of resources gives us, allows us to identify what is going to happen in 2 years. We will be able to observe this. Electrification increased by 6.5 points in 2 years, and with a coverage of below 50%. 513 kilometers of important territorial areas concentrated in 17 municipalities. The investment, I would like to share also with you this important information. In the first 2 years, we multiplied by 5 the public investment in Alta Verapaz. And there's an important hypothesis. Alta Verapaz is the 4th department that provides the highest amount of GDP for the nation. How much more could this department generate income or returns for the country if we increase or decrease rather costs in power and transportation, highways, merchandises, and Alta Verapaz? And I would like to also state and reflect on the following. Governments, at the end of the day, we are a 4-year period door, but changes must remain institutionalized. So how can we do these? It's called Public Investment Law, which we will be presenting to our Congress next month. We're one of the few countries in Latin America that does not have a law of public investment. And what it seeks is to maintain sustainability in investments, to guarantee the quality of public investment based on its efficiency, effectiveness, sustainability, and of course, transparency of public investment. Nothing is perfect. We have a lot to learn. Notwithstanding this is our first grain of sand in one of the poorest areas of Guatemala. Thank you. Let's give him a hand. Thank you very much, Enrique. Andrés Felipe was mentioning the civil commitment. It also talks about domestic mobilization of resources, fiscal implementation. There is a conversation that needs to be taken because we must remember that the enabling condition that everything we are discussing, we should look at the screen now.
Can you hear me? Great, brilliant. Thank you so much, Peter. Peter is a thematic lead of Food Systems and Land Use del GIF. Peter, tienes 10 minutos para iluminarnos en la.
Okay, Peter, you have 10 minutes to shine a light on the focus on blended finance that GF9 is challenging us with at a global level, specifically in our region. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Do you have my slide or I have to connect? I send you the slide.
As you wish. You can share your screen.
Okay.
If it is easy for you.
Can you put it there or I should share?
You can share it, but we can do it as well.
It's better to do it from that side.
Okay.
All right, muchas gracias. I can hear myself. I have an echo coming from my side.
It's gone, sir.
I think now it's fine. Okay. All right. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much for inviting me. Yo hablo español un poquito, pero prefiero hablar English. I will speak in English just for the audience and to hear me very well. So, as they say, my name is Peter Umune, and I manage the entire portfolio at the GEF that focuses on food systems and the land use. But today I want to share with you a bit of more our experience as the GEF working on these blended finance modalities that now become one of the core strategic area of the GEF. So just to begin with, next slide. I would like just to give you a bit of more, the whole way of GEF financing. So the programming direction, this is not just for the GEF 9, but this is the core way of programming finance from the GEF perspective. We received the MEA guidance, which is the multilateral environmental agreement, because we were born at the eve of Rio Convention, and we serve as the financial mechanism for Rio Conventions. But we received those guidance from the conventions, but also we work a lot with countries. When I hear the story about Colombia, I hear the story of Ecuador, I hear the story of Guatemala. So we took these priorities that the countries bring to us and then put it into a programming direction through the three main pillars that you can see from that screen, which includes the focal areas, which are very much mapped to the convention. So UNCCD, UNFCCC, CBD, but also Minamata Convention, International Waters. And then we develop another package of programming that we call integrated programs. And this is basically trying to address all the drivers and the systems, including agriculture, natural system, cities, pollutions, plastics, into one programmatic approach. And then we have the strategic initiatives. This is where the blended finance really sit in. And all of this is to conserve, manage natural resources, mitigate and manage greenhouse gas emissions, but also we want to look into how do we transform global systems that are driving the planetary change, so climate change being one. But also, as you can know, the GEF mandate is actually to generate the global environmental benefits. So everything we do, even in the blended finance, in all the programming that you see from that screen, we need to get into the global environmental benefit. So next slide, let me just walk you through a little bit of our blended finance. So the blended finance, the way we define it, is basically to mobilize private capital into frontier environmental area by reducing perceived risk through different instruments. So we have a debt, we have equity, we have guarantees, making the project bankable. That market, if you look at it, market would otherwise pass on. So if we look at it, if we really want to go through the blended finance, some of these projects potentially, because of the high risk, private investment will not come if there is no guarantee. If there is no equity, there is no debt that can be taken by the public sector. I think some of the speakers actually alluded to it. So if you look at this graph, the results that we can see here speak for themselves. So we started this back in 2006 with our GEF 4, and you can see how the portfolio is increasing all the way to GEF 8, and then I will talk a little bit about the GEF 9. So we've been able to put, I'm just reading my number here, we've been able to fund 110 projects. And then we channel about $958 million from the GEF money. And we were able to leverage, as you can see from the number, about $10.2 billion in co-financing, which speaks to the ratio that $1 that we put as the GEF has been able to mobilize $22.5 from private capital. And in GEF 9 window, so you can see from that slide, we have a replenishment just recently that has concluded. We thought about scaling this because scaling means really that we can increase our envelope from the blended finance. So it used to be 3.6% of our budget, but now we increased it to 10% of our GEF resources. So if you look at the number that you see on the screen, that 10% of that will now be utilized as a blended finance. This is really a clear signal that this is now the core institutional strategy, not just a niche window that we started back then. Next slide. So, but you know, as you can see from those slides, so the GEF target really frontier areas where environmental need is greatest, but private investment is lowest. So we try to look at places where market failure, information gap, or risk perception create a financing void that only a catalytic public actor like the GEF can actually bridge that gap. So the portfolio spans across what you can see there: biodiversity, climate change, land degradation, and the food systems across all regions, with the lack from the other bar or other figure, with the lack being a particularly significant focus given the scale of agricultural land degradation and also the region's biodiversity importance. So the global focus that we have ensures that local investment that we can have, that the country can have, can generate global environmental benefit, which is the core mandate for the GEF, while the blended finance structure ensures that those investments that we put are financially sustainable and can attract private sector or private capital over a long period of time. So look at these graphs. So where we started, and you can see even by order of importance, and you can see that Latin America is actually one of the areas where we put quite a lot of investment. Next slide. So Jeffrey's toolkit spans quite many instruments. So one is the risk mitigation instrument. So that's what I talked about: guarantees, I talk about insurance, I talk about liquidity facilities, but we also do debt, we do equity, and the performance-based instruments. And those instruments are chosen based on what will most effectively unlock private capital in each context. So for the GEF9 that we are in, we just launched the GEF9 in July 1st. We are continuing to working on a flexibility or a flexible financial product and try to promote some new innovative financial tools. And we will do this by supporting instruments specifically designed for sectors like Agrifood system, where the payback timelines, that if you look at it, are long and the risk perception are quite very high. So next slide. So the GEF9 strategy, so let me just walk you through. The GEF9 strategy shift from the traditional way of us programming money into a programmatic approach, with blended finance now embedded across all funds. Remember that the GEF is also a family of funds. We have the trust fund, but we also have a least developed country fund. We have a special climate change fund for the seed countries. And then we want to introduce country incentive. So country incentive meaning that the star allocation, the allocation that we give to countries, can be channeled through a blended finance as well, so that we can unlock more financing through the project that is being designed. So the overarching goal is basically to deepen private sector partnership and deploy innovative financial products that match the realities of sustainable land use and also food system investment, especially in the region like LAC. So let me just go to the next slide and show you a little bit how we do this. So if you look at this graph, you will see that so all these pieces add up and look into this model to come up with 25%. So we want out of that 3.9 billion that we have received. We know we will receive more. To achieve about 25% of that money is channeled through blended finance, through direct, which means the blended finance window that you see on the bottom of this graph, 272 million, to more, which will be leveraged through different projects, the incentive that we provide to countries, but also the STAR, the project that we have, the current project that we have in our pipeline that will use the blended finance instrument all the way. So we really wanted to think about this. We even introduce the 10 first recipient countries of the GEF. We introduced a mandatory use of 12% of the allocation that they have to put it into the blended finance instrument, or to develop at least a blended finance instrument. And that is very important. Now, let me go to a special case that might relate a little bit to the context that we are speaking, which is on the next slide. So we put some money in the regenerative agriculture for food supply chain in the LAC region. And this is a direct proof of concept for the audience that we are here. The GEF puts about $13.8 million that we use, and that money will help catalyze about $200 million from the IFC and also private bank. If you look at it, the co-financing ratio or the leveraging ratio is $1 that we put to generate about $17 coming from private sector. And this is the reason to finance the transition to regenerative agriculture across the countries that are there. Actually, I'm happy to hear about the Colombia case. So Brazil, Colombia, Chile, where you are, Mexico, and Peru. Those are the countries that will benefit to this. And how's the mechanism? So we are using subordinated first loss loans and sustainability link interest rate reductions. So working with IFC to do that, which addresses exactly the risk and the timeline barriers that keep commercial banks out of a smallholder supply chain finance. And this, we believe, because the project is just going to start, but we believe that this will potentially, because we already work with IFC, and IFC is the one putting this money, and this project will unlock a lot. So you can see the result from the global environmental benefit that we have, 500,000 hectares that will be restored, about 16 million of ton of CO2 that will be mitigated, almost 10,000 direct beneficiaries, and this is a very solid, applicable case in the agenda of the food system across the region of LAC and the blended finance. So let me conclude by saying that from the GEF perspective, we believe, because our traditional operation used to be the grant mechanism that goes to countries, that goes to public and institutions at the country level. But we realized back then that, for us to bring the appetite of private sector, we also need to engage private sector. And the best way to engage private sector was through this blended finance. And then we started as a pilot in 2004. But as you can see from my presentation, this appetite is taken quite very strongly. It's taken very strongly. And today, our donors have pushed us for the GEF9 to really try to make this blended finance as now a core strategic way of channeling our money as the GEF, so that we can support countries in this environment now where ODA is shrinking. How do we use the grant, which we call it as a public finance, to really unlock investment at scale? And this is very important for us, and this is very important in this context. And we believe that we can use this sequencing way of doing programming. I see it also on the way that we do grant. But then if the grant and the public money from the GEF can take the first risk, and then commercial bank and then development banks can come. I'm happy I have a colleague from the World Bank in this panel, can come and then have a more big ticket item to unlock private finance. So I will stop there. So thank you very much, and back to you, Matthias. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias, Peter. Tenemos unos
Thank you very
minutos
much,
para
Peter. And we do have a couple minutes for the discussion. I'd like to open the floor for our panel members here. And if anyone would like to ask any questions, there's a question that Peter actually made to know, well, he wanted to know about Colombia. Carolina, how do you see this GF approach? But I extended to other ways of funding. We also saw it with the Global Gateway, with the European Union. We have an example of work on PITA and on Guatemala through FAO. We're looking at that in the UK PAC. We're having the GCF is a project that we saw yesterday. How in this systematization and thinking about the program, how can you do it with this trend blend finance?
Gracias, Matías.
Thank you very much, Matías. I'll be brief.
Vamos en una buena dirección.
I think we're going on a great path.
Como lo mencionaba Peter, yo creo que el tema de
As Peter just mentioned, I think that mainstreaming blended finance is the path to follow, but nevertheless, I not say it's mainstreaming blended finance for the sake of it, right? And I mentioned this as part of the national program of blended finance in Colombia. I think that there has to be a clear matrix of additionality to avoid social washing, greenwashing. I think there has to be a very clear impact matrix, because it's not just doing blended finance just because, but it's to mobilize private capital or equity towards the agenda, right? And I think that has to have additionality, impact additionality that is clear. And we must have a country lead, right? They have to be, it has to be linked to national priorities. And the resources as important as GF have to align and have a government vision, and it has to be quite country-led. Not a copy-paste model, but more or less tropicalized to the needs and realities of each country.
Gracias, Carolina.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Do we have any questions? This is a first Q&A moment, but if not, I can speak. Anyway, let's continue thinking about the quality of investment projects. We have seen that resources exist. It's been mentioned at different moments, but many times those that have resources say, okay, we need to have bankable projects and projects that are technically better developed. What has been your experience on this, and how can we work together to contribute for these projects to be more technically formulated? I think the most important challenge we've had to date as VIA is these new streams like blended finance. It's the implementation of environmental social frameworks to comply with ESG, to guarantee that the management we're giving to funds and projects comply with these parameters, and for there not to be any environmental or social risk. It's a long road ahead, right? Because we need to consider, in the case of PS, we are privately owned, but our board is public. And many times, public interest is also about strengthening some strategic extractive sectors that are in their full right, because it's part of their economy to do so, right? But we as PS, as an environmental fund, for now, we need to start creating all these risk analysis. We have to see what will happen with the investment, what will happen with this intervention, will we have a social impact or not? Do all the prior free and informed consent consultation processes actually exist or not, right? Despite the fact that we're this hinge between public and private sectors, many times we need to tell the government, okay, or the state, right, we need to comply with these parameters, we need to implement implement these measures. We need to have mitigation plans, and it's a challenge that does not only engage the actions of VIAs and our projects and teams, but it's about joint work with the government, with the state, and to say, okay, let's start working alongside. Now, what's interesting here is much of the Development Bank of Ecuador, which is public, right, that is creating these schemes. So it's something that we've been working on jointly, and I think that that is very important. Number two, another challenge is that we have less resources for the environmental sector. So how will we be innovative, right? How will we actually approach the bank? How are we going to be more attractive for the private sector? All those are enormous challenges for us. Okay, fantastic. I think that creativity is gathering us here today too, right? Because we've seen that there's no unique recipe for this. Someone said that blended finance is not the panacea, it's not the magic wand, right? And it doesn't exist. Nevertheless, here, collective intelligence, that's what we're asking for nowadays, right? And that's why flexibility in the different types of instruments that are inviting us, right? Well, and everything that we've heard in the last 2 days, that's why all this is fundamental. But to go back to public investment, you can think, okay, we have the plan investment for development investment. Okay, it's working, and everyone is fully satisfied. What would you expect? Let's suppose that. What would you expect from the international corporation and the development world to just focus on this stronger and accompany them in this process? Thank you very much. Between planning and execution, there's a small step there, and one of which includes strengthening the pre-investment capacities of public entities and private ones too. You could have a great plan that responds to all the challenges of the country, but of course, we need to take that into practice, right? And in our experience, the first step is to strengthen the pre-investment capacities of the executor units or enforcement units, because in the countries there's different levels of government, right? And I'd say mainly in local governments, because they're the ones that are a bit closer to citizens. That's on one hand side. On the other hand side, once you've strengthened your pre-investment capacities, you'll be able to have a greater certainty that the project will work and that the risk is lower once you execute this via domestic resource financing, donations, or etc. Or in the case of a public-private partnership, right? Because the main challenge here is the structuring of the projects to make them bankable and to attract capital and to be able to implement that. So what would you expect from cooperation? What would we expect? First of all, for it to be aligned with the a country's development priorities, for it to respond to the mandates and policies that the government in office has. And second place, for it to be sufficient cooperation, for it to be enough, for it not. Yes, it has to be enough. And that's, and on the other hand side, the idea is to focus on the areas where we can have, where the impacts of the projects, they just not to be, it's not to be scattered. And many times there are cooperation efforts that are scattered in different territories, and just try not to scatter, right? When you scatter, you don't create impact because you're not concentrated. And the idea is for there to be a transition process for that good practice, to transition towards the public sector, for it to be public sector to be strengthened and to provide an adequate answer to the population considered as beneficiary in ABC intervention. I could, yeah, that's my summary.
Y es justamente lo que estamos permanentemente desde nuestra organización en FAO con los marcos de programación país que tenemos.
That's what we're doing at FAO, providing guidelines and working with each one of the countries. You have a question or comment?
This question is for Peter. This morning, we heard from the FAO chief economist, Maximum Torero, about the small amount of climate finance that's going to the food system compared to the total capacity of the food system for GHG emission reduction and also adaptation. I wonder what your perspective is and what the perspective is of the GEF going forward in GEF 9 and farther out than that, related to how much you'll be putting towards mitigation and adaptation in the food system specifically. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. That's a really good question. So as you know, unfortunately, where we sit, actually, we had quite a very tough time to mobilize resources for the GEF 9. And one of the reasons has been our focal area on climate change mitigation envelope has gone down. You know, we went from 15, 16, 17% to 10%, and you know the reason. I don't want to talk about political reason here. However, what we are trying to package on this is basically to think about what we call this integrated approach, right? In our adaptation funds, we have, because we administrate also the least developed country fund, which I think most of the Latin Americans are not qualified, but the Caribbean countries, some of them are qualified. And also from the trust fund, it's more on the mitigation side. So what we are trying to do is basically that we are not trying to think about a strategy where we are only focusing on adaptation and mitigation to climate change, because it's a bit sensitive topic, rather than saying we can develop these programs that can cut across and then support adaptation and the mitigation to climate change, because that's the language that many people want to hear. But that doesn't take away what we are thinking. Of course, for the food system side, you know, the data that has been shown is very small. It's really small. So the GEF strategy is basically, we're using this integrated program that I manage, so the food system integrated program, which is one of the biggest, actually, we can say. We have been able to channel quite a lot of money that actually contribute to the mitigation, contribute to the adaptation in terms of climate. But I mean, we can only do much, right? So we put, so in my envelope, just to give you a portfolio envelope, in GEF 6, I had about 200 million. GEF 7, it went to 350 million. In GEF 8, it decreases a little bit, but then we add ecosystem restoration program that went to 500 million. This time, because of the size of replenishment, it will be around 400 million, taking with other programs. But again, we are having a new CEO coming, actually from Colombia, which is good news. And he's coming with a very good strategy. So we are thinking about environmental outcomes and economic outcomes to go side by side, because this is the only way that we can mobilize finance. We can only make a sense if we believe that country priorities in mitigation, in adaptation, can go hands in hand to support livelihood options. I think that's one aspect that we are really trying to work on quite very strongly. But in many cases, I think what we are also trying to do is to work across the network. So FAO Chief Economist Maximo Torero, I have been with him in many meetings, and we are meeting in the Africa Food System in 2 weeks. And we are really trying to mobilize this private sector, these philanthropies, foundations, to say, if some of the government don't put money in mitigation and adaptation, why don't you put this to support the food systems? Because as we know food system can, if we transform our food system, we are able to contribute about 1/3 of the climate goal. This is very important. So we can channel that money towards that. And beside from that, our adaptation fund, we have defined one of the key priority will be agri-food systems because it has a lot of potential for adaptation. Now, again, we go back to the money, right? So we are still mobilizing funds. We give $20 million to each country on that. But again, we are still struggling on that front, but the work is going. And then I call on many countries that sit in this room, partners, to work with us, to work with the GEF, because this is very important. And the one more thing is basically that sometimes when we go to different venues and as a financing mechanism, many countries are jumping into creating a new fund. So if we create a new fund, we're just going to silo and diminish the envelope that we receive to support this adaptation, to support this mitigation, especially in the context of food systems. But food system is a way to go. It's an approach, but it's also a particular area that combines mitigation and adaptation, and we should continue to lobby so that we can try to transform the food system with a good capital at scale. So that's what I can say for you. But sorry, maybe I don't have a very clear-cut answer, but this is really a struggle that we are working on with partners. Over to you. Thank you.
Super, thank you, Peter. Colegas, tenemos que ir cerrando ya esta primera parte de este panel amplio.
We have to close now, conclude now. I have one word for Ricardo, and then if you have any comments, as far as closing remarks are concerned, I want to see brief. I work in the Massimo Torreira's office, and thank you very much for inviting us to participate. Enrique, one of the panelists have mentioned public policies, public and private, and you also mentioned in the capacities of institutions. We have seen a great deal of projects that have taken, and there's an investment to approve them, but at the moment of implementation, there was no capacities, whether public or private, to implement them. And so my question is, how are you taking, Enrique, you said you're going to be here for 4 years, 8 years, but these projects we know are long until they're designed and implemented. How do you contemplate ensuring that there is a permanence of political viewpoints, not only of nationals, but as that this request remains in time and articulated with the national public policies? Thank you, Ricardo. Projects, the strategic projects for governments to be able to close these structural gaps are financed with loans. And it is a new government that arrives, and that's why it's with a loan. It is a contract that the state of Guatemala, they cannot change it. They have to go and negotiate it in Washington. It's not that simple. So we approved at the beginning of our management $400 million exclusively for rural roads to facilitate trade amongst different areas that are depressed economically. This was approved by the Congress about a year ago. We have seen the first projects taking place. Some have already been executed, but this is through a loan. On the other hand, as you all know, Guatemala is one of those countries that has seen a great deal of corruption and corruption in public works. So what have we done to ensure that these strategic progress are not easily corrupted? We have agreements which are called LOA, from government to government. And we have subscribed agreements with the United States Army for the development of our train system. You can have 1, 2, 3 successive governments. Who's going to say no to the government of the United States Army? I don't know what's going to happen. So that's one instrument, if you will. And the public investment norm that has a strategic project area, and it has projects or anything strategic cannot be left out. They have to be complied with. That's why we don't have strategic projects in the country. Today, I'm sorry, I'm extending myself. We have an enormous advantage with the development of the Quetzal. Every 1,000 miles, there has to be, nautical miles, there has to be a port. And in Mexico and in Guatemala, the 1,000 are in Quetzal port, which has a very deep waterbed. So you can, large boats could arrive, but the port does not have the capacity to receive them. And there are no trains to unload one of these huge ships full of products. So the law agreement is part of this. I'm sorry I went so far and took so long in answering. Thank you. We will close with this last comment and question.
Our friend in US.
But
the GF8 resources, and also I hear about the project summary, the financial terms, the global environment benefits, and also the financial structures and the countries who are involved in. But I haven't heard about Bolivia, and I'm very worried about. So please, I hope it's a misunderstanding, or maybe I'm not hearing well.
No. Thank you very much for that question. Bolivia is indeed part of the JEF family of funds. So Bolivia is a big beneficiary of the JEF. The JEF, we operate with 185 countries, of which 145 countries are actually recipient countries, including Bolivia. And then we have about 40 countries that are donor countries. So Bolivia, if I can say some numbers, Bolivia has received funds across the board. In JEF 8, they have a star allocation, and if you go online to our website now, you will see the allocation that we have for Bolivia for JEF 9. It's online, it's public, and we work with the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Finance. And then we will be in, sometimes this year, later this year, we will be in Latin America to provide this more information on how the country can program the money. So, Ovid, thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you for the clarification, Peter. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias a los panelistas. Peter, you're invited, of course, to stay with us online.
Peter, you're invited to stay online. Let's give a hand to our panelists. Thank you very much. Let's continue from your seats where we'll take a picture at the end all together, right?
Es un gran panel. La sacamos así, después la sacamos.
It's one major panel, everyone together. What do you think? I would like to invite Katie, Caterina, Lautaro, please, if you can come up front.
Gracias. Por aquí está bien. Gracias, Katia. Gracias, Lautaro.
Thank you, Lautaro. Thank you, Katia.
Colegas, jepitazó.
Jepitazó.
Una vez más.
one more time to ensure that we are saying it right. You have to correct me. Please tell me if I am saying it right. Kennedy Freeman, she's from the World Bank. She's for Latin America and the Caribbean. Investment in Lautaro is the technical of REAP. Are we okay? As far as time is concerned, same amount of time, 10 minutes, Katie? And then later we will hear the three colleagues. We will have an exchange. Katie.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the invitation. With the World Bank, FAO, and many of the partners that I've met here over the past couple of days are strategic partners. And it's been great to see you all, and it's great to work together in the context of the region. This morning, I thought that your chief economist's words were very inspiring, and it was clear to me how aligned we are on the agendas between the World Bank and the FAO, in particular related to the gaps of what is needed, the needs for financing, the scale of financing that is needed, and the urgency we have to seek this financing. So in that context, I'm going to present a little bit. Do we have a clicker? Thank you so much. I'm going to present how the World Bank is seeing the urgency and the scale of what we need to do together. Now, many of you, I would actually be surprised if some of you had not heard the term AgriConnect as of yet, but if you have not, the World Bank in the previous years has moved towards an agenda where we are prioritizing the creation of jobs, more and better jobs. And we've identified 5 areas that we think can create jobs. One is in infrastructure and energy, one is in healthcare, one is in tourism, one's in value-added manufacturing, and of course, agriculture and agribusiness is one of the sectors where we see a lot of potential to create jobs. In this context, during our annual meetings in 2025, together with partners like IFAD and IDB, and many of you sitting here, we launched a new program called AgriConnect. The goal of AgriConnect is to reach 200 million farmers by 2030, with our partners reaching an additional 100 million more by doubling our agribusiness investment to $9 billion annually and mobilizing an additional $5 million from the private sector. The background behind this is that despite the importance of the global food systems, and we heard this from the chief economist today, we are seeing that the global food system represents roughly 12% of global GDP, more or less, depending on how you cut it. We know that we're not investing enough in the food system. And we know that we're not investing necessarily in the right places. And that was something that he pointed out too. And something that is new and different about the AgriConnect program is that this is focused on family farmers. So directing more financing to the 80% of people globally who produce the food that we eat. Within this context, we are aiming to help family farmers increase incomes, move up the value chain through better access to inputs, technologies, finance, and markets, and create direct paths to employment. AgriConnect is a global program, so these are global targets. Here in LAC, we know that there are approximately 16.5 million family farmers. And when you include forward and backward linkages in the food system, sometimes the agri-food sector accounts for more than 50% of the people employed in the country. Because of that, we are aiming to reach 6 million farmers by 2030 and 10 million farmers together with partners. We've had some conversations about what is a family farmer, and FAO and others have very useful definitions related to this, and this will be something that we're looking at also counting together. In order to do this, specifically for LAC, and based on the evidence we have over many, many decades working here, we've developed 3 anchor programs, areas where we will focus under AgriConnect. One of these anchor programs is in agri-finance, investing in things like insurance, patient capital, guarantees, financial literacy and skills. Another is focused on agri-trade and market access, so thinking about how to invest in productive alliances, in infrastructure, cold chain, and other things that facilitate market access. And then the third is agri-tech and practices, so focusing on investments in innovation and research and development, in digital information systems, and many others. And all of these things are underpinned by our work developing policies together with the private sector. Within each of these pillars, each country will choose the activities that they want to promote under their AgriConnect action plans. Now, I get asked this question a lot. The World Bank and the IFC, our private sector arm, we've been working in agriculture for decades across the globe and in Latin America. So the question is, what's different about AgriConnect? And the answer at the most fundamental level is scale. So previously we were reaching about 900,000 farmers, and now the goal is to reach 6 million farmers. Previously we were investing about $1 billion annually, and now the goal is $5 billion annually. So the scale is the first answer. Beyond that, there are a number of ways that we're changing the way that we work. The first is through scaling agri-finance. As Maximo Torero mentioned this morning, finance and access to finance is one of the key limiting factors for family farmers globally, and that's one of the reasons that this will be a focus and a core pillar of what we do under AgriConnect. The second is accelerating policy reforms. We know that there are ways that public sector reforms and policy matrix can help facilitate and unlock private sector investment. And we also know that there are ways to make more efficient public sector investments by redirecting investments in things that are more efficient and more targeted towards what policy is intended to do in the country. A third thing is related to joint World Bank programs. So the IFC and the World Bank together investing have the potential to unlock a huge amount of capital. One example of this is in Ecuador, where there's a large amount of IFC interest in investing in the tuna sector, but because of a yellow card are not able to do it. And so investing in policy will allow us to unlock private sector investment. And then the last is based around the mechanisms that we'll use to invest. Based on the evidence we have, we know that there are specific ways we can connect farmers to market. One of them is through productive alliances, another is through investment in anchor firms, a third is through digital tools and digital marketplaces, and the fourth is through public procurement like school feeding programs, etc. This is an example of an AgriConnect action plan. So this is the action plan for Ecuador. This is a plan that we've worked on together with partners like the FAO, ICA, the government, the private sector, and behind each one of these activities is both a plan and a financing mechanism. So here you can see what I mentioned in terms of traceability systems for agri-products and fish. Here, if we finance a small traceability system with the public sector for fish, the IFC will be able to invest in the tuna sector in Ecuador. And behind each one of these is a plan like that to be able to do it. These are our action plans. So we, in each country where we work, will create together with the government, the private sector, and the partners of development, multilateral banks, action plans. After the action plans are created, we will create joint implementation plans, which actually shows how we'll do it. This is our first mover countries. So we have Ecuador, Jamaica, Brazil, and Mexico. These countries have already been launched, and we have country action plans in these plans, and we have joint implementation plans in these countries. Beyond the first mover countries, we also have second mover countries. And these are the countries, I know many of them are represented in the rooms, and many of you are already working on these action plans with partners and governments in the countries where you are. These are the next countries where we will develop action plans and begin moving with AgriConnect activities. I think my last slide is not there, but the last slide was basically what can we do together and how can we collaborate? Under AgriConnect with governments, we are offering additional financing, both non-reimbursable resources and additional loan resources, additional IFC investments in the private sector. And because of this additional scale, for partners and collaborators, we have more opportunities to work together to design programs and to also implement activities together. AgriConnect is supposed to be implemented by 2030. So the urgency that the chief economist mentioned today is there, and we feel it. That the idea is that we leverage these partnerships, collaboration, and all of this finance to reach 10 million family farmers in Latin America before 2030, and obviously we can't do it alone. So for those of you who are working on AgriConnect action plans and joint implementation plans, thank you, and we look forward to continuing to work together. And those of you who are hearing about AgriConnect for the first time, we hope that you can be involved in the countries where you're working, because this should be a collective action towards coordinating finance and leveraging finance to maximize the impact on the food system by 2030. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Katie. Se me vienen muchas preguntas y comentarios. Los vamos a dejar al final con los minutos de...
Thank you very much, Katie. Many questions and comments come to mind, but we'll leave them later for the Q&A. Now we're going to go to the FAO Investment Fund, and we're actually working with Agrifood. Okay. Katia? There we go. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much to all my colleagues and the regional office here in FAO Santiago for inviting me. I entered FAO, and this building was my first job in 2009, and since 2009 I've been working in FAO, so it's beautiful to be here, my first in the household of FAO. First of all, can I get the clicker?
Primero que nada quería comentar muy brevemente qué hacemos en el Centro de Inversiones.
Tell you what we do in the investment center. As my colleague Nas said, we in the previous panel, we don't have money despite the fact that we're the investment center, right? We have knowledge, we're FAO, but yes, we work with countries and with investors to improve quality and to attract investments. We provide all the FAO's knowledge in order to support. We're currently working in 120 countries to design strategies for investment, but public investment projects for the most part, because the investment center emerged or was created in cooperation with the World Bank more than 60 years ago, but now we're moving in private investment in innovative funding, and we had created much products, reports, good practices, but always linked with investment and financing. And we normally do that with other financial partners, never alone. Normally, it's investors like FIDA, IDB, the World Bank, other regional, the CAF for the region, right? The Caribbean Bank for Development. It's that's the cooperation base. It's always growing. We also have the Gates Foundation as philanthropists. We have the Green Climate Fund, so it's a very, very large group of partners. We act as a bridge between investors, countries, and FAO knowledge, and we have quite a flexible model because we're able to attract knowledge from all the FAO offices, from research institutions, from NGOs, etc., depending on the context. Therefore, the scale of our support, I just want to show you some results here to show you the scale of the impact, really. In 2025, we contributed
en su totalidad a 43 proyectos de inversión pública que fue
to 43 public investment projects that were approved in 44 countries for the total amount of $7.8 billion, out of which $1.6 billion are only for Latin America.
Entonces, más allá, apoyamos a la implementación de la
So
cartera.
beyond this, yes, we support the implementation of the portfolio. We did not touch the cash. We don't execute, but yes, we accompany our partners like the World Bank in the implementation and project closure. And this portfolio is much larger. It's basically $51 billion that are in the execution portfolio where we work.
Como les comenté, estamos contribuyendo
Beyond the public investment, we are contributing to many studies, and we also work with banks that provide in the private sector, for example, the European Bank for the Reconstruction and Development, which unfortunately is not present in Latin America because it's focused on Northern Africa, the Middle East, Central and Eastern Europe. However, in 2025, just to show you the scale, the extent of our engagement, we have obtained or have 42 agricultural strategies. We conduct many value chain studies to guide investors. We work with impact funds, with the blended finance and other instruments guided towards mobilizing investments. And it's precisely that where we're building our support, AgriConnect, right, based on all this knowledge and experiences. To add to Katie's comments, with AgriConnect, we're building over a solid, robust base of with our collaboration more than 60 years in a global scale, where last year we contributed towards 21 new projects designed by the World Bank, 4 of which were located in Latin America, and Haiti, and Costa Rica, and in Brazil, too. Therefore, we're not starting from scratch in AgriConnect. We're always accompanying the World Bank with our technical capacities and our economists, like my colleague Christian that is here, different fishing experts, finance, livestock experts. We are always supporting there and to translate the action plans of AgriConnect into specific operations in the region. As Katie mentioned, productive partnerships, that's a tested model that works. So I believe that much of this focus on public investment through AFC and other members or partners will scale up the productive partnerships model. Like, for example, we've worked for decades now in Bolivia, Honduras, Brazil, and as my colleague Nas explained in the prior session, we have a team that's dedicated to innovative finance. So it's something that we can contribute with. I'll skip this slide because we've talked about the disadvantages of sorry, Laura, but I'm almost the last speaker today in workshop and its complexity. But anyway, we'll just skip this because we're just talking about the blended finance. We know that there's investment gaps. There are investment gaps that are tremendous, and there are mechanisms that can leverage private investment, considering all the difficulties we have in agriculture with risks, with the high transaction costs. So I won't repeat all of this. I just want to mention that we have a new publication. I left some in Brunari room, but I have more. It's called the Do's and Don'ts of Blended Finance, and you can find quite interesting data there. Our chief economist mentioned some of it this morning, that basically in blended funding, it's not a panacea, it's small. They're small considering that agri-food systems require billions of dollars to reach zero hunger and to transform agri-food systems. The 81 points of agri-food impact that we've identified in this publication have as a total amount only $4 billion USD, and it's only one third of them are deployed and blended finance instruments. So the scale is small. There could be catalyzers, there could be strategics, but the scale is still very small.
Volviendo ahora a qué aporta el centro de inversiones.
What does the investment center contribute with? Here on the left in this slide, I won't go into detail. Anna explained this very well, how we work with the European Commission and the 4 impact funds
otorgan de su totalidad de la cartera 25% a
that
América Latina.
account for 25% of their portfolio. They provide 25% to Latin America, and that's very important for the region. And I won't explain the blended finance instruments either, because many colleagues from funds or banks, but also my colleague Nancy talked about the first loss capital, the concessional loans or credits, guarantees, etc. But I want to mention that in addition to the partnership with the European Union, we have in Paraguay, we advised the World Bank along with IFC, and the design of a national forestry fund in Paraguay. And we have our colleagues from the Financial Development Agency here, AFD, basically the World Bank provides the seed capital and attracts private investment for a commercial forestry fund. And we normally advise this fund from the beginning, the structure, the terms of reference for the fund manager, and we also mobilize have a forest management expert, because that's a force we have, right? We understand the sectors. We're also experts in financing. Now, another example is that with Agrifood, which is the European Union fund, we identify the company portfolio in the Caribbean Union, and it has public funding from the EU, right? And with their mixed criteria and their ticket sizes and requirements, we identified 25 Caribbean companies, which is it's very hard to really see agribusiness here that can actually get funded with these softer funds, right? And we were able to get 25 companies. Now, what have you learned? I'd like to invite you to check this publication. As many colleagues have said, work on this. It's about balancing out development objectives with profitability, and yes, despite the fact that we have blended finance mechanisms and they do help bridge some gaps, we've been able to identify 70 interviews with donors, fund managers, investors, and what we've discovered in those conversations with them is that, first of all, they don't aim for family agriculture, family farmers, right? The farmers are not their main customers. They work directly with more commercial companies with access to the market that already have a track record of being profitable. Therefore, it's one of the things that we discovered. The other thing is that donors, despite the fact that they have their legitimate ends or the impacts they want to reach, right? In general, we found that the managers would rather not be there in the committees, right? They rather, well, after agreeing the impacts, the structure, etc., the tickets, they normally step back and they let as spoken in the prior session, managers have their different responsibilities, trust responsibilities, trust funds, so they need to engage and monitor, but we need to give them the freedom to work how they're currently working. And something very important that I'd like to note here is that we need to start with the problem, not by the instrument. We must understand the gap first. Why, for example, the credit is not flowing towards this segment if we have a lack of actual guarantees or transaction costs. Many times that's not part of liquidity, but it's part of high transaction costs. And in this case, it could be that a public grant or a subsidy, just like my colleague from Guatemala mentioned, is more proper, right, or adequate. If we need to train about entrepreneurial skill sets, well, someone from Colombia, a colleague from Colombia talked about this yesterday, but if we need to invest on those entrepreneurial capacities, we must do so. And if we're lacking infrastructure, that's where the public sector comes in. And we don't talk about this that much. Land tenure. Investment will not flow if we have no land ownership or tenure. And that is not going to flow in terms of investment. It's just in the public field. So it has to be, we have to do something. We need this blended finance to unblock this, right, and publicly. Now, this seems obvious. We must combine impact with financial feasibility, and the financial instrument itself is not enough, right? We talked about they have to have technical assistance, solid, robust investment portfolios, better data, and we're here for you as FAO to work on the enablers. We got all the expertise from all the regional offices, technical divisions, or investment centers. And that's what we're here for. We're here for you to improve, to lower risks with our knowledge. That's our role. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Kathy. A big round of applause for her. The publication you mentioned, is that? Oh, it is. It's at the website, at the events website. You may download it, read it, and we also have the Funding Mechanisms Innovations publication, which is in the book sector. In the same website, you can access all that in the publications, right? And inside that publication, you'll find project in its first stage, the project that shone a light on Carib Grove, right, which we heard about before, Guatemala PNT, the Central American Bank, Dry Corridor, Japitazo. Go ahead and read those publications. We'll go with Lautaro, and then we'll continue the conversation that we had in Paraguay to see how we can improve access to family agriculture funding, right? Okay, thank you very much. I won't use PowerPoint presentation because I think we've seen many presentations. I'm the last person. So I'd like to begin with a challenge because our colleagues from FAO, they proposed a challenge. And maybe we can obtain something from all this, right? I wrote down one challenge here. We need to be part of the challenge. It's a challenge for ourselves, it's not for others, and it's the following. As you know, we're in the year of female agriculture, right? We know that, right? And we are in the International Year of Women Farmers. And I wrote down a challenge here, which is, I know there's some experiences, but this is just to scale it up. How do we make the investment funds also consider recognizing the economic values of how can we integrate the agenda of care for women farmers, right? How do we monetize those areas? Is it integrated to our analysis when we conduct these investments? Could we have any accelerating or transformative initiative just with this point of how women farmers or rural women are receiving this funding, but considering the agenda of care, right? Need to monetize this. It's in our polynomic. Is it in our agendas or not? The agenda for care, right? And maybe you can think about 1-2 more initiatives before the end of the year. I put it as a challenge here because we want to integrate that too when we provide an investment fund, a credit. I think it's important in the agenda of care to monetize those hours and how do they impact risk in our calculations. So the challenge is now posed, and in REAF, we're opening our doors to discuss all this point. What is REAF? Mercosur. It is a formal entity of Mercosur. There are some people that say it's a network, it's a platform. No, it's a formal organization or entity in Mercosur. It's existed for 21 years, and it emerged to visibilize in a bloc, which is a formal Mercosur, which has 5 full members and 3 partners that are actively participating. And the challenge here is not to just see one type of agriculture, right? There's many agricultures about our Mother Earth or Pachamama, but there's one that we call it family agriculture, farmers agriculture, and indigenous agriculture. And we, of course, had to characterize this type of agriculture. So for countries of Mercosur and the family agricultural organizations in the region discussed for 3 years what would be the common criterion to say, okay, family agriculture and Mercosur have these characteristics, and they achieved it, but it took them 3 years. This space has something that is quite special. It's a space for dialogue between governments and family agriculture organization. Secretary Vanderlei, our Vice Minister of Bolivia, Vice Ministers from Paraguay, our director from Uruguay, they permanently, just like here in Chile and Argentina, they have a permanent dialogue, discuss with their organizations at a national level, and they have joint, they agree on a regional agenda that we build, right? On the climate agenda, the weather agenda, the gender agenda, or the youth or trade agenda, the access to markets, the agenda of access to land and agrarian reform, and the agenda related with natural resources and investments. Those are the priority axes. Now, what are the criteria that we should consider? And a publicly constructed social capital, at the end of the day, is an asset that the region has, and it can be a discussion with investment funds. It can be a key instrument when we say, okay, where does traceability, where does investment go, and the impact? Those are records of indigenous and family-based agriculture. And I'll go to the criteria now, but I wanted to show you these evidence, these contradictions, comparing yesterday with today. The first thing we want to say is we work with family agriculture organizations, but not as beneficiaries of the results of the political dialogue of public investments, but as key stakeholders to design public policies. Now, how do we perfect ourselves? We've seen in 20 years that the dialogue with organizations, governments accelerates and improve and enhance the policy design. It empowers itself and it cares for transparency in all the fiscal resources. That has improved the design of policies in all countries, therefore allowing exchange between countries to have better public policies. Now, the main contradictions include we're 5.2 million family units in Mercosur, which produce 70% of the food stuff that we produce on a daily basis. What guarantee do they need to say that they're actually efficient when producing, and they just give us 4 daily foods? Right? I would not ask for any type of capital guarantee, or at least I'd just to question it from the point of view, if it's sine qua non with a system that looks at the capital, what can I do when 69% of the family units, productive units in our countries, they are family-based, but they only use 20% of land, only 20%, and despite this, they give us 70% of the daily consumption of food. What guarantee do we really need to ask for them? And they produce even without a credit, because they have not stopped producing. A cooperative that continues producing on a daily basis is still benefiting their beneficiaries. They're still having savings that Mr. Vanderlei talked about, but they cannot invest in a conveyor belt because it does not comply with the banking requirements. But that cooperative did not stop producing, so the credit for production has that other side of the coin, right? The other face. Now, we are not observing, we need to observe and hear better, right? Because if they have the potential of giving us 70% of food on a daily basis, they're in the last line, solving with innovation, social economy, and issues that go from territorial issues. There's something that's probably failing in our dialogue as someone that's observing and hearing the process. I think that REAF can help with this because family agricultural records are validated, they're transparent, they have data, they give for data, they're active registers. We have the famous portfolio, the folder of background information is not that it doesn't exist. INDAP operates $400 million per year, and it's got a clear financial folder of all its beneficiary use, but many don't access to private credit. That folder and the record of family agriculture that we have, will it not help us as something that will help us, for example, to say, okay, 18 years ago, we have the family agricultural records. They're dynamic, they're clear, they're transparent, and they have laws that support that. Why don't they go and become a data asset?
Eso es algo que lo pueden conversar con la REAF y con los gobiernos.
Something you can discuss with REAF and with the family farming system. And now I'm going to the criteria. Those 3 years of discussion set forth a resolution of CMC, Council, Common Market, with all the ministers of economy of all the nations, saying this is how it's done. They create a meeting and then they say that the workmanship should be family-based. That's the first important criteria. To be a family farmer, the family must be direct responsible of managing their own production, that they reside or in the proximity of the land exploited, and that they are compatible with the capacity of work that the family has, the technology, and in reference to the reality of each country. And here there's a very important topic. It recognizes that more than the property of an asset, it is a manner in which they organize work, production, management, and their relationship with the territory. So in order to be in family agriculture, you don't have to show the title or ownership of the property. You have to show that you are a productive group that transforms the circuits where you're working. So this puts us in a different condition vis-a-vis the complexion to be able to have the title of your property. How can we have an investment if there's keep asking countries to deliver the analysis of their property? Some countries don't even have it, so we have the cooperation of REAF with sub-regional system. This is at sub-regional level in certain countries. Family farmers, indigenous people, traditional farmers, fish farmers, family livestock production, all of these manners of family agriculture are family agriculture, but they need different investment systems, from small-scale fishing to production on small farms. We all need the very small amounts that we have affected by El Niño. We have enough public goods and quality goods in our region to ensure that we can become a partner with the private sector and the organization as subjects, not of the care of that savings and investment, both public and private, is what my colleague was saying before. It is true that we need to align investment to the business. Yes, it's true that we need to align investment to the political orientation of the government and the planning of the government, but it is also true that we need to align these needs of what the family farming requires. It's not only to have some sort of cluster or just have European, for example, the work we're doing with Mercosur, with food safety. The invitation is to ensure that this space is part of this innovative ecosystem that we're trying to develop I would like to congratulate REF and FAO for including us, and for Luis's group. With the governments, we have the mandate to ensure that public resources are available to access all. There's a win-win situation in front of us, and we can see this regional work that will take place, and it will be very important for all of us. Thank you, Lautaro. I don't know, but it seems like we are achieving it. This major challenge we had. If anyone has a comment, whether in the panel or in the room, briefly, and that way we can take advantage of these last minutes. Anyone else? 1, 2, 3, like bingos.
Gracias.
This last topic that Lautaro mentioned, I believe is very interesting, how you said for financing, the financing claim, the risk analysis, we're always looking at credit background and the capacity or your capacity to pay. Nobody cares where the data comes from, but it must create mistrust, certainly, where the biological assets are alive, right? We are financing live beings. And once dead, they do not have the capacity to pay. So I also heard the conversation with Brazil, how this system works for farming registration. How useful could that be for me? We're not in Paraguay now. That could be useful for me as information to take on this payment capacity. There must be a cash flow, but also the history of those producers.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Bueno, el sistema de registro,
the registration system is like an analysis. We have the technical associations. We have the capacity to obtain this information from the producer. 22,000. This producer is going to have indicate whether they are the land is public, private, whether they are recording it or registering it as rental or as ownership, what they produce, how much they pay in rent. This is a very basic and essential document to request for a loan, and also to begin with social services, for example, which is Cadastre, is the Registry of Agriculture Information, which provides more than 20 public policies geared towards family farming. Today, we have something additional for women that are registered. You have to register all the people that are part of the family, women, young men, and women. That way we have a registry or a record. We know who they are, what are they producing, in order to kind of square it out. And how often do you update it? Every 3 years. They are updated, and in the north, every 5 years. They have a mobilization issues. These areas are very far away. In the north, every 5.
El registro de productores familiares en el Uruguay
the registry for in Uruguay is the same as in Brazil. Each person that lives in that entrepreneurship in the farm, not only the leader has to, not only the main production, but all the activities that are carried out, secondary activity, and they have an update of every 2 or 3 years. and it is the backbone of public policy for the country's instruments. Many instruments are channeled through this tool. We have to conclude.
Brevemente, si tienes algo que comentar.
Briefly, please.
Y ahí cerramos. Ahí atrás, Juan.
Okay.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. In Paraguay, we have begun and working strongly in the family agriculture registry. We have the technical system, which is a RAFA, farm assisted registry, and the indigenous assisted group. Within the system, we also have what is known as the agricultural credit. It has 60,000, which is also registered. And the technical system, we're about 40,000. And we are aligning this to clean it, to ensure that we only have one family producing record. And we're going to achieve it, God willing. This registry is georeferenced. It has its production plan, so we can plan the moment in which they will be entering the market, the X-ray of the entire family. As Vandelay said here, how much are they producing? The participation of women and youth are also present in those records. With or without investment, they're going to continue working. As Lautaro said, it is going to continue installing this. We have to do this in Paraguay. We need financing record, and we're going to need to do it jointly. Thank you all. I have a question that we had not discussed. Out of this new investment plan that has been set forth, what can Latin America and the Caribbean, can we show to the world? We always concentrate on the challenges, but from the experience in our investments, World Bank, everything that we do with AirConnect, that we can feel proud about it and show the rest of the world.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Gracias por la pregunta y también la conversación.
Thank you for the question and the conversation. I'm going to say maybe the 4 points that I mentioned in my presentation, that we are focusing on things that we know work. One is the productive alliances. We have an extensive productive relations with small producers that can access the largest markets in collective manner. And it has an advantage. The second aspect refers to the public school feeding system, in fact, Brazil, where they are buying directly from small-scale family farmers also. And there are many countries in the region that are building models to be able to buy these products from the small-scale producers, more than other projects in the country. This key with anchor areas. This is an area where you can attract a great deal of investment in the private sector to later support the small producers, particularly like coffee, cacao, and others that you have to buy from those small size producers to attain volumes, and where there is a differentiation of products such as coffee and Amazon cacao.
es relacionado a
and that which relates to
herramientas digitales. Entonces,
the digital
el uso de esas
tools,
herramientas
the
digitales,
use
especialmente para los
of
mercados
these
de
digital
finanzas, lo que vimos
tools
en el ejemplo de Brasil,
is in the example of
ahora se puede
Brazil,
entrar en un
where now you can
para
enter
poder
a system where you can present for financing, to identify which ones are available.
herramientas nuevas en la
These
región,
tools
digitales y
are
innovación,
new
que
in the
realmente esta
region.
región tiene una
They
ventaja en estos
are
casos.
this is a region that has a major advantage, and this gives us an advantage
más inversión
to
y
attract
asegurar
more
que estamos
investment
llegando a los
and to
pequeños
ensure that
productores
we are
que están en las
reaching
zonas
the small producers in the faraway lands or areas.
Excelente pregunta, Matías. Y solo
Thank you for an excellent question, Matías. I totally agree with Katie, but I would like to add that Latin America feeds the world. It's the one that exports most amount of its food. It feeds the world. And within that standpoint, understanding and accepting that a great deal, there are many family agricultures that don't have access to markets. But there is another type of agriculture, not even large, middle ground, that have been involved in precision-based agriculture. In the investment center, we see many studies, rather travel to agribusinesses, cooperatives, agriculture in other regions, and in October, we're going to bring some agriculture and association from Ukraine and Serbia so that they can learn of the no-till system. I'm not sure how you say it in Spanish, because in those regions, although they're very powerful countries such as Ukraine, they still do not use many tools of precise-based agriculture to be more useful to the environment, but also to save the expenses that are more and more expensive to farmers. Precision-based electronic maps, and all these different maps. Latin America is a world example here.
Estoy de acuerdo con todo lo que dijeron.
I agree with everything that was said, but with Argentina, I also agree. Now, the level of professionalism in our region, I'm talking about all the agriculture, but particularly the agriculture in its the amount of professionals in the field is the highest in the world, and they are children of farmers, and that studied and came back. And so there is innovation, and I think is the agroecological area. I think there's no doubt in that. We need to mention this. We are accelerating fair groups and information, and this has to do with something cultural. It has to do with investments that are being made. And I think another aspect that's important to mention, to feed the world, there is a learning process, the cooperativism, the association for access to markets, and so on. These are innovative global information. With this hope and proud feeling, we from a Latin American would like to thank everyone who were here, and also those that were in the previous panel. If you can just come back, come forward so we can take a picture.
Colegas, muchísimas gracias.
Colleagues, thank you very much. We're going to have a short 10 to 15 minute coffee break. So please, let's proceed to the coffee break, and then we will have the protocol closure as close as possible to 5 p.m.
Tan solo notificarles que nos informan que estará llegando el
sistema de la integración centroamericana SICA cubren el 34% del total de su territorio y en sus áreas rurales viven más de 21 millones de personas. Más del 20% de las personas empleadas se dedican a la agricultura y en su mayoría son pequeños productores y productoras que aportan para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de sus países. El corredor seco y las zonas áridas enfrentan una alta vulnerabilidad ante los riesgos asociados al cambio climático, que afectan a la región en épocas clave para la agricultura. Como consecuencia de estas afectaciones, los países del SICA han registrado en los últimos años un fenómeno de migración aún más intenso que se traduce en alrededor de 5 millones de migrantes procedentes de esta región solo en Estados Unidos. Ante esta realidad, los países y el sistema SICA, con apoyo técnico de la FAO, impulsan la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, construyendo resiliencia en el corredor seco y zonas áridas. La iniciativa se impulsa con la contribución financiera de la Banca Multilateral para el Desarrollo, fondos climáticos, agencias de cooperación, organismos de Naciones Unidas y recursos públicos nacionales. La iniciativa Mano de la región SICA se encuentra movilizando inversiones en 5 grandes temas. Primero, el mapeo digital de suelos, que con el financiamiento de los Estados Unidos de América, ha permitido en Honduras y Guatemala contar con mapas de fertilidad, propiedades química y física de los suelos para mejorar la producción agrícola de estos países. Y ahora, por medio del Consejo Agropecuario Centroamericano, se ampliará este mapeo para todos los países del sistema SICA. Segundo, la zonificación agrícola del riesgo climático, que con apoyo del gobierno de Brasil y Embrapa ha contribuido a identificar periodos de siembra óptimas para cultivos sensibles en el corredor seco y para la seguridad alimentaria de las familias, lo que a su vez creará las bases para la mitigación del riesgo agrícola y facilitará la ampliación del financiamiento y seguro agrícola rural. Tercero, soluciones hídricas integrales, donde se ha sistematizado y estimado los costos y adaptado varias tecnologías de soluciones hídricas que van desde la escala de consumo humano hasta cultivos comerciales, donde estas tecnologías se han vuelto prioridad para los países en sus acuerdos de cooperación de notas de inversión junto a instituciones financieras. Estos estudios también están disponibles para la plataforma de cooperación del G20 en el eje sobre la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional. Cuarto, las MIPYMES y ecosistemas digitales. Con el liderazgo del Centro MIPE-SICA y el financiamiento de la Unión Europea, se ha apoyado a más de 600 MIPYMES en el corredor seco, con el objetivo de generar empleo y reducir la migración forzada. Esta experiencia también está presente en las diversas propuestas de inversiones mano de la mano a nivel nacional junto a las instituciones financieras. Y finalmente, sobre el fortalecimiento de los institutos nacionales de investigación agropecuaria de los países SICA. Se ha identificado tecnologías para la convivencia con la sequía y zonas áridas, para el aumento de la producción en el corredor seco, habiéndose posicionado en la agenda de los países y el mundo de la cooperación. La iniciativa Mano de la Mano también está presente con notas de inversiones específicas en los países de la región. Y en el caso de la propuesta del corredor seco resiliente, se abarca a todos los países, creando las condiciones para atraer inversión público-privada hacia un territorio con prosperidad y oportunidades, por una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una mejor vida en la región del SICA.
Bolivia, a mega-diverse country where cultural, natural, and food heritage come together to create socio-economic opportunities for thousands of families living across 22 ecosystems of global importance. The Hand in Hand initiative in Bolivia seeks to share with the world this diversity of products that are harnessed in harmony with Mother Earth. In the Andes, at more than 4,900 meters above sea level, llamas and alpacas provide high-quality fiber and meat with great potential for industrialization and export. Management plans for wild camelids, such as vicuñas, make the sustainably harvest of one of the finest and most coveted fibers in the world possible, used to craft exclusive garments. Descending into the Amazon at altitudes ranging from 100 to 1,000 meters above sea level, the forests yield fruits of exceptional nutritional value. Acécia, Brazil nuts, and royal palm are gathered from wild varieties through a model of integrated and sustainable forest management. The unique flavor of Bolivia's wild cacao has earned recognition and acceptance in demanding international markets. Bolivia invites the world to invest in safeguarding this food heritage, specialty products of the highest quality, with an invaluable cultural identity.
En el corazón de Centroamérica, una tierra de volcanes, tradición y esperanza, El Salvador presenta una oportunidad estratégica, la inversión en su histórica caficultura, con la iniciativa Mano de la Mano. Más de 20.000 salvadoreñas y salvadoreños en zonas rurales serán directamente beneficiadas. Sus vidas, sus familias, sus comunidades, fortalecidas a través del café. Porque aquí la tierra es fértil, el clima tropical y la altitud perfecta. Condiciones óptimas para producir café arábica de alta calidad, desde la finca hasta tu taza. El café salvadoreño transforma, genera valor y abre las puertas a mercados internacionales de alto impacto. Y lo mejor de todo, en armonía con la naturaleza y con su gente, una inversión para las regiones cafetaleras del país. Entre aves, lagunas y montañas nace un modelo que integra conservación, energía renovable e innovación rural. Porque esta inversión no es solo agrícola, es humana, es inclusiva, es sostenible, identificada con el apoyo técnico de la FAO y su iniciativa Mano de la Mano, como parte de una estrategia nacional para crecer con igualdad y con visión de futuro.
Para el gobierno de Guatemala, identificar oportunidades de innovación e inversión es indispensable para impulsar políticas públicas que transformen los sistemas agroalimentarios, aumenten los ingresos y refuercen la resiliencia al cambio climático, promoviendo la competitividad en los territorios rurales. A través de la iniciativa Hand in Hand, la FAO apoya al gobierno para impulsar inversiones estratégicas vinculadas a la Política Nacional de Riego 2024-2033 y al programa Rutas del Desarrollo, a través de notas de inversión y utilizando la herramienta de tipología de microrregiones integrada al Sistema Nacional de Inversión Pública, que permite identificar territorios prioritarios, visualizando su potencial económico, ambiental y social. La Política Nacional de Riego beneficiará a pequeños y medianos productores, principalmente del corredor seco ampliado y la zona norte del país. Se estima que se generarán ingresos netos anuales de entre $1.800 y $11.654 por hectárea, dependiendo el tipo de cultivo irrigado. El programa Rutas del Desarrollo busca fortalecer el progreso integral en el país a través de una infraestructura vial mejorada para facilitar la conectividad, el acceso a servicios esenciales y el desarrollo económico. Contempla la rehabilitación de 4.820 kilómetros de caminos rurales y prioriza la inversión en territorios con oportunidades de desarrollo agrícola. El primer territorio priorizado por este programa es Cobán Alta Verapaz, donde además se promueve el fortalecimiento de las cadenas de valor de café, cacao y cardamomo a través de 4 oportunidades. Infraestructura habilitante para el desarrollo, fomento agroproductivo inclusivo y resiliente, desarrollo agroindustrial y comercialización, gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales. El gobierno de Guatemala se compromete con el desarrollo sostenible, equitativo y resiliente, a través de un modelo que promueve una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición y un mejor medio ambiente para una vida mejor, mientras impulsa sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With up to 70 countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the Hand in Hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritize interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritization of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example. Hand in Hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand in Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organizations, civil society, and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding, to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand in Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand in Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh. The Hand in Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access Hand in Hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policymaking, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand in Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind.
Mexico ranks among the 15 largest economies in the world, a dynamic country driving strategic sectors from food production to the aerospace industry, a megadiverse nation, home to 12% of the planet's species and 9 of the 11 terrestrial ecosystems. This abundance is reflected in the wide variety of crops and production systems developed across its territories and communities, which sustain its agri-food strength and position it as the 11th global producer and 7th exporter, with a strong presence in national and international markets through an extensive network of trade agreements. Warehouses, wholesale distribution centers, highways, and ports are part of a robust infrastructure enabled by the human capital that ensures its operation and effectiveness. Today, Mexico offers strategic investment opportunities, identified using the Hand in Hand initiative's innovative tools and analysis, and in line with government priorities in agri-food investments. Advancing firmly toward food sovereignty, policies have been implemented to guarantee equitable access to food, contributing to poverty reduction. Climate change and the need for equitable access to food represent growing challenges, requiring the strengthening of agri-food systems and the harnessing of potential in key regions, such as the center and the south-southeast of the country. To achieve this, Mexico promotes investor participation in projects linked to the National Food Sovereignty Strategy, offering opportunities across 4 strategic value chains: maize, beans, rice, and milk, while also driving infrastructure, plant nutrition, and high-quality seeds adapted to each region. With the support of the FAO and the Hand in Hand initiative, efforts are complemented to strengthen these investments and generate a positive socioeconomic impact. Join this new stage, and together let us drive the agri-food transformation of Mexico and the opening of new opportunities for sustainable investment.
The small island developing states, STIDs, of the Caribbean have immense opportunities for achieving sustainable development that will enable them to advance in eradicating hunger and poverty in rural areas. The islands and coastal regions not only attract thousands of tourists with their unmatched beaches, natural wealth, gastronomy, and cultural heritage, but they are also surrounded by tropical forests and coastal ecosystems that host endemic flora and fauna. However, the effects of climate change, particularly drought and water scarcity, are significantly impacting this natural environment, especially the quality of crops and the income generation of producers. In Barbados, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, farmers are increasingly concerned about changes in precipitation patterns, watershed degradation, and declining food production. It is crucial to find solutions that promote sustainable production. This is why the FAO and the Caribbean Community CARICOM are working to launch a regional initiative that, in its first phase, aims to increase income and job generation and contribute to reducing inequalities in these 3 countries, where agriculture represents approximately 15% of employment and contributes nearly 6% to the total gross domestic product. Through the use of geospatial, biophysical, and socioeconomic data, along with advanced analysis provided by the FAO's Global Hand in Hand initiative, investment opportunities have been identified to promote the implementation of digital irrigation systems that improve efficiency, sustainability, and productivity in areas with high agricultural potential. To implement these proposals, FAO and CARICOM will collaborate with all stakeholders interested in supporting the development of small producers in the Caribbean. Together, it is possible to advance towards a region with more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, providing better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all, leaving no one behind.
Colombia huele a frutas, a mar, a montañas, a café recién hecho y a cacao. Es el segundo país más biodiverso del planeta. Guarda una enorme riqueza natural y cultural. Con más de 40 millones de hectáreas cultivables y múltiples pisos térmicos, Colombia es tierra fértil para el desarrollo y es aquí donde florecen dos proyectos que están transformando las vidas y contribuyen a la paz territorial. Uno alrededor del café en el departamento del Cauca y otro con el cacao en el departamento del Huila. El Cauca, territorio de montañas, valles y pueblos diversos, es el cuarto productor de café del país. Allí, el café es legado y motor de paz. Con el proyecto
entre el sector privado, entre la banca nacional, la banca de desarrollo, las instituciones internacionales como la FAO y evidentemente el rol esencial de los gobiernos y particularmente de los ministerios de Agricultura en este proceso. Para nosotros es un gusto tener autoridades de tan alto nivel participando.
True pleasure for us to have such high-level authorities participating with us, and we would truly like to thank you very much for your effort, your work, the long traveling hours to get to Santiago. So it's a pleasure to see this full room, and we know that this is the beginning of a process. But now, for the protocol closing, I'd like to invite Senior Officer Mr. Luis Vedusky, who will moderates this last session. A big round of applause for him, please. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Mauricio.
Thank you very much, Mauricio. The truth is that it's a pleasure to achieve to this to get to this closing panel where it's event that has it's collective work, right? It's quite strong. It's this collective work that we've been doing these last 2 days. We'd like to thank you for your commitment, for being here. I know that it's many hours that you've been sitting here and listening, but I think that we've built something quite innovative regarding the idea of inclusive and sustainable financing ecosystems. And to close, I have Maya Takashi with you. She is the representative of FAO in Chile. She's also the boss, the leader of the regional FAO program. We're also here accompanied by Minister Jaime Campos, that has a long-standing experience in the agricultural field here in Chile and in the international area. So I'd like to thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you here in our house, which is your house. In addition, just like we did at the start of this event, here I'm going to ask my boss, my colleague, René Orellana, to accompany us. I'd like to thank you very much for your commitment, René, for driving that agenda. When he arrived here, he put everything, the topic over the table, invited us all to work together. So in this moment and milestone, as Mauricio said, it's one more step in the road that we were constructing. So here, Minister, we saw that the challenge is not only to mobilize more resources, but to develop conditions for those resources to arrive to their target audiences, the family farmers, right, and family agriculture and forestry territories and micro SMEs. At the end of the day, they're the ones that sustain our agri-food systems. So I'm going to ask you to take the floor, starting with Maya, and then we'll be hearing from the rest of our guests here in our panel. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with you in this closing session for this important event. It's an effort, a two-day effort where we've been learning, hearing from each other, and exchanging experiences. Welcome, Minister, and thank you for accompanying us in this closing session. It's a session where that's called Investing in the Agri-Food Systems in America, Latin America, and the Caribbean. As Luis mentioned, this event was created under the conviction that there's an urgent need to increase, improve, and diversify funding sources from the agri-food system or sector, just like advancing towards different instruments that can mobilize public capital, private capital, and climate-based at a greater scale and in a more effective manner, and especially towards the small farmers and producers who normally don't receive these instruments. We know that this will help enhance production and propose healthy diets that are accessible for everyone. In the introduction of this closing panel, I am introducing myself as an interim representative of FAO in Chile, and I want to tell you that we're working on Chile's participation in the hand-in-hand forum in Rome. And this morning, we heard some of the experiences in the region that have evidenced important investment coalitions towards different themes, chains, or territories. In the case of Chile, with this great dialogue and discussion that we had with the private sector, the National Agriculture Society or Association, we chose two topics that are quite relevant for Chile. One is to develop the wheat chain, which has a significant value for millions, 17,000 really producers. Most of them are small producers here in Chile. They're losing participation in their chain, right? In terms of wheat imports versus the national production in the last years. Moreover, it has quite cultural value for Chile, which is the famous bread they make, right? Which is very important for Chile. And one of the topics that we talked about here is that in order to have financing, we must have investment. And to have investment, we must have a market and have capacities. The idea is to increase these producers' capacities, the productive capacity of the varietals that are produced here, but also the organization of that production, the classification, the storage. It's storage based on investments like elevators that can better rank this wheat according to its quality. And another investment note that we are talking quite much about here is the importance of having an enabling environment in rural areas. It's not enough to have credit. It's not enough to have a developed productive sector. We must have rural infrastructure. We must have roads for that production to arrive to its target. We must be able to process, store, transform, and transport this product, and there's an increasingly greater need for digital connectivity. Rural media we're a bit behind in rural infrastructure, but they're even more behind in reality due to the low connectivity, low broadband in terms of internet, right? And their investment that we're talking about is new models based on digital connectivity, which are production or productive inclusion models for digital literacy and access to the e-market. To go to a third component, which is access to services. The minister was actually here with us visiting a health center where digital connectivity enabled the access of families who live in rural areas to this remote medicine services, which they wouldn't have access to anyway. So anyway, this is an investment model that's looking at those three components: connectivity, inclusion, productive inclusion, training, and digital technical assistance or sensors to know when's the best time for irrigation, and social and health services. We also want to call upon you to be part of this community. We saw many experiences today in looking for different sources of financing, combining public and private funds and private funds, identifying different partners from different chains in order to contribute with this blended finance that we saw in this last session. This as an introduction, Minister, we just wanted to welcome you to this hand-in-hand initiative. We hope that the country can greatly participate in the investment fund, and hope that in our next regional event that we organize, we can also show the results of these investment experiences. Thank you very much, everyone, and I'd like to thank everyone at the organization committee. We've had quite enriching days, quite intensive, work-intensive days for an agenda that, as Luis mentioned, is just the beginning, right? And we want to continue driving as FAO. You can count on us. Our intention is to continue driving this agenda, strategic agenda, to transform agri-food systems. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Maya. Muchas gracias también.
Thank you very much, Maya, and thank you very much for bringing the case of Chile to us. And without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Minister Jaime Campos, because here in Chile, not only giving the trajectory of the minister, but it's the country that's hosting us. The regional, we have the regional headquarters of FAO here, right? And Santa Cruz Auditorium. The idea, what we do as FAO is we get the people, the different stakeholders together. And here, Minister, I'd like to thank you very much for the trust that Chile provides to this organization when receiving us in your beautiful country. And it's a true pleasure to hear from you today, right? And to also share with our colleagues that are here. According to you, what are those the priorities that you see on site to strengthen investment conditions in the sector? So thank you very much, and you have the floor now, so you can give us your answers. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, dear Maya, representatives from FAO, Ambassador. I would like to begin my speech by thanking FAO for gathering everyone today to this encounter, right? And I'd like to especially greet all authorities that represent different countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, the financial institutions, development banks, the private sector, producers' organizations, the civil society, and the international entities that have accompanied us in these 2 days. According to what I've been told, the conversations that you've held during these 2 days have placed one of the most important challenges over the table. One of the most important challenges for the future of our agri-food systems, which poses a question: how do we mobilize more and better investments for agriculture, and specifically for rural sectors? As you very well know, our region has significant capacity and potential to produce food. And I'm convinced that this is a call to perform a strategic role in global food security. When you observe the effects and consequences of climate change in our planet, nevertheless, this opportunity, that challenge, creates a quite significant challenge, since the times we're living in. In the times we're currently living, there's a gigantic gap in terms of sectoral investment. And of course, the climate-related phenomena that we are seeing and that affect us bring their own risks that we must face as a community. I have some numbers here, and I believe that you probably share them too. According to this data, Latin America and the Caribbean receive less than 10% of the global funding that's destined for agri-food systems. Under circumstances that where the sectorial needs for regional investment can easily reach 5% of the regional GDP. Therefore, bridging this gap is a challenge that no stakeholder can face in an isolated manner. The ministry has to mobilize public resources, private resources, different types of financing, funding, strengthen the roles of development banks, for example, and financial institutions, create conditions for a greater participation of the private sector, and particularly to build projects that are able to transform those resources, that investment, into resources that have productive development with its territorial impact. The territorial impact it entails. Now, and I understand that you've been able to discuss these 2 days about different instruments that already exist, which allow us to understand how necessary it is to have multiple stakeholders and forums, since our agriculture in all the nations represented herein undoubtedly, we cannot say it enough. It's quite varied, right? And the instruments have to start matching our different realities. Financial solutions, in our understanding, should be able to recognize the different productive scales, the characteristics of territories, and the special conditions that our farmers face on a daily basis. However, there's a second conclusion we reach that is as relevant as the latter. And it is that we must also assume that having a funding instrument, which seems quite obvious for us nowadays, right, is not a condition, a sufficient condition to reach the results or outcomes we want or we seek, because in order to mobilize investment, we require other elements or other factors that will impact decisions of decision makers, right? For example, we must have serious information, reliable information. That's not common in our world and in our sector. We also need the projects that are developed or created have enough quality, sufficient quality. That they clearly account for the productive opportunities that our nations have. We must also have adequate, proper mechanisms in order to mitigate risks, because we must always remember that in agriculture, since we work with nature and with biological cycles, we must face risks every day and permanently. And that is a consideration. It's a factor that any investor will keep in mind, right, and consider before they make any decision. And mankind has created instruments, or the company association has created instruments to start mitigating or reducing the effects of those risks. And by the way, and despite this seems a bit obvious to you, it's worth noting that in order for this to happen, there has to be a proper coordination between all the stakeholders. In other words, we need to transform the needs of our territories, transform them into concrete opportunities. And then, and only then, will we be able to make everything feasible. The investments, for example, that we require so much. But for this purpose, we must additionally have two conditions that are not sectoral. They do not come or exclusively come from the agricultural world, they stem from the characteristics and institutionality our countries have built. Excuse me, but I will now refer to two additional elements. In terms of agricultural ventures, or just like I think should happen in or occur in any human activity, ideas, initiatives, projects must be developed based on objective and concrete knowledge. In other words, the reality of what we should do should actually characterize our management more than voluntarism, because or willingness. Because if not, the possibility of failing will always be very high, right? The possibilities. We must not forget that regardless of the social and cultural dimension that agriculture may have, this is an economic activity. And in order for it to be sustainable in time, it must be sustainable in a financial, social, and an environmental manner. It's if one of these pillars is weakened, it's enough for the venture or business to actually shut down. That is why in this field or area, we truly note and highlight the work that FAO has been doing through the hand-in-hand initiative. This venture combines territorial information, productive analysis, socioeconomic analysis, strategic planning, and proper articulation between the public and private stakeholders in order to identify the territories and the productive chains that have a greater potential. And here, I'd like to stop again and I'd like to give two additional considerations that investors will always keep in mind before they adopt any resolution. On the one hand side, since in agriculture, we're always talking about medium and long-term projects, more than government policies, our sector has to be governed by state-based policies that go well beyond the temporary period where there's a government in office, right? And the second thing is we have a permanent demand of societies and the sine qua non conditions needed in order to access financial instruments and legal certainty that are the legal safety that our states must provide is necessary, and they must provide this to whoever is undertaking this initiatives. Our country, Chile, has decided to advance progress towards this path. And as the Ministry of Agriculture, we've been working along with FAO on identifying and restructuring agri-food investment opportunities with a territorial approach that allow us to connect our productive units. I know that some of you believe that the agricultural export development model that Chile has in its reality for a couple of decades now is a tested out model that some want to know more about now to see if they can replicate it in their towns, villages. Yes, it's great that that actually happens. However, and honestly, I must confess that our development model is not finished. It's in permanent development, construction. I'm going to quote two examples.
Yo no sé cuántas veces he
I
sido invitado
don't know how many times I've been invited to participate in forums or conferences to talk about forest or forestry sector development in Chile, and how Chile in terms of forestry has reached or evidenced everything we have exhibited, right? And I must confess that since I assumed or took on the ministry, we're fully rethinking our forestry development model, because we've reached the conclusion that it's not it does not match the reality of the 21st century and year 2026 where we're in. And despite the fact you don't believe me, the forest area that has been planted in Chile in the last years has reduced, right? And since, like I've mentioned, we are eating the trees that our parents and our grandparents planted, right? And that's why today what we're saying is that we must design another development model that allows us to continue on the path of progress and growth that we had 10, 15 years ago, but to do this properly and to do this in a way that is adjusted to our reality. Another area that we're reformulating, we're fully reformulating our growth strategy, is the new plan for national livestock development. And just like we are working in forestry with producers, small and medium, and also companies, in the livestock industry, we're also doing this with the National Society of Agriculture and all the different trade associations or unions. Now, the representative of FAO in Chile just mentioned how interested they are in prioritizing the wheat chain. Since I took on this responsibility in the Ministry of Agriculture, I remade what we call the wheat and bread table, right? Because I need to talk with the entire chain, right? It's not enough with talking with the wheat producer, we call it the wheat flour and bread round table, because the world of today does not consume wheat anymore, or today's producer, in other words, cannot produce wheat anymore. He has to produce the type of wheat that the mill needs, because the mill does not produce flour anymore, but it produces the type of flour that will subsequently require, that the industry will require, and then the baking industry will require, right? And if I observe or study or talk with one of the three stakeholders, I'll never have the full vision of what we must do. And that's why all the stakeholders are here. Everyone is together working with the ministry, with the government, in order to build sectoral development policy that is important. That is why we want to reap the benefits of these tools and all the tools that may exist to foster our agriculture and modify our productive systems and create new development opportunities. For the government of President Cast, we know that competitive agriculture requires investment, innovation, and an adaptation capacity, but also demands that investment to reach territories and allow our producers to enter greater value chains. And we need to improve their productivity and naturally face the challenges that climate change demands from us. The Ministry of Agriculture has worked with FAO for decades, and we want this cooperation to continue evolving and to assist us in transforming knowledge and technical assistance into concrete results, because the world of knowledge is currently advancing at a pace that is at a significant pace. Therefore, I think one of the main challenges that this encounter should, or learnings that it should give you, is the need of strengthening articulation. Because once we have capacities that work in a coordinated manner, if we have that, that's how we can multiply the impact of our investments. And in this context, we value the proposal that emerged in this encounter, right? Advancing towards a financial and a growing and a financial innovation network in agri-food systems for Latin America and the Caribbean. And we hope that this space allows us to continue the dialogue that's now initiating in Santiago, for us to continue sharing experiences in our countries, for us to continue identifying the innovative instruments, and especially to continue creating connections between projects, territories, and sources and funding sources. As I said in the beginning, I'm convinced that Latin America and the Caribbean, we have an enormous opportunity in terms of agri-food systems. We're a system in the planet with a diverse ecosystem and agriculture with quite a large productive capacity. Nature has given us natural resources that are quite valuable. And its inhabitants evidence knowledge, capacities, and every day you're contributing towards food security in our economies.
Nuestros desafíos como gobierno entonces es crear las condiciones para que esos potenciales puedan continuar expresándose. Y para ello, aun cuando no sea el tema de esta reunión, debemos ser capaces de pasar de la exclusión al acceso. Y eso en el mundo de hoy
In today's world
libre comercio.
is called free market.
Puesto que solo así puede llegar la inversión y finalmente conoceremos el desarrollo de nuestro territorio.
The development of our land.
Finalizo entonces agradeciendo a la
I would like to conclude and thanking FAO for the realization of this meeting.
y vuelvo a reiterar y a
And I would like to underline once again
la permanente
the
colaboración
permanent collaboration that FAO
y que seguirá teniendo con Chile.
has and will continue having with Chile.
Asimismo, agradezco
By the same topic, I would like to thank once again everyone that has participated in these 2 days and to share their experiences, knowledge,
y propuestas.
and proposals.
Anhelo, eso sí, que las
I
conversaciones
wish
iniciadas
that the conversations that were begun yesterday will not end today,
sino que continúen.
but will rather continue.
El verdadero éxito de este encuentro
The real success of this event
alcanzar
will be
cuando ustedes puedan
seen
transformar este diálogo
when you're able to transfer and transform these dialogues into partnerships, in concrete investment programs that will generate growth, employment, and better opportunities for those that live in the rural world,
para que así
so that
la actividad silvoagropecuaria
the forestry and agro and livestock environment that is a passion to us and motivates us will contribute to the development and livelihood of our people, as agriculture has done so throughout the history of humanity. Thank you very much.
Qué gusto escucharte, ministro Jaime. Sobre todo,
How nice it is to hear you, Minister.
creo que pone esse chamado a nós outros todos, não? Esse desafio de
Because we have this challenge to create partnerships, to work in a network, and going from the conversation to concrete actions. This is an experience to make something concrete, which is very strong in your speech, and also to bring that dimension of that which is social. There's an ethical involvement the Chilean government filed. It is also an economic strong potential in family agriculture, and that which, and for those that do not have formal financial instruments to better enter our ecosystems.
Porque o ministro queria participar do
Because
evento como todo.
the minister wanted to participate with us, what we did with our colleagues of IT, we prepared before we allowed Renee to participate, a little gift for all of you, because we followed you for every day, fighting for, seeking interviews. We brought them here and there. So with this material, the colleagues will prepare a video so that you can see everything we have built in these 2 days. Max, please.
América Latina y el Caribe reúne condiciones para impulsar inversiones innovadoras que consoliden sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles.
Efficient, inclusive, and resilient and sustainable. This is not a matter of fact. The GDP generates more than 100 million participants. There's still persistence in and gaps in investors towards producers and rural territories. This challenge carried out and meeting investing in agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean that called more than 70 representatives of governments, financial institutions, development banks that participated, more than 5,000 people through social networks to enjoy experiences where programs of regional agenda and investment and finance were tackled. Participation was centered around ecosystems, territorial, differentiated investment and bankability, which created the exchange between intersectoral alliances to improve their resilience of agri-food systems. FAO also invited participants to be a part of the regional task force geared towards connecting evidence, articulating productive systems and technical capacities to build systems and potentials in their territories, to generate habilitating and processes and enabling processes will reach organizations that have more barriers of access to transform agri-food systems and improve the quality of life without leaving anyone behind.
Muchas gracias, colegas, por el video.
Much, colleagues, for the video. And before we ask Mr. René, this connected 5 countries in the regions to step away from hunger. We can do this. We can work together, overcome this phenomena, which is still a very large population in our region. So once again, thank you, Minister, for being here, for trusting the work at FAO, and we will continue working together. Now, René Orellana, who will give us the closing remarks, and thanking once again the leadership of René. Countries, as you have heard, 89th FAO meeting requests that this is going to continue the government of the regional office at FAO, the 32 messages that will be discussed. Reafe and Gabriel have this commitment of the last Reafe that we hope in Montevideo in November will give us one collective appointment. René, the floor is yours. Please provide your closing remarks.
Estimado señor
Dear Mr. Jaime Campos Quiroga, Minister of Agriculture of Chile, distinguished authorities, representatives of governments, financial institutions, development banks, international organizations, we have been delighted to have you in our home with such an important debate in these last 2 days. Representatives of the private sector, organizations, producers, cooperatives, academic and scholars, strategic social partners. Dear colleagues, it is a delight to close this first regional meeting on financing, investment, and agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. We would like to thank the Minister of Agriculture and his representation from the government of Chile to participate in this moment. We'd also like to thank all the institutions, technical teams, and participants that during these 2 days shared experiences, proposals, and commitments to progress in a central agenda for the rural development, financial inclusion, and transformation in our agri-food systems. During the last 2 days, we had the participation of more than 15 countries in the region, more than 70 participants in person, 3 vice ministers, 5 National Development Bank, the World Bank, IDB, CAF, IFC, BCIE, cooperation regional, the commercial banks, impact funds, organizations, cooperatives, associations, and in line more than 5,200 people connected during the last 2 days through our digital channels. We value in particular the interest expressed by our member states and by the sub-regional integration spaces that we follow, promoting this agenda from a political and technical perspective. These mechanisms are fundamental to identify good practices, promote public policies that are more effective, conditions that will be supporting financing, reaching more family agriculture, rural women, cooperatives, small-scale farm, rural groups, and other key territories. From this standpoint, we recognize the contribution of all the participants and the values of regional, sub-regional, and specialized mechanisms such as the Latin American and Caribbean community, the CARICOM, the organizations of Mercosur, platforms that are strategic for the articulation of common priorities, strengthening capacities, reducing structural capacities, and advance with systems that are more resilient and inclusive. These 2 days have confirmed something fundamental, that in Latin America and the Caribbean, we do have the resources, instruments, and capacities to finance and invest in rural development, but these do not always arrive in time and in pertinence to small-scale producers, agricultures, families, cooperatives, and rural small farming communities. We had the opportunity to learn about advanced mechanisms, cooperatives, entrepreneurial and financial, private, public, and social in nature. These efforts must be aligned with the efforts to build enabling environments and facilitators, what during these 2 days we called financial ecosystems and inclusive territories. That's why it's not just a matter of extending credit, but to build roads that will strengthen and connect the needs of producers and microfinances in territories, the development bank, investments, private investments, and so on. Just like we saw yesterday with Colombia's experience, the financial empowerment and an entrepreneurial leadership can provide seed capital and projects to rural entrepreneurs. We need to build a continuum of financing and investment that will go hand in hand with the producers' organizations, associations, territories, and projects from their own need in inclusion at a larger scale. The challenge is to define what instruments are required to respond to what problem at what time and with which combination involving public-private financial stakeholders. Secondly, investment does not arrive by itself. It is built. We enable it through the reliable information, capacities, institutions, and so on. The experience hand in hand that we heard this morning from the Amazonia, the dry corridor in Central America and the Caribbean, illustrate how it is a fundamental aspect of a project. Third, count on FAO on this path. Our organization has the technical knowledge and capacities, a specialized knowledge in local areas, territorial areas, and work very closely with governments. These capacities allow us to reduce asymmetries, identify institutions, strengthen them, identify investment opportunities, and connect priorities for the development In this framework, I have asked my team to continue strengthening these actions on innovative and inclusive financing for agri-food systems in order to better articulate the capacities of the regional office, the sub-regional offices, the representation of countries, the technical units, and the organization, and respond with more coherence on time in the impact of the demands of countries and communities. Through this mechanism, we would like to generate evidence, identify gap opportunities, strengthen capacities, respond to the conceptualization and initiatives, and connect these opportunities with instruments and potential partners. By the same token, this agenda requires a regional work with governments, with banks, with development institutions, with financial institutions, with investment funds, with impact, the academy, producing organizations, and so on. Given this is not just a matter of concluding remarks. We want to underline the agenda that we've shared, an agenda that requires a political vision, coordination at a regional level, and collective capacity to transform the interests in investment and the investment in concrete results in rural territories. The conversation that we began in Santiago does not end today. This meeting must be a starting point of a sustainable effort to position the inclusive financing and responsible investment, which are pillars of the agri-food systems transformation in Latin America and the Caribbean. With FAO, we are committed and accompanying all countries in the construction of partnerships, capacity, solutions vis-a-vis the challenges the region has. Thank you very much, and the debate, the dialogue, and the constructive dialogue we've had these days. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, René. Bueno, con esto
vamos dando entonces. With this, we will close.
Y uno siempre dice, nunca habla después del jefe.
You never speak after the boss. I'm not going to dare to do that, but I do want to add some protocol because now I would like to thank everyone who were behind the stage since we had this idea. Pablo, Adoniram, Felipe, and myself. When we proposed it to René, said, let's do this. More than 30 people that you can see have been mobilized today, from changing the scenario to following people around with tickets, hotels, travel information, lunches, colleagues from maintenance, technology people, videos. I would like to really thank everyone.
Porque isso também é algo que nós outros como FAO teremos
because that is something that we were doing on a daily basis, that we talk about the United Nations, we work and with a sense. We're all here with a commitment to make a better world, in our case, to ensure that everyone receives the information. So thank you very much. The commitment you have had of coming to be with us, share your experiences, your knowledge, and your willingness to change the region and change the world. Thank you very much. Have a great trip back home. And you will be hearing from us in the next days to keep our life, to transforming what the minister said, very concrete transformations in the territories that we have in the region. Thank you very much to each and every one of you, and have an excellent trip back home.
El corredor seco y las zonas áridas de los países del Sistema de la Integración Centroamericana SICA cubren el 34% del total de su territorio y en sus áreas rurales viven más de 21 millones de personas. Más del 20% de las personas empleadas se dedican a la agricultura y en su mayoría son pequeños productores y productoras que aportan para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de sus países. El corredor seco y las zonas áridas enfrentan una alta vulnerabilidad ante los riesgos asociados al cambio climático, que afectan a la región en épocas clave para la agricultura. Como consecuencia de estas afectaciones, los países del SICA han registrado en los últimos años un fenómeno de migración aún más intenso que se traduce en alrededor de 5 millones de migrantes procedentes de esta región solo en Estados Unidos. Ante esta realidad, los países y el sistema SICA, con apoyo técnico de la FAO, impulsan la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, construyendo resiliencia en el corredor seco y zonas áridas. La iniciativa se impulsa con la contribución financiera de la Banca Multilateral para el Desarrollo, fondos climáticos, agencias de cooperación, organismos de Naciones Unidas y recursos públicos nacionales. La iniciativa Mano de la región SICA se encuentra movilizando inversiones en 5 grandes temas. Primero, el mapeo digital de suelos, que con el financiamiento de los Estados Unidos de América, ha permitido en Honduras y Guatemala contar con mapas de fertilidad, propiedades química y física de los suelos para mejorar la producción agrícola de estos países. Y ahora, por medio del Consejo Agropecuario Centroamericano, se ampliará este mapeo para todos los países del sistema SICA. Segundo, la zonificación agrícola del riesgo climático, que con apoyo del gobierno de Brasil y Embrapa ha contribuido a identificar periodos de siembra óptimas para cultivos sensibles en el corredor seco y para la seguridad alimentaria de las familias, lo que a su vez creará las bases para la mitigación del riesgo agrícola y facilitará la ampliación del financiamiento y seguro agrícola rural. Tercero, soluciones hídricas integrales, donde se ha sistematizado y estimado los costos y adaptado varias tecnologías de soluciones hídricas que van desde la escala de consumo humano hasta cultivos comerciales, donde estas tecnologías se han vuelto prioridad para los países en sus acuerdos de cooperación de notas de inversión junto a instituciones financieras. Estos estudios también están disponibles para la plataforma de cooperación del G20 en el eje sobre la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional. Cuarto, las MIPYMES y ecosistemas digitales. Con el liderazgo del Centro MIPE-SICA y el financiamiento de la Unión Europea, se ha apoyado a más de 600 MIPYMES en el corredor seco, con el objetivo de generar empleo y reducir la migración forzada. Esta experiencia también está presente en las diversas propuestas de inversiones mano de la mano a nivel nacional junto a las instituciones financieras. Y finalmente, sobre el fortalecimiento de los institutos nacionales de investigación agropecuaria de los países SICA. Se ha identificado tecnologías para la convivencia con la sequía y zonas áridas, para el aumento de la producción en el corredor seco, habiéndose posicionado en la agenda de los países y el mundo de la cooperación. La iniciativa Mano de la Mano también está presente con notas de inversiones específicas en los países de la región. Y en el caso de la propuesta del corredor seco resiliente, se abarca a todos los países, creando las condiciones para atraer inversión público-privada hacia un territorio con prosperidad y oportunidades, por una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una mejor vida en la región del SICA.